Daylight poured in through a hole in a wall of what Richard Kirkwood called the old house, a home built in the late 1800s. The big white house, along with what remained of its red roof, should have been leveled decades prior. A few windows remained. Most of the floors of the upper levels weren't safe to set foot upon, and the foundation had sunk on one side, causing the house to lean toward the south. The new house, which was much smaller, unkempt, and still the better part of 20 years old, stood 1,000 feet away on Richard's property. Richard Kirkwood, a giant of a man, stood in the living room of the old house, where, with each footstep or shift of his 300-plus pound weight, the floorboards beneath his feet creaked in protest. He'd fashioned himself a table from one of the home's doors and a pair of sawhorses. Blood ran from the makeshift table's edges and pooled at his feet. Richard looked down and noticed the blood running through gaps in the floorboards to the old basement below.
"Let us out!"
he heard from beneath him. Richard didn't respond. The sound of other voices joined in, requesting to be freed. Richard stamped his foot, his heel cracking the old wooden floor beneath his boot.
"Shut up!"
he yelled. He went to his hands and knees and stared down through the cracks into the darkness of the basement. The voices stopped.
"That's what I thought,"
he said. Richard stood and returned to the task at hand. He pushed the woodsaw's blade forward and pulled it back, the blade's teeth digging into the wood beneath what he was cutting. The saw had made its way through. He picked up each piece of the quartered leg he just sawed through and dropped them into a white 5-gallon pail at the edge of his makeshift table. Richard removed his blood-soaked leather work gloves and ran a hand through his long, dirty, gray and black beard. Then he brushed some of his shoulder-length hair, the same color, from his face. He lifted the pail by its handle and left through the open front doorway of the house. Richard walked across the half-collapsed front patio and made his way toward the new house down the car path, a set of 2 tire tracks that had caused depressions in the field. He passed the rusted remains of a tow truck and a sedan that once belonged to a family member years past. Miscellaneous agricultural equipment, all the better part of 100 years old and all in ruins, scattered the property. In the distance, he could see what used to be one of the family barns, just a pile of faded red wood. His family's once productive tobacco fields hadn't sprouted a leaf in 80 years. Richard pulled the screen door open and entered the new house. The aluminum door, on a spring at the top, slammed closed at his back. A cat sitting on a box of car parts scurried from the sound.
"What did I tell you about letting the damn door slam?"
he heard. Richard said nothing. He walked through the cleared path of junk in the kitchen and tossed the pail up on the kitchen counter. Then he went to the old refrigerator and began pulling vegetables from inside. He set his carrots, celery, and potatoes on the counter next to the pail.
"What are you doing up there?"
he heard the woman ask from the basement. Richard closed his eyes.
"None of your damn business,"
he shouted.
"Tell me, are you being stupid?"
Richard clenched his jaw, took 5 quick strides to the basement door, and yanked the door open.
"Leave me the hell alone! I'm cooking!" "What are you cooking?"
"Supper," Richard said.
"Don't use too much salt." "Leave me alone!"
Richard shouted.
"Don't forget the broth."
"Shut up!" Richard yelled.
"I don't like your cooking, Richie."
The woman's voice was snappy and shrill. Richard's feet pounded the stairs down to the basement. He spun around the corner and yanked a hunting knife from a sheath on his hip. "You've been bugging the shit out of me all week long, like a little gnat around my ear.
I can't take it for another second. One more word and I'll gut you where you stand.
The woman didn't respond. Richard turned his back and started for the stairs.
You're going to get caught, stupid, he heard. Remember what happened to your father?
Richard's nostrils flared. He spun back and advanced on the woman. He sank the knife into her stomach repeatedly.
You couldn't just shut up, could you?
He ripped the blade up and down, feeling her warm blood on his hands. The knife's handle became slick in his grasp. The sound of the woman's laughter echoed in his head. Richard squinted hard and then opened his eyes. He was still standing at the kitchen counter. He looked at his hands. No blood. At least, not from his mother. The hunting knife that was normally on his hip was stuck into the kitchen counter. He rocked the blade back and forth to remove it, and used it to cut the vegetables. Richard went to the cupboard beside the stove and found himself a large pot. He filled the pot with water, placed it on the stove, and lit the burner. After bringing the flame up to high, he left the water to heat. He glanced at the cat clock on the wall, the eyes and tail moving in opposite directions with each passing second. He would let the soup simmer for 4 hours. Then he'd have to leave to find himself another woman. Richard gathered everything that would go into the pot and dumped it in.
Make sure you wash that girl's meat real good before you cook her,
said the woman's voice from the basement.
Shut up, Mom. I know what I'm doing.
Chapter 2. Beth and I hadn't been hot at the office since we'd wrapped with Brett Baylor 2 months prior. As our investigation into him expanded, we realized that he was in fact the same person we had 2 additional open serial killer cases on. His face had been all over the national news. Apparently, the owner of one of the best-known websites in the United States, moonlighting as a serial killer, brought in the ratings. We'd successfully identified all of his 50-some victims, aside from a few. Those investigations on the unknowns would remain open on the chance that we would receive additional information, but we were done actively investigating him. Scott and Bill had gone hot earlier in the week and left to conduct an investigation in Louisiana. A small-town sheriff had 3 people found strangled in their homes inside of a few weeks, and had reported the killings to the local FBI. The method of strangulation, a homemade electrical wire garrote, matched up with an open investigation Bill had been on 2 years prior in Mississippi. The word, which had trickled through from Agent Ball, was that they were making progress and had been interviewing potential suspects. I glanced down at the time on my watch, inching up on 5 o'clock. I spent my workday just as I had the last few weeks, sitting at my desk, researching cold investigations, and seeing if I could bring anything new to life. While the work could get a little tedious and boring, it allowed me to be home every night at a predictable time, which was nice. "What time are you taking off?" Beth asked. I turned in my chair and faced her. Beth had her dark hair pulled back in a bun with a pencil stuck in it. Dark-rimmed glasses wrapped her eyes, something she'd been wearing for the past few days, waiting on her contacts to be delivered, she'd said. I'd called her a librarian a number of times. She wore a white, long-sleeved button-up shirt and a black knee-length skirt. "Maybe an hour or so. You?" I asked. "Probably fairly soon. I was going to go catch a movie." "Solo?" I asked. Beth shook her head. "New beau, Agent Harper? You didn't mention you'd been dating. Meet him at your library?" Yeah, ha. It's not serious with this guy or anything. I've only gone out with him a few times. He seems nice, though. He works at a bank not too far from where I live, actually." "Is that how you met him?" I asked. Beth squinted and made a face as though she was bracing for something. "No, I met him online." "Online?" I asked. Ooh, be careful. You know what happened last time you were alone with a guy from the personal section? Yeah, whatever. He's nice, and certainly not a serial killer, as far as I can tell. Wear your gun, I said. Beth smirked. What are you and Karen doing tonight? I shrugged. Probably binge-watching some awful television series that I have no interest in, would be my guess. She recently got us a subscription to one of those internet TV deals that have full seasons of everything. Apparently that means that we have to sit through a whole season at a time. The last night or two has been some new zombie series. It's okay, but I don't pay that much attention. I mostly just surf the internet on my tablet. After that, I'd guess Karen will want to start packing. Heading somewhere? Beth asked. As long as nothing comes up within the next day or so, we're going to try to head to Tampa after work Friday and come back Sunday night. Weekend getaway? I rocked my head back and forth. Kind of. My old partner Kane just had a baby. Well, technically, his fiancée did. They asked Karen and me to be their godparents, so we were going to go down and have a little thing there on Saturday out at their place. That's awesome. What do they have, boy or girl? Boy, named John. The sound of knuckles against a wall caught my attention. Our supervisor, Agent Ball, was leaning around the edge of the conference room, looking at Beth and me. Meeting room, Ball said. Beth and I stood and headed over to the meeting room. On the center of the table were 3 files. Beth and I sat while Ball closed the door. Hope you two don't have plans for the weekend, Ball said. Shit, I mumbled. Say something, Rawlings? Ball asked. Huh? I asked. No, I didn't say anything. Just clearing my throat. Right. Ball grabbed the 2 top folders and slid them to Beth and me. I opened the folder and caught the cover page. It read SK-28. I'd learned the numbers after SK, which stood for serial killer, were in reference to when the file had been created. The smaller the number, the older the investigation. The latest ones were deep in the 400s. The number 28 meant the file was old. 28? I asked. There's a chance it could be a copycat, he said. Yet, we can't be certain. The original investigation is from the early 80s. The 30 or so years is still within the realm of a long hiatus, or being active without our knowledge. Sure. I flipped past the cover sheet and was met with photographs. I rolled my head back and looked away. What in the hell am I looking at here? Yeah, Ball said. He paused. I probably should have given you a heads up on that. It's not pretty. Jeez, Beth said. I looked back down at the photos in front of me. The page contained copies of numerous photographs. All the photos appeared to be of female bodies missing arms and legs and in various stages of decomposition. The backgrounds of the photographs appeared to be alongside roads in rural areas. I looked over a few close-up photos of the ragged cuts that had removed the appendages. Some of the women's throats were slit. All had various knife wounds. Do we know who these women are? I asked. Or were, I should say. We have 2 IDs that we got from dental records. The third was just found yesterday, and we don't have an ID yet. The 2 women we have are a Brittany Caldwell and a Rhonda Oakley. Neither woman had a current address. The ones listed on their DLs were old. However, both had priors for soliciting in Nashville, and both old addresses were in the area. We got nothing on either as far as last seens or reported missings. All 3 bodies were found in Clarksville County, about an hour away from Nashville. We're pretty certain that our killer is picking the women up in Nashville, though. The pair of women who we have identities on both had priors, and addresses came from there. What's our time frame on these bodies being found? I asked. All 3 were found in the last 10 days. Where were the bodies found in the past? Beth asked.
All in Clarksville County,
Ball said. So we're thinking that it's someone who lives in that county? I asked.
Hard to say,
Ball said.
Our guy could be picking women up in Nashville, where he lives, and dumping them out in the country, away from his house. Or it could be the exact opposite. He could live in the country and travel to the city to acquire the women.
So 2 recent with IDs and 1 without. And that's it since the 1980s? I asked.
Sort of. The bodies, technically, aren't the whole story.
Okay, I said.
It gets significantly worse than just the dismembered bodies,
Ball said. Great, I said sarcastically.
Flip a few pages into the file. Stop when you see bones.
Beth and I did. Okay, I got bones here. I looked down at the photos in the file. The picture showed what looked like 2 to 3 inch sections of bone laid out and photographed on a table. Beside the photograph of that was another with a ripped-open black garbage bag along the side of the road.
Yeah, found it, Beth said. Those bone sections were also found in Clarksville County, along the side of the road about a year ago. They are human, and the bones are from arms and legs. We can't really get any more information from them other than that. We can't say specifically how old they are, and can't get DNA.
Why is that? I asked. Ball let out a long breath.
Forensics report shows that they were cooked.
My stomach turned. Cooked? Are you trying to say we're dealing with a cannibal?
I don't know. What we do know is that the cut markings on the bones are consistent with the markings on the remains found. Forensics thinks it's a wood saw.
I shook my head. So where are we going, and what is the plan?
You 2 are flying to Nashville. You'll stay there and commute to your stops in Clarksville County. I want you to make contact with the Nashville police force and have them watching the high-traffic areas of prostitution. From there, you'll meet with the Clarksville Sheriff's Department and our Clarksville Resident Agency. We have another resident agency in Nashville that you can contact if you need to, but the Clarksville office is the one the investigation belongs to.
Does the Sheriff's Department have any insight into this? I asked. I mean, if this all happened on their turf over the course of 30 years, you would think someone there would, I don't know, at least have a hunch about something. Ball shook his head.
30 years ago. Most of the original deputies would be retired or, well, moved on to greener pastures. I'm sure there is someone around who remembers something about the original investigation, though.
All the victims have been female? I asked.
Yes,
Ball said.
And every victim was a prostitute?
Beth asked.
We don't know 100%, Ball said. But 2 out of 3 of the most recent were, and the few IDs we have on the victims from 30 years ago also were.
I flipped through the file further, trying to find some of the older information on the investigation. How many total victims are we looking at here?
Back in the 80s, they found 6 women. We have the 3 now. The bag of bones came out to 8 appendages, 4 arms and 4 legs. So 2 more there. So, 11 that we know of, Beth said. Appears so, Ball said, though we can't rule out that this is a copycat. A local could just be recreating what I'm sure has turned into a local legend around there.
Either way, I said, there is someone in the area doing it. Where is the main office in Tennessee?
Memphis, 3 or 4 hours away from where you guys will be, Ball said. It doesn't make sense to work from there. As I said, Clarksville has a resident agency, but it's small. Nashville's isn't much bigger. You won't have things like a forensics team, tech center, or anything like that at your immediate disposal. You'll have to rely on the Sheriff's Department or the Nashville PD. Of course, we'll help you from here as much as we can.
Got it. When are we headed out? I asked.
Tomorrow morning. Jim will get all your travel arrangements taken care of and call you with the details. That's it. Take your files, get acquainted with the investigation, and call me when you get there tomorrow. You two can take off for the night.
Ball ran a hand through his gray hair and crossed his arms over his chest. From his demeanor, I could tell he was waiting on Beth and me to leave. We walked from the meeting room and headed toward our desks. I rolled open my desk drawer and grabbed my car keys.
"Looks like it's me and you on the road again," Beth said. "I'll try not to almost get killed."
I nodded and flashed her a smile. "I'd appreciate that. Guessing I'll meet you at the airport in the morning sometime."
"Sounds good."
Beth grabbed her things from her desk and left the office. I followed. Chapter 3. The drive took me the better part of an hour to get home. Over the past few weeks, I had come to enjoy my time fighting through traffic. Since my wife had turned over the car-buying duties to me, I'd liberated myself from the hot pink hybrid I'd been driving and picked up a nice, new, black, lifted four-door Jeep Wrangler. I felt that was a good choice, as the four-wheel drive would help in the winter months. Karen related my purchase to the first time parents left teenagers home alone, and them throwing a party and trashing the house. I'd shrugged off her comments. I caught the time on the Jeep's radio. Karen should have been just starting her drive home. I figured then was as good a time as any to break the news that we wouldn't be heading to Tampa for the weekend. I dialed her cell phone, and she picked up within a few rings.
"Hey, I'm just leaving the office now. What's up?"
Karen asked. I called bearing bad news.
"Ugh," she said. "What?"
"I'm getting sent off to Tennessee tomorrow morning."
"Really?"
"Really, really. We have one out there, and Scott and Bill are on something else."
"You and Beth again?"
Karen asked. "Yep."
"What time do you have to leave?"
"Not sure yet. Jim is going to call with all of my travel arrangements."
"Okay, well, find out as soon as you can. I have an early meeting, and if I need to take you to the airport in the morning, I might have to reschedule it."
"No, don't worry about it. I can just drive there and leave the Jeep in the lot."
"Do you really want to leave it there for a week, or however long you'll be gone?"
"Not really. We can swap vehicles. You can take mine for the week, and we can leave your truck there."
"I think that's a better idea,"
Karen said. "Okay, we'll talk about it more when you get home. I'm just pulling up now."
"Sure. I'll be home in a bit."
"All right. Love you," I said.
"Call Kane and tell him."
"I will."
"Okay. Love you. Bye,"
Karen said. She clicked off. I drove into the driveway of our townhouse and pulled off to the side. I hit the button on the remote control clipped to the visor to lift the garage overhead. The suspension lift on the Jeep wouldn't allow it to fit inside the garage. I killed the motor, grabbed the file on the investigation from the passenger seat, and stepped out. I walked through the empty garage and slapped the button on the wall to close the overhead door. The sound of pork chops scratching at the door leading from the garage into the house caught my ear. I knelt and pushed the door open. Pork Chop let out a few high-pitched whines while he slobbered and licked. I gave him a good petting and shoved him back into the house so I could get inside. Then I walked to the back patio door and slid it open so we could go out. I wasn't looking forward to the phone call to Kane. It had seemed to mean a lot to him that Karen and I agreed to be godparents. While I knew he'd understand that we wouldn't be able to make it, I didn't like the feeling that I was letting a friend down. I tossed the case file on the dining room table, took a seat, and dialed Kane. The phone rang in my ear. Kane wasn't one for long, drawn-out stories. I would give it to him straight.
"What's up, Hank?"
Kane answered. "Not much. I won't beat around the bush. I just got word I'm getting sent off to Tennessee tomorrow morning. Karen and I aren't going to be able to make it down this weekend."
"Ah, that sucks."
Kane paused for a moment. I could hear him speaking with someone else on the end of the phone.
"We had this giant thing planned out at the house. he said. "Now I'm going to have to call everyone and tell them it's off." I scratched at my forehead. "Sorry. I feel like shit. There's just no one else that can go, though. The other 2 field agents are in Louisiana on something else." "Oh, man. Callie is going to be pissed. She had family coming from out of state. We had a band booked." I let out a breath and rocked my head back. "I apologize. My hands are tied here." I heard him chuckle, along with what sounded like a woman laughing. "I'm just busting your ass, Hank," Kane said. "It's not a big deal." "Huh?" I asked. "There wasn't anyone coming over other than you, Karen, and maybe a few people from the station. Bostock and the guys. We can do it any time." "You had to screw with me. I felt bad enough as it was." "Well, Callie wanted me to give you shit for bailing. She's standing right next to me." "Hi, Hank," a woman's faint voice said. "So what's the case you have to head out for?" Kane asked. "Nothing out of the ordinary," I said sarcastically. "Just some dismembered bodies and a possible cannibal." "Ugh," Kane said. "You're serious?" "Yeah, and that's the glossed-over version." "Okay. Why don't you get a hold of me when you get back, and we'll figure something out to try to do this again." "Without a doubt. How are Callie and John doing?" "Callie's good. John is a handful. Sleep is now a luxury instead of something that's expected. My dad and stepmom were down here for 2 weeks helping out. Callie's parents are coming next week. So far, so good, though. He hasn't exploded or spontaneously combusted or anything yet, so I guess we're doing our jobs." I smiled. "We'll get down there as soon as we can." "No problem. We'll be here." "Okay. Tell Callie I apologize." Yeah. Give me a ring when you're done in Tennessee." "Catch the asshole," Kane said. "Sounds good. We'll see you." I hung up, let out a breath, and tossed my cell phone on the tabletop. Porkchop had finished with his outside business and was sitting next to my leg, staring up at me, wanting to be fed. He got his dinner, and I retook my chair at the kitchen table. I figured I had a good 20 minutes to look over the investigation file before Karen walked in. I would go over everything in finer detail after she went to bed. My wife wasn't a fan of me looking over case files at the house, or of herself seeing what was inside of them. I popped the file open and spread the contents across the table. The photos and related content from the most recent victims went off to the left. The older victims and associated information off to the right. I looked through what we had on the 2 recent women that we had identification on. I started with Brittany Caldwell, and the information was slim. Driver's license photos and rap sheets that showed multiple arrests for drugs and solicitation. I saw no friends or family interviews, no information regarding where specifically she had last been seen, no cell phone or banking information. I moved on to Rhonda Oakley, who had even less in her stack of papers than Brittany did. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket and dialed Beth. She picked up right away. "Hey, Hank, what's up?" Beth asked. "Hey. Are you someplace where you can look at the file from the investigation?" I asked. "I'm actually looking at it now. I'm supposed to meet Jeff at the theater in, like, an hour, so I figured I'd dig in on it a bit before I had to leave. See something?" "No, nothing, actually," I said. "Yeah. I'm looking at the same lack of anything as you are. I'm guessing that's why this guy is choosing these women as victims. Nobody knows if they go missing, and unfortunately it doesn't seem that anyone cares when they do." "There's just nothing here aside from priors and driver's license photos." "Yeah. They seem pretty far off the grid," Beth said. "Drug problems, maybe. Living on the streets, who knows? The Nashville PD, or arresting officers from some of their priors, might be able to provide us a bit more insight." "Yeah, maybe," I said. "Okay. Hear anything from Jim yet on our travel arrangements?" "Not yet," she said. "I'm sure we should be getting everything over to her shortly." "All right. I'm going to get back to looking at this for a few minutes until the wife gets home.
I'll shoot you a message if something pops out at me, which I doubt. Enjoy your movie, and I'll catch you in the morning."
"Sounds good," Beth said.
I hung up and went back to examining photos of dismembered bodies. Chapter 4. Richard stood outside the driver's door of his old light blue Datsun pickup truck. He'd been waiting the better part of a half hour, but he knew he was early when he arrived. He was parked next to the vacuums of a run-down car wash in Nashville. That area of town was known for its street-walking prostitutes, and Richard knew just what time they started coming out.
"No one ever looks for missing whores,"
his father always used to say. The truck was fitted with a windowless cap, the back glass replaced with a piece of metal he could padlock to the tailgate. Richard's mother was in the back. He didn't like leaving her home alone.
"There's 2 down the street,"
Richard heard his mother say.
"Shut up. They'll hear you."
"No, they won't."
Richard banged his fist against the side of the truck. Richard looked up and down the sidewalk and spotted 2 women, clearly prostitutes, stumbling toward him from down the block. He waited patiently and adjusted the large hunting knife on his belt to the side and under his shirt, out of view for the most part. The pair of women noticed him standing there as they came up the sidewalk. They walked toward him and stopped before him.
"Looking for a date, hun?" the one on the right asked.
She reached out and twisted his long, greasy, black and gray hair between her fingers.
"I like big guys."
She smiled at him.
"I might be looking," he said.
Richard looked her up and down. The woman was a platinum blonde, though it could have been a wig. She wore a leopard print skirt and fishnet stockings. Her top was pink and loose, exposing her thin right shoulder.
"We can give you a deal if you want both of us," the other said.
Richard's eyes went to her. That woman was shorter than her friend, with jet black hair. Her eyebrows were thick and dark. The right one had a small gap at the corner that Richard assumed to be a scar, probably from being punched by a John. She wore some kind of faux leather skirt, tall black boots, and a dirty white top. Richard said nothing.
"Well, what's it going to be, honey? Are you looking for a date or not?"
the one with the leopard skirt asked. Richard looked down at the women. The single light overhead, above the vacuums, lit the 2 women's faces. Both women's eyes were glazed over, and he noticed they both had track marks on their arms. Richard didn't respond to the woman's question.
"We ain't got all night. You want us or what?" the platinum blonde asked.
"Don't suppose you have any bigger friends? You 2 are a little thin for my tastes."
"Beggars can't be choosers," the blonde said.
Richard smirked, thinking that the hooker had a point.
"Yeah. How much for the both of you?"
Richard asked. The 2 women looked at each other.
200 for both of us, and we'll do whatever you want,"
the dark-haired one said.
"What are your names?"
he asked.
"I'm Candy,"
the blonde said.
"This is Peaches."
She pointed to the dark-haired woman.
"Well, Candy, Peaches, get in the truck," Richard said.
"Show us the money first,"
the dark-haired one, Peaches, said. Richard reached into his pocket and removed his wallet.
"Don't you give those whores any money,"
he heard his mother say from the back of the truck. Richard didn't respond. He looked at the 2 women. They were still waiting to see the cash. Richard pulled 2 hundreds from his wallet and held them up. Candy, in the leopard skirt, reached for the money, but Richard pulled it away.
"You get paid after. I have a place right up the street. Hop in," he said.
Richard opened the driver's side door and got behind the wheel. The 2 women rounded the front, went to the passenger door, and got in. Richard pulled from the lot and made a left.
"Do you have any Coke?"
Peaches, sitting closer to him, asked.
"No,"
Richard said. He didn't look at her and continued driving. A few minutes passed without any words being said. Richard reached over and squeezed the thigh of Peaches. Then he reached over farther and did the same to Candy. The two women looked at each other in question.
"Where is your place again?"
Candy asked.
"Just up here a ways."
Richard scratched at his long beard. Peaches, sitting directly next to him, ran her hand up his leg.
"Just pull down one of these side streets. We can do it there."
"No," Richard said. "What the hell kind of name is Peaches? Do you think that name is cute or something?"
"It's just a name," she said. "Why? You don't like it?"
"I never understood why whores and strippers always wanted to give themselves stupid names. You know, if you're a whore and your name is Nancy, why not just be Nancy the whore? How is Peaches the whore any better of a name?"
The woman went quiet. Richard noticed her looking at her friend from the corner of his eye. He stared back out of the windshield and saw the sign for the freeway approaching. He put on his turn signal to get in the lane for the on-ramp.
"I thought you said your place was just up the street,"
Peaches asked.
"A few exits up," Richard said.
"We didn't know we'd be going somewhere far. We don't really do that. You know, I know a place that's close that we can go to. Don't you want to get this party started?"
Peaches continued farther up his leg with her hand. Richard turned his head and looked her in the face.
"I'm paying you. You'll go where I say. It's probably in your best interest to just shut up."
"This doesn't feel right,"
Candy said.
"Candy," Richard said, "shut your mouth."
"Just pull over and let us out,"
Peaches said.
"No."
Richard slowed for the right-hand turn onto the freeway ramp.
"No? What do you mean, no?"
Candy asked.
"Pull over and let us out."
Richard turned his head and looked at her.
"Did I stutter? I'm not pulling over."
"Let us out, you asshole,"
Peaches said, and swatted her hand into his chest. The blonde, Candy, reached into her purse for something. He pulled to the side of the road, halfway up the on-ramp. Richard checked his mirrors. No other cars in sight. Candy reached for the door handle, and Richard reached for the hunting knife on his hip. She pulled the handle. The door didn't open.
"It won't open. Open the door. Let us out, you freak,"
Candy said. Richard brought the hunting knife up and plunged it into Peach's chest. He stared at the blonde, Candy, as he did it. He pulled the knife out and stuck it in again. Peach's neck jerked, and her eyes bulged in shock. Her hands trembled as she reached for her chest. Candy screamed and pawed at the passenger door. Richard reached over Peaches and began stabbing Candy. The first stab caught her in the side, deep enough where Richard figured it had hit something vital. The second stab slammed through her chest and out her back. The knife's blade passed clean through the woman and stuck into the foam of the truck's vinyl bench seat. Richard continued stabbing until Candy stopped moving. Richard yanked the knife from her chest and pulled it across Candy's throat. Her neck opened, spilling blood down her chest. Then he rested the knife on his thigh, put the truck in drive, and continued up the freeway ramp. Beside him, Peaches was still moving. Richard flipped on his directional and merged onto the freeway. He picked up the knife from his leg and ran it across her throat as he drove. The lights overhead on the freeway lit the cab of his truck. The front of Peach's white shirt went wet and red. He looked over at her and saw Peaches roll her eyes at him.
"Well, that was real smart, wasn't it?"
he heard Peaches ask.
Now you have 2 dead hookers in the cab of your truck. What happens if you get pulled over, stupid?
Richard leaned toward the steering wheel a bit, reached back, and slammed the blade of the knife square through her forehead. She went quiet. Richard looked past Peaches at Candy, and he saw her smirk.
That will shut her up,
he heard Candy say. Chapter 5. Beth and I landed at the Nashville airport a couple minutes after noon. An agent named Clifford from the Clarksville Resident Agency was expecting us around 2 o'clock. I didn't know if Clifford was a first or last name. Beth had been in contact with him. We made our way through the concourse.
Ever been to Nashville?
Beth asked. She ditched the hair bun and glasses. Her dark hair now hung a bit past her shoulders, as usual. She wore a gray skirt, a matching blazer, and a light blue blouse. I think I may have driven through once or twice. You? I asked. Beth shook her head.
Nope, first time.
We found the baggage claim a few minutes later. Beth and I grabbed our bags, picked up our rental cars, and made for our hotel. A 15-minute drive east from the airport into downtown. My navigation on my phone chirped and told me our destination was the high-rise to my left on the next street. We turned left and passed under the sky bridge over the street that connected the hotel to the parking structure. Beth made a left at the corner and immediately pulled into the parking structure. I followed her in. We went 2 levels up and found spots, and I stepped out. "Is this where we park for the hotel?" I asked.
Pretty sure. The sign at the entrance said $10 a day, she said.
I shrugged. I got my carry-on and computer bag from the back of the car and met Beth at her trunk. Beth's head swiveled around. She draped the strap attached to her bag over her shoulder.
We're headed over there, she said,
jerking her chin toward the Renaissance entrance sign over a pair of red doors at the edge of the parking structure. Beth and I headed through the doors and across the bridge over the street. I glanced off to my left as we walked the glass-walled bridge. I spotted the one building that I recognized from the Nashville skyline. I didn't know its name, but it looked like a giant stun gun with an antenna jutting up from both corners of the pointed top. We headed into the hotel, checked in, and took the elevators up to the 16th floor. I glanced at my watch as I slipped the key card in my door. "How far is it to the Clarksville office?"
It's going to be a good hour. I figure we should be leaving here within a half hour or so,
Beth said. I nodded. "Shoot over when you're ready to go."
Okay.
She entered her room, one over from mine. I stepped inside and let the door close at my back. Then I walked past the bathroom immediately to my right and took in the room. A single king-sized bed sat to my left. The entire left wall of the room was lime green wallpaper in some modern-looking pattern. To my right was a nice cabinet for clothing and a flat-screen television bolted to the wall. Beyond the cabinet, a white shelf serving as a desk extended out from the wall. A lime-green office chair was pushed in underneath. I walked past the bed and the lounge chair next to the room's windows, pulled open the curtains, and stared out. Okay-looking view, I said. The room looked out to the south and a bit to the east. Past the few downtown buildings and what I assumed to be some kind of sports arena was nothing but horizon. Far back in the distance, I could see tiny peaks of mountains. I tossed my laptop bag onto the desk area and my carry-on onto the bed. I hung my black suit jacket on the back of the lime chair and began unpacking. Once everything was put away and my suits for the week hung, I walked to the bathroom, stared into the mirror, and splashed a bit of water across my face. I looked at one side of my head and then the other. My black hair was getting grayer by the day. I know Karen didn't mind the silver mixed in. seeing as she'd had me dye a little gray into it a few months back, but it was starting to make me feel old. I leaned in closer and looked around my eyes. I spotted more crow's feet than normal. Maybe it was the mirror. I shook my head, wiped the water from my face, and snugged up my blue patterned tie, which Karen had recently purchased me. I walked back out into the room, took a seat at the chair by the windows, and dialed Karen. She answered right away.
"Hey, you're there?"
she asked. "Yeah, just got to the hotel a minute ago. We're going to leave here in a few minutes and head out to the Clarksville office. I guess it's like an hour away."
"How's Tennessee?"
So far so good, I guess. Don't know yet. Been here all of an hour. How's work?"
"Same as always. I don't think we should have a kid, and I'm just sitting around at my desk."
I furrowed my brow. What was that middle part there that you just breezed past?
"Yeah, babe. I've been thinking about it. If it hasn't happened, maybe it's a sign. We missed our window, I think."
I didn't really know what to say, so I remained quiet.
"Input?"
she asked. I needed to come up with something, apparently. I know what you're saying. I was just looking at myself in the mirror. I'm getting old and gray. Maybe too old and gray to be starting the parenting thing now. I wasn't sure if that was the answer she was looking for. Yet, with Karen only being 2 years younger than me, I regretted the words right after they came out of my mouth. I had a hunch that she would take it as me calling her old.
"You're 43. That's not too old for a man," she said. "I mean, you could have a bunch of kids with somebody 10 years younger than me."
I cleared my throat. The kid thing was your idea, remember? I never said we had to have kids. And all I want is you, kids or not. I figured a dose of reality, combined with telling her she was all I wanted, might do the trick.
"I know. And you're sure?" she asked.
I leaned back and rubbed my eyes. Yes, I'm sure. I mean, we have a pretty damn good life as it is, don't we?
"Of course we do. I don't know, Can you deal with it just being you and me?"
It's been just you and me for 20 years. I'm pretty sure the next 20 will be just as good. Plus, we have Porkchop. I think of him as a son. A fat, little, slobbering, furry son that poops in the yard, but a son nonetheless. I heard her chuckle and sigh.
"I love you. Okay."
I wasn't really sure if her saying okay meant we were done trying or what, but I wouldn't question it further. The conversation wasn't really something for the telephone when I was multiple states away at work. "Are you all right?" I asked.
"I'm fine, babe. Go back to work and give me a call later."
Okay. I'll call you as soon as I can. I love you.
"Love you too."
Karen hung up. I clicked off from the call and stuck my phone back in my pocket. After letting out a long breath, I heard tapping at the room door, so I walked over and opened up.
"Ready?"
Beth asked. "Yeah. One car or two?"
"Let's just take mine. I doubt we'll need to split up already."
"Sure," I said. "1 second." I grabbed my laptop bag, which contained the investigation file, and left the room. We took Beth's car from the lot and headed west for the hour drive to the resident agency. I spent the hour listening to Beth tell me about the movie she'd seen the prior night with her new love interest, Jeff, the banker. He brought her a single rose and chocolates when he'd arrived, held doors for her all night, and sent her off with a kiss on the cheek at the end of their date. A real gentleman, she said. It all sounded a little too good to be true, so I asked a few follow-up questions. Beth went on to say that he'd paid for his movie in change, and an older woman had dropped him off and picked him up from their date. Beth was thinking that was his mother. I nodded, but didn't say anything further. The navigation on Beth's cell phone said the address for the resident agency was coming up on the left. She put on her blinker and slowed down. I said, staring out the window to my left. Small, single-story red brick buildings made up what looked like an office park. All the buildings were the same size, none much larger than a common 3-bedroom ranch. Each building looked the same, with 6 white windows and a row of parking spaces at the front and side. Beth turned in. I caught the sign listing the businesses as we entered the lot. I saw things like attorney names, a dentist, and a number of insurance offices. Beth made a couple of turns through the lot before finding our building, the Clarksville Resident Agency. We parked. I grabbed my file and stepped out.
Not quite the glamour of our, or the Chicago, office, huh?
Beth asked. Not really. There can't be more than a dozen agents that work here.
Probably not even that many.
We walked for the front door and entered. Just beyond the entryway was a short, waist-high wall like one seen in a courtroom. Just behind the wall, a woman sat at a desk. I assumed her to be some form of receptionist. Beyond her, to the left, right, and back, were offices. I noticed a few potted trees in the corners and a group of 5 or 6 desks in the center of the room. Between the offices on the back wall was a big metal FBI insignia. Beth approached the short wall and the woman at the desk. She pulled out her credentials.
Agents Harper and Rawlings to see an Agent Clifford.
The woman turned her head.
"Tom!"
she shouted. A man poked his head from one of the offices at the back and looked out at us. He left the office and approached. The man appeared to be in his 50s, average height and build. He had short brown hair that was graying, but still formed a damn near perfect flat top, and he wore a gray suit with a yellow tie. "Are you the 2 agents from Virginia?" he asked. Beth pointed to herself and then me.
Beth Harper, and this is Hank Rawlings.
We both shook his hand. "Tom Clifford. Why don't you guys come on back? I just got off the phone with the sheriff's department. I guess they found another woman's remains an hour or so ago." Neither Beth nor I responded. He opened the waist-high wall at the walk-through, and we followed him back to the office he'd come from. "Grab a seat," he said. Beth and I did. "What can I do to help?" he asked. "I'm not really sure how we're handling this here."
We're going to bounce between the sheriff's department and here, and also try to work with the Nashville PD, Beth said. Hopefully, if we all work together, we can get a lead.
"Sure, but I mean, are you 2 in charge of this thing or what?"
It's our investigation, yes,
Beth said. I glanced over at her. "Okay, I just had to know where we were at there," he said. "We're pretty much a jack-of-all-trades kind of place around here. Everything from drugs to guns to murders. But I can't say that I've worked a serial killer investigation before. Where do we start?"
Well, what do you know about the history of this investigation?
Beth asked. "Geez, it's kind of ingrained into the area around these parts. Everyone knows about the torsos and the butcher. I can't say that I've ever been through the files prior to yesterday, though." "The butcher?" I asked. "Local name," he said. "Sure. So, when were you first contacted by the local sheriff?" I asked. "Yesterday morning. Chief Deputy Whistle is who called me."
"And what's your relationship like with the sheriff's department?"
Beth asked. "Good. Real good. I've known Augie, the chief deputy over there, for a couple of years. He transferred in from somewhere when the last chief deputy retired."
"Okay, we'll need to meet with him," Beth said. "Preferably this evening yet, if they found another body."
"Sure. Let me give him a call and see where he's at." Chapter 6. Beth and I took her rental, following Agent Clifford toward the sheriff's station. He told us the drive would be about 10 minutes. I looked over at her. What's with the "it's our investigation" thing? I thought we consulted and aided unless otherwise necessary. She rocked her head back and forth.
Yeah, I think this is one of those necessary times. I have a couple reasons why, if you'd like to hear them.
Shoot, I'm all ears.
Well, we're bouncing between a police department in Nashville, a sheriff's department, and a tiny little resident agency of the FBI.
Beth held up a finger for each reason.
You know how Agent Clifford gave you that "we're a jack-of-all-trades here" line?
Yeah, I said. I wasn't going to finish the quote for him.
Exactly. A jack-of-all-trades is a master of none. Think about it. We have, like 20 different divisions in our location. Each division has how many people? This guy and the few people he works with have to handle all of that. Don't get me wrong, he's an agent, and probably a damn fine one. But this is our specialty, and in this instance, we need to head it up. That, and if our killer has been doing this in the same area for 30 years... I'm just saying that if someone hasn't been caught by now, they probably never will be if someone from outside doesn't come in and do it. That means us.
Got it, I said.
Looks like we're here, she said.
Beth nodded her chin toward the windshield. I looked out. Agent Clifford was pulling behind a sheriff's white Dodge Charger with a green stripe running down the side. We pulled to the curb behind Clifford alongside a 3-story red brick building with no windows. Beth and I got out. "The entrance is up here," Agent Clifford said. He pointed up the hill a ways, at a couple buildings that looked to be a bit newer, but were still red brick. As we walked up, I realized they were all connected as one large building. I glanced farther up the block, to the building on the corner, a red brick 2-story that looked to be a good 100+ years old. The roofline of the building had a number of ornate dormers. The top of the building had a steeple. It might have been an old jail. I glanced around further. I said.
What?
Beth asked. Look around. Up, down, across the street up there, and behind us. Not one building in sight other than that parking garage that isn't made out of red brick. Kind of weird. Must have had a hell of a sale on red bricks about 100 years ago.
Yeah, she said. Check that out.
Beth pointed across the street toward a building in the distance. Another red brick building stood with its entire side covered by a huge old mural of what the downtown area we were standing in had looked like back in the day. It was about the same. I shrugged. We followed Agent Clifford into the building, checked in at the front desk, and waited. A silent 5 minutes later, an older, tall, overweight man with short white hair and a short white beard approached. He wore black slacks and a white, long-sleeved shirt with black breast pockets. A black tie hung from his neck. He had star-covered epaulets running up his shoulders above his sheriff's department patches. A badge was affixed over his heart.
"Tom," he said.
Agent Clifford stood and shook the man's hand. "This is Agent Hank Rawlings and Agent Beth Harper from Virginia."
"Pleasure," he said. "Chief Deputy August Whistle. Augie works, too."
He reached out and shook Beth's hand and mine.
"Let's head back to my office."
We followed him through the building and up a flight of stairs. He led us to a large office that overlooked the street we'd parked on. A big wooden desk with 2 guest chairs sat in the back of the room. Miscellaneous awards covered the area behind his desk. Photos of him with what I assumed to be prominent local people adorned the walls. 2 black button-tufted leather chairs sat near the doorway we'd entered from. Agent Clifford took one, slid it next to the others near the chief deputy's desk, and had a seat. Beth and I took the guest chairs beside him. Whistle closed his office door and took a seat in the big leather chair behind his desk.
You two were informed that another body had been found today.
I nodded. I filled them in, Agent Clifford said.
What can you tell us?
Beth asked.
The body was found out on Bucksmith Hill Road, out by Oak Ridge.
The location did nothing for me, but I pulled out my notepad and wrote it down. Have an address out there? I asked.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. It's about 10 miles or so from here. We're getting a case file put together on it as we speak. I'll make sure you get a copy.
Thanks, I said. These were female remains again, correct? I asked.
Yes.
And tossed alongside the road like the others? I asked. Dismembered?
Yes to both questions. Just a torso and head. No arms, no legs. And the remains were found about 10 yards off the side of the road. She probably would have gone unnoticed for a while if she weren't wearing a hot pink skirt. It's what caught the eye of the passerby that stopped and found her.
So, same as the others?
Beth asked.
Yes, same COD as well. Multiple stab wounds and throat was cut.
Whistle said. Anyone have an idea how long she was there, or even when she was killed? Clifford said.
Coroner was out there. From what I heard, he said she'd maybe been lying there for a day or so. Deceased for about a day longer than that.
The coroner took the body? I asked. Does that go to a medical examiner's office or something around here?
The body is in Nashville at the facility that handles that for us. We had our own county coroner and medical examiner up until about 2 years ago, and then we followed suit with what Nashville and Davidson counties started doing. There is a private facility that we and the other counties use. For us, it just didn't make sense financially to have our own any longer. We only have 5 or so murders a year, and only so many deaths that are natural that need to be investigated. Kinda hard to keep our own facility up and running just for that. The lead medical examiner's name there is Chip Niels, though there are quite a few of them working there. If you guys are planning on going over there, I can give Chip a call and let him know. He'll be able to make someone available.
The body is there now? I asked. The chief deputy bobbed his head in confirmation. Okay, yeah, that's probably going to be our next stop, I said.
Sure, he said.
I know where it's at, Clifford said. We use the same facility if it's something involving us. You guys can just follow me over there. I nodded.
Chief Deputy, what can you tell us about this?
Beth asked.
Do you have any ideas or gut feelings?
He rocked himself back in his chair.
The originals were well before my time here, but I know it's been a thorn in the station's ass since the day it started. It has been one in mine since I took the seat here in 2010. I was over in the next county, working law enforcement when it originally went down, and had a few friends that worked here, so I've heard plenty of stories about it. And since the culprit has never been found, every time someone has gone missing or has died in an unusual way, or really any time something remotely strange happens within about 50 miles, it's blamed on the butcher. Been that way as long as I can remember. The butcher did it, no matter what the it was.
The butcher name. We heard it from Agent Clifford here as well. When did that start? I asked.
Been around as long as I can remember, he said.
I'd ask why the name, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, I said. He nodded.
Was there ever a suspect?
Beth asked.
Yeah. The department here had a guy back when the original bodies were being found. Owen Matheson. Different kind of guy who lived on the outskirts of town, from what I've heard.
Yeah, that rings a bell now that I think about it, Agent Clifford said. It's not in our case file anywhere, though. I jotted the name down. Different how?
I guess he just lived the old way. Tended land, grew and kept his own food. Kids didn't attend school, only came into town when it was absolutely necessary. Not really a part of the community, I guess.
What happened with this guy? I asked.
They found out it wasn't him, which is why it didn't make the fire more than likely, Whistle said. I guess a couple more bodies turned up when they had the guy in custody. Bodies that couldn't have been dumped where they were prior to this guy being detained.
Do you know what it was that made him a suspect in the first place? I asked. He shrugged.
Again, everything I've heard is second-hand.
Well, what did you hear? I asked.
I guess the guy had a wife that apparently was a mute and a pair of teenage sons. The one that still lived at home was a little off. The other was out of the house. They had a place out in the country around here. Sold and gone now, as far as I know. Anyway, I guess he butchered his own livestock. Had a guy with an odd family who kept to himself and always had blood on his clothes, and, well, he made for an easy target, I guess.
So basically, this guy doesn't fit into the social norm and they accuse him of dismembering people? I asked. Seems kind of like a stretch to me.
The word is that when they brought him in for questioning, he just clammed up, Whistle said. Never pled innocence or anything like that, so they figured they had him. But then, more bodies were found in fields that had just been tended. Can't dump bodies when you're sitting in a holding cell.
But someone else can do it for you. Any physical evidence found pointing to this man? Or was it all just hunches? I asked.
The department went through everything of his. House, barns, vehicles. They never found anything that suggested he did it.
Could have done it somewhere else, I said.
Nothing was ever found that suggested he did.
Where is this guy now?
Matheson disappeared right after the original murders in the 80s,
Whistle said. Disappeared? Doesn't that kind of raise a red flag?
Probably not the way you were thinking. Again, I only know the stories, so take them for what they are. I guess after he was released, there was still quite a number of people that were pretty damn convinced of his guilt. With that, a makeshift mob kind of formed, and, well, one of two things happened. One of the townspeople, made him disappear, or he fled to avoid being the victim of the mob. Either way, he was never seen or heard from after. We kind of lean more toward someone around here killed him, though.
Was it ever investigated? I asked.
That I couldn't tell you.
So you believe a murder happened, but never looked into it?
Way before my time, he said.
I rubbed my eye. No cold case division here? I asked. I would think that this would be the #1 priority.
We don't really have the manpower for working 30-year-old cases, and these new ones are the FBI's now, as far as I understand.
I didn't respond.
Wife and sons? Beth asked. Do you know what happened with them? Moved along, Whistle said. Not sure if anyone knows where they went. I can't imagine that it was comfortable for them to be around here after.
Don't think there's a sliver of a chance it was this Owen Matheson, and he came back? I asked.
He'd have to be pushing 80 if he was alive. Pretty damn doubtful that he'd be out doing this.
One of the sons, maybe? I asked. You said the one was off. How?
Some kind of mental problems, I heard, he said.
Developmental in nature?
Again, no first-hand knowledge of that. But as far as I know, he also hasn't been seen or heard from around here since he and his mother left. Who knows what happened with the other?
Do you know what the wife and son's name were? I asked. Has anyone ever tried to track down these two?
I don't know the names, no. I could ask around. We have 1 or 2 guys that were around back then, still floating around the station. As far as anyone ever trying to track them down, I don't think so.
The reason whoever was committing the crimes had never been found was becoming clear to me. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you can get me that information, and maybe put me in contact with the deputies, I said.
Sure thing,
Whistle said. Okay, back to the physical evidence on these new bodies. All we have is the forensic evidence in the files? Nothing more?
Yeah, no prints, no murder weapon, no saw that was used to remove the limbs. We have knife wounds consistent with a big hunting knife, and the saw marks on the bones of the remains found. The old bodies that were found have the same saw marks as the new bodies, the chief deputy said. Same with a bag of cut-up bones. Forensics said it appeared to be consistent with a standard wood saw. The bag of bones, did you handle that?
Beth asked.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of dealing with it,
Whistle said. Where were those found? I asked.
Upper part of the county, northwest of here, near the Kentucky border. A road crew went to pick up the bag, which ripped, and the bones spilled out.
I saw the photos. How would anyone know that they were from a human? I asked.
The road crew that found them didn't. But a bag with sawed-up pieces of bones found along the side of the road is going to raise some flags around here. The guys that picked it up called us, and the coroner went to view the contents of the bag. He ID'd them as human. It probably would have been dismissed if it wasn't for the law of the butcher around these parts.
Do you think this guy lives locally around here, or is from the Nashville area? I asked. Whistle shrugged.
No way to know.
Chapter 7. Richard sat in the living room of his small house. He'd built it himself when he purchased the family land 20 years prior with a lump sum payment from his mother's life insurance policy. Richard had reclaimed the furniture that hadn't been pilfered from the old house. What he could use, he used. What he couldn't rehab, he burned. There were only a few bed frames, some miscellaneous tables, random knickknacks, and the ripped-up, antique Chesterfield-style couch he sat upon. Richard stared at an old television, playing some fuzzy program from one of the 3 channels the antenna could pick up. It appeared to be a word puzzle game show. During the couple seconds of clear picture it showed, Richard had shouted a few wrong answers at the television. The smell from the kitchen filled his nose. His dessert was about ready. Richard rose from the couch and walked through to the kitchen. He reached down and opened the oven door. The heat and smell rose up and hit him.
"Smells like candied peaches,"
he said. Richard chuckled to himself, amused with his selection of a dessert to accompany his meal. He crouched down and took the pan from the oven. The 2 halved peaches had been filled with brown sugar and butter where the pit had once resided. He set them on the top of the stove next to the resting meat. 2 2-inch thick slices of bone-in thigh, one from Candy and one from Peaches. Richard would sample each to see who he preferred. The more flavorful of the 2 would find the refrigerator and be eaten as steaks or roasts, while the other would end up being used for soup. Chapter 8. We'd spent another half hour at the sheriff's station chatting with the chief deputy and Agent Clifford prior to leaving. We managed to get the chief deputy to enlist the help of more deputies to patrol the outlying areas of the county for the next few nights. We planned to touch base with him later in the night, after he emailed Beth the file on the latest found remains. Beth and I headed toward the medical examiner's office. Chief Deputy Whistle had called Chip Niels, the lead medical examiner, to let him know we were on our way. Niels said he could stay late to meet us personally. Agent Clifford drove ahead of us in his car, leading the way. Our ride had been mostly quiet. I'd been tossing around a few thoughts in my head, but needed Beth's take on them. So, did the chief deputy seem awfully dismissive of someone in his county dismembering bodies to you? I asked.
Yep,
Beth said.
no wonder no one has ever been found.
I mean, but why? Could he actually not give a shit or what? I asked.
To me, he seemed like he just kind of wanted to wash his hands of the whole thing. If I had to guess, it's because he has 2 FBI agents in his stomping grounds working an investigation.
It seemed like more than that to me. They had one suspect ever, and despite glaring things that probably should have been looked into further, he just was kind of set on, the guy didn't do it, may have been killed, and case closed. I mean, just because he was in custody didn't mean that he couldn't have had an accomplice. The main things are the disappearing shortly after, and not pleading innocence when he was in custody. You'd think if someone brought you in and was questioning you about chopping up bodies, you'd probably have a rebuttal or two.
Right? But not a piece of evidence, remember?
True. I'd like to find that mother and those 2 sons either way, and see what they have to say. Beth nodded.
I think we need some more information on what happened that came from someone firsthand. If he has an officer or 2 that were there back then, that would help, she said.
Hopefully. I cracked my neck from side to side and shook my head. The sheriff's department not searching for the truth to what happened just kind of boggles my mind. I mean, if the guy was innocent and some townspeople killed him anyway, wouldn't you want to bring the people responsible to justice? Wouldn't you think this Owen Matheson's wife or family would be clamoring for an arrest? Beth looked over at me.
One would think. Maybe he fled and his family went to meet with him somewhere else.
It's a possibility, I said. Just seems like beyond shoddy police work.
Who knows how the law enforcement was run back then, though? Or how it is now, for that matter. Hell, some of the deputies in that building might have been part of that angry mob.
It's not out of the question. Well, when we talked to the deputies that were there years ago, maybe that's something that should be added into our questioning for them.
What? Were you part of a mob that ran a guy out of town or killed an innocent man? I'm not sure how well that would go over,
Beth said. I probably wouldn't phrase it exactly to that effect, but I'd like to know a little more about this townspeople mob. I don't know, maybe just getting a couple versions of a history lesson to see if it all holds water.
Sure, Beth said.
I let out a puff of air. One way or another, someone should have handled it a hell of a lot better back then. Even now, though, I still have to think that someone at the department would want a crack at solving the thing. The major crime of the area that everyone knows about, and no one wants to get to the truth. It just seems too odd to me.
Well, we'll see what we get when we're through. Go from there, Beth said.
Agent Clifford put on his turn signal to exit the highway. He made a left at the end of the ramp, followed by a quick right onto the next street. Then he slowed and put on his blinker again to enter the parking lot of a stand-alone building. The long, tan, single-story brick building was set halfway up a small hill. The front entrance stood 3 stories and was all windows, an atrium. The building didn't look too old. It also didn't appear if it was much newer than 15 years. Aside from the light blue hue of the glass windows, it was fairly nondescript. We pulled alongside Agent Clifford in the parking lot and stepped out. I glanced around. Aside from the building we stood in front of, I didn't see another building up or down the block. A few trees broke up the browning grass. The parking lot held a handful of cars, none ambulances or coroner transport. Beth and I followed Clifford to the front doors. The sign above them read, Nashville Medical Science. The 3 of us walked in through the front. To our immediate left was a waiting area with 2 couches, a couple of chairs, a television playing news mounted to the wall, and a gas fireplace. From what I could see, the floor in the entire place was wood. A large metal sign on the wall had the same logo that hung over the front doors. The right side of the room consisted of a coffee station and a long front desk. We approached the desk and a young woman seated behind it. She looked up from her computer screen and brushed the long blonde hair from her shoulder.
"What can I help you with?"
she asked. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose. The woman wore a pair of gray and black medical scrubs. "We're looking for Chip Niels," I said.
"Sure, one moment, and I'll page Dr. Niels for you."
She grabbed the telephone from her desk, said a few words into the receiver, and hung up. She looked back up.
"He'll be with you in a few minutes. If you'd like, you can be seated in our waiting area over there."
She casually pointed to the right of the front doors. We walked over and had a seat. "Nice waiting area for a morgue," I said. "I think it used to be a day spa that went under. I heard that somewhere, though I guess I can't be certain," Agent Clifford said. I scooped up a travel magazine from the table beside my chair and thumbed through it. I was halfway finished with an article about what sights to see in Mexico, when a tall, thin man approached and stopped before us. "I'm Dr. Niels," he said. "I assume you would be the FBI agents that the chief deputy phoned about?" "Correct." I tossed the magazine back on the table next to the chair and stood. "And it's Agent Clifford, if memory serves? Clarksville?" the doctor asked. "Yep," Clifford said. "It's been a bit since I've had to come in, which is probably a good thing." "Agreed," Dr. Niels said. Niels, who was roughly my size, minus 20 pounds or so, took a step toward me and reached out for a handshake. I shook his hand. "Agent Hank Rawlings." I motioned to Beth, who was standing from her chair. "This is Agent Beth Harper." "Agents Rawlings and Harper. Got it. Chief Deputy Whistle said you'd like to see the remains that were brought in." "If possible," I said. "Sure. Why don't you follow me on back?" We followed the doctor around the far side of the front desk and through a door that led to a long, white hallway. At its end, we passed through another set of double doors and into what looked more like a traditional morgue. I caught a whiff of death and a chill of colder air. The doctor turned right, through a metal door, and we followed. A sterile-looking green-walled room stood before us. The floor was glossy white with multiple drains. Stainless steel tables filled 3 workstations. Metal shelving units holding various equipment surrounded each of the 3 tables. Next to each workstation I spotted a table scale for what I imagined was weighing organs. The back wall was filled with the stainless steel doors of the body refrigerators. I counted 6 across by 2 high. Dr. Niels grabbed a set of gloves from a nearby shelf and donned them. He walked to the furthest right set of doors at the back of the room and opened the higher of the 2. He stopped with the door ajar. "You know what to expect here, correct?" "Yeah," I said. "A body? No arms, no legs, throat cut, stabbed a bunch of times?" he asked.
"We know,"
Beth said. "Okay, I'm just making sure." He pulled the door open the rest of the way and slid out the remains located within. The body was in a black zippered bag. The doctor pulled the zipper down, exposing the female. I put the sleeve of my black suit jacket over my nose and moved my head a few inches back from the smell. Though my stomach was empty from having missed lunch, I could feel what was left of my breakfast turning down there. I let out a puff of air through my nose and glanced down at the woman. Her skin was darkening, though she wasn't very bloated. I chalked that up to the multiple stab wounds penetrating her body. The woman wore a black fishnet top and a dirty white undershirt stained in blood. Covering the lower half of her torso was the hot pink skirt that Chief Deputy Whistle had spoken of. The arms were removed at the shoulders, the legs removed in a straight line across below the buttocks. The throat cut was almost ear to ear and deep, allowing me to actually see the inner workings of her throat. Breakfast spun in my stomach a bit more. I could see her hair was blonde from the parts not stained brown from blood. Her bangs looked to be cut straight, right across her eyebrows. Something caught my eye behind her right ear, through a gap in her hair. "Dr. Niels?" I asked. "Can you move her hair a bit here? She has something behind her ear. Looks like it might be a tattoo."
"Sure. 1 second."
He stepped around the table to my side and brushed the hair away with his fingertip. I got a better view. It was indeed a tattoo in the shape of a crescent moon with a couple of stars. "Mean anything to you?" he asked. I shook my head and let out a breath. "I'm gonna need a photo of the woman's face and tattoo. We may need it before you have the autopsy completed." "Sure." I quickly snapped 2 photos with my phone. He let her hair drop and walked back to the other side of the table. "When are you doing the autopsy?" Agent Clifford asked.
"I should be able to take care of it tomorrow morning," Niels said. "I was done for the evening when I got the call that you guys were heading over. We have staff here 24/7, but something like this, I'd prefer to take care of myself."
"Anything standing out at you?" I asked.
"Well, we have over a dozen knife wounds, the deepest penetrating from the chest straight out of the back. Pretty good guess would say our killer has some power. I doubt you're looking for a little guy or a woman. Aside from that, the throat injury looks consistent with the females that came through like this earlier. As far as definitively matching up the knife wounds and what I would bet to be saw marks on the bones, I'll have to wait until I conduct the autopsy."
"As far as getting us an ID?"
Beth asked. "I'll do the usual. DNA, dental records, photographs of birthmarks, tattoos, and the like. That, with approximate height, weight, and age, should give us a decent profile. Once that is done, we'll make it available to distribute to missing persons, etc."
"No personal belongings came in with the body?" I asked.
"Nope," Niels said. "What you see is what you get. No pockets on the skirt she's wearing either. No jewelry, no nothing."
"Can you get a hold of us with the autopsy results as soon as they are set?" I asked.
"The profile of everything as well,"
Beth added. "Sure," Niels answered. "It will be morning, like I said. It might be pushing afternoon by the time I have everything complete."
"That's fine." I glanced down at my watch. Almost 6:30. "We'll let you get out of here. I appreciate you sticking around for us."
"No problem," he said.
Dr. Niels showed us out. Beth, Clifford, and I stood in the parking lot next to our cars, talking. "I'm going to have to be hitting the road in a bit here. It will be 7:30 by the time I get home," Agent Clifford said.
"No problem. You can head out. It's getting late, and we'll probably be heading back to our hotel," Beth said. "We'll touch base in the morning."
"Sure. Are you guys coming out to the office?" Clifford asked.
We'll see," Beth said. "We need to meet with the Nashville police yet. We'll give you a call and figure it out from there."
Chapter 9. I leaned back on the lime-colored desk chair and put my feet up on the edge of the hotel bed. The phone rang in my ear as I waited for Karen to answer. I heard a click, followed by faint screaming and moaning, and more screaming. The background noise stopped.
"Hey, hon,"
Karen said. "What's up? And what the hell was that noise? Sounded like someone was getting killed. Either that or—"
"Oh, yeah, they were being killed. Getting their brains eaten, actually."
"Zombies, I take it."
"Yup. Hey, there was a message on the house phone from your dad. It sounded like he wanted you to call him."
"Okay. I still don't understand why he won't just call my cell."
"You know how that is. He thinks that if he calls your cell phone, it will end up costing you money somehow."
I smirked, thinking of my old man's fear of technology. "I'll give him a buzz in the morning, maybe. I'm guessing it will be a good hour-long conversation. Anyway, what are you doing? Just watching zombies or what?"
"Yeah. I'm powering through a few episodes and calling it a night. I have an early meeting tomorrow, so I'm just going to take it easy on the couch. I talked to Callie before. If you're back by next weekend, did you want to try to get down there again?"
"Absolutely. and I think I'll be back.
Did you want me to book something? We've already been credited for canceling our previous tickets.
I heard more of the faint screaming and moaning, followed by gunshots coming from her end of the call. Then the noise stopped once again. Give me a few days, and I'll know a little more. This investigation has a bit of a different feel than the last. Right now, I'm not so certain we're going to get very far with it.
Why is that?
I don't know, just a gut feeling. Seems like the people in charge around here would rather just kind of pretend like it's not happening.
Really?
I don't know, maybe not. We'll see.
Anything new on the investigation since you and Beth got in?
Another body found. Same as the others. Not too much there. We basically just met with our local agent that we'll be working with and the local sheriff's department to get a little background on the case. I think Beth and I are going to go over some things and try to put a plan together when she gets back.
Gets back?
Karen asked. Oh, she's just printing off some things downstairs in the hotel's business center and grabbing a map so we can try to plot out where all these bodies were found. Maybe it will help us get some kind of location. The zombie sound started again.
I see. You want to just call me when you and Beth are through for the night?
Karen asked. I thought you said you had an early meeting.
Yeah, but it's fine. I like hearing your voice before I fall asleep.
I heard someone screaming for help from her end of the call, followed by more gunshots. Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is you want to get back to your television show.
And I like hearing your voice, she said.
I smiled. Have fun with your zombies. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. I hung up. I tossed the phone onto the bed and sat back up in my chair. I swiveled toward the wall shelf that doubled as a room desk. The investigation file was spread out in neat stacks, one for each victim, something Beth had done prior to leaving the room. I grabbed my notepad and began to go through each case file one by one, wanting to write down who was the first deputy on each scene. A follow-up talk with each of them would hopefully give us a bit more information. A tap came from the other side of my door. I stood to go open it for Beth. She entered, pushing the desk chair from her room. On the chair's seat was a stack of papers. Beth pushed the chair over next to mine and had a seat after lifting the pile. She separated it and reached into her bag for a cover for each new stack. Did you look these over at all? I asked.
Just as they were coming off the printer. I can't say there's much there, and we don't have the autopsy report yet. I got those photos you took of the woman's face and tattoo printed out as well. You can delete them from your phone now.
I immediately did it. Did you get a map from downstairs? I asked.
Yeah.
Beth leaned back in her chair, brushed the hair from her shoulder, and opened her blazer to pull the map from the inner pocket. She began unfolding it, but then looked around the room.
This thing is like 4 feet wide by a couple high. Where are we going to put it?
I don't suppose you have any tape? I asked.
That's a negative there.
I stood and walked toward the window. I moved the lounge chair to one side and took a seat on the floor. Marker and map, I said. Beth brought both over, and I spread the map out on the floor. Do we have addresses on all the body dump locations?
Approximates on most. These were dumped in fields, on sides of the road, just kind of wherever. But Beth looked through a couple of the individual case files. Looks like most have at least something we can use for location.
Good. Give me a name, if we have it, and location. I'll make a point on the map with some initials and jot it down in my notepad.
Got it. Let's go with Rhonda Oakley. She was found 2 blocks down Jim Taylor Road off of Lake Road, the town of Woodlawn.
Okay. I found it on the map, made a mark with the initials R.O., and wrote it down in my notepad.
Want the next?
Beth asked. 1 second. I reached up onto the bed and grabbed my phone.
What are you doing?
I want to see the street view on a map and see what the area looks like, then jot down a few notes.
You're not planning on visiting all the dump sites?
She asked. Yeah, I am. I just want to see if I can find something in common about them other than side of the road.
Got it.
Beth and I moved on through all 4 women found in the past week and a half. The next mark I made was where the bag of bones had been found. Beth handed me a different colored marker, and I noted locations on the map of the previous victims from the 80s. I stuck the cap back on the marker, lifted the map, and set it on the bed. The process of making my location marks, taking notes, and looking at the places on my phone had taken the better part of an hour. "Well, what do you think?" I asked. Beth scooted her chair to the edge of the hotel bed.
That looks like a map with a bunch of marks on it, she said.
No immediate pattern jumping out at you, huh? I grabbed my matching Lime office chair, took a seat, and rolled it beside Beth.
Well, Clarksville is dead center of the county for the most part, and it looks like all these dump spots are kind of scattered about 3 miles out of town, Beth said.
So we have Highway 79 that comes in from the west and heads out of Clarksville to the northeast. Highway 13 kind of comes up from the southwest. We have 12 that comes down from Kentucky, and I-24 kind of cuts through the corner of the county. I scratched my face and stared at the map. There isn't a single one of these main arteries in and out of Clarksville County that gives you an easy access to all of the drop spots. I drew lines with my finger on the map. If you came in from here, these 2 or 3 would be easy. But these over here would take you probably 40 minutes of back and forth on country roads.
Yeah. And if this guy is from Nashville, I highly doubt he's driving an hour out here to then drive around for another 40 minutes looking for a spot.
So you think our guy is a local? I asked. Beth let out a hard breath through her nose. She held up her palms.
Hell if I know.
Well, where haven't there been drops? Beth pointed at the map.
Clarksville dead center, and the southern section down here.
Well, assuming he's staying out of Clarksville because it's more heavily populated, a case could be made that our guy could reside in this area. I pointed at the southern section of the county. Just a quick jump to I-24 that takes you straight into Nashville. Beth nodded.
Could be.
I'm not sure we're going to get everything we need here from the local sources. Maybe we should give Ball and the Tech Twins a call. I want whatever I can get on Owen Matheson, his family, and where they are now.
Yeah, I agree.
I pulled my cell phone and made the call back to Virginia. Chapter 10. Richard pulled to the side of the road out near the town of Palmyra and yawned into his fist. Candy's body was locked in the back of the pickup truck. He checked his surroundings and stepped out. Richard walked to the back of the truck and unlocked the gate. He pulled it open and looked down at the woman's body, lying flat inside. Another person sat at the far end of the truck's box, nearest the cab. Richard yawned again. Next to the body were blood streaks from Peaches, who he'd dumped 20 minutes prior. Richard glanced around the side of the truck. Nothing but darkness. He spotted no headlights coming in his direction. He reached inside, grabbed Candy's body by the head, and slid her out from the back of the truck. Her body rolled off the truck's tailgate and landed in the road with a thud. Richard reached down and lifted her up. He carried her to the edge of the gravel at the side of the road and tossed her into the weeds. He lumbered back to the truck, stopping to yawn and shake his head once on the way. He closed up the back, took his seat behind the wheel, and turned in the road to head back home. Richard grabbed his thermos of coffee from the seat next to him, popped the top, and drank what remained. The ride home was going to be another 20 minutes, and he could barely keep his eyes open. He hadn't been sleeping well. The voices had been keeping him awake with their constant nagging. Richard tried to stay between the lines, though he caught himself veering over the center lines once or twice, and into the gravel of the shoulder at least a handful more times.
"Richard, wake your ass up!"
he heard. Richard's eyes popped open. The headlights of the pickup truck were shining across 3-foot-tall grass, shrubs, and weeds. All 4 tires had left the road on the far side of the street. He'd crossed the other lane and was heading for a field in the distance. Richard slammed on the brakes and came to a stop a few feet short of a fence post. He cranked the wheel, spun the tires in the grass, and made his way back through the weeds and brush to the road's shoulder. He tried squinting hard to wake himself up and slapped the side of his face, but it did no good. He needed to rest his eyes, if only for just a moment. Richard put the truck in park and shut it off.
"You are not sleeping here,"
he heard. Richard didn't respond. He adjusted his body back and forth, and then rested his arms on his stomach.
"This is the stupidest place you could possibly stop,"
he heard, followed by banging on the back of the truck's cab. Richard dozed off, paying no attention to his mother. Color flickering in his eyelids woke him. Richard cracked his eyes open, and the color remained, red and blue. Richard looked into the truck's driver's side door mirror and saw the light bar attached to the top of a police or sheriff SUV. A second later, a spotlight hit him in the face, reflecting from the truck's mirror directly into his eyes. Richard held up his hand to block the light and glanced down at the truck's radio. He'd been asleep just 10 minutes. Richard rubbed his eyes with his fingers and dropped his hand to the handle of his hunting knife. He removed it from the sheath and placed it under his right leg for quick access. In the driver's door mirror, he could see the cop stepping from his car. Richard looked to his right. The bench seat he sat upon was still soaked in blood from having killed the 2 hookers the night prior. Richard readied himself. He saw the end of a flashlight tap on the door glass of the driver's door. He heard the cop order him to lower the window. Richard did. His right hand wrapped the knife's handle, about to yank it from under his leg and deliver the strike. The deputy looked in at Richard and made eye contact.
"You have to be the stupidest son of a bitch I've ever laid eyes upon," the deputy said.
Richard stuck his left palm into his eye.
"Mark," he said.
The deputy took a step farther to shine the flashlight's beam into the truck. He made a circle with the flashlight's light on the bloody seat.
"Tell me you did not just dump another whore in my jurisdiction."
Richard remained quiet.
"I'm waiting for you to tell me you didn't." "You haven't been taking care of them. I had to get rid of them. You know what happens if I keep them around."
"Are you going to hear their voices?"
Mark mimicked in a high-pitched voice.
"Don't make fun of me. You push me to the edge and you won't like the results."
"What are you going to do?"
Mark reached into the truck and flicked the side of Richard's face.
"Huh, stupid? What in the hell are you going to do about it?"
Richard yanked the knife up. The light from Mark's flashlight shone off the blade.
"I want to see that," Mark said. "I'll put a bullet right between your eyes. Splatter your shit for brains all over this truck. And you know what? Tomorrow, I'll get the key to the city and a parade for doing it."
Richard set the knife down on the seat.
"Just don't make fun of me. Mom wouldn't like it."
"Mom is dead, buried in your basement. I don't think she has much say in what I do."
Richard said nothing.
"Exactly," Mark said. "Hold on. You said them. You said I didn't come to take care of them. How many did you dump?"
Richard looked down.
2 tonight,
he said, his voice low, just above a whisper.
"Where?"
I don't know. I was just driving until I found spots.
Mark let out a puff of air in anger. He pulled out his service weapon and rested it on the window opening of Richard's truck.
Now, I want you to listen to me very closely.
Mark reached inside the truck's cab and tapped the barrel of the gun on the top of Richard's head.
Are you listening to me, stupid?
Yeah, Richard said.
Quit it. Turn this piece of shit around and go back to where you dumped the whores and pick them back up.
Mark placed his gun back in the holster on his hip.
Now, he said.
Where am I supposed to put them?
The deputy lunged into the truck and grabbed Richard by the side of the head, catching equal parts hair and beard. He brought his face inches from Richard's.
Does it look like I give a shit where you put them? Dig a damn hole! Stick them in the basement! Just get them off my damn streets!
Richard grumbled something.
What?
Mark pulled Richard's head to the side. Richard yanked his head away from his brother's grasp.
Ow! I said that I can't keep them around. You know that.
Mark spoke through a clenched jaw.
Just get them and leave them in the truck. I'll be over tomorrow to get rid of them.
The deputy let out a long breath, and his shoulders sank. He shook his head.
You know what would have happened if someone else rolled up on your dumb ass sitting out here?
I would have killed them,
Richard said.
Yeah, except they would have called the damn truck in. The plates are stolen, but the truck will still come back to me. You can't be out here doing this kind of stuff, Richie. You're causing problems for me now.
What problems?
There's 2 feds sniffing around. They're asking questions. They're looking for you. Do what I say. Get the bodies, and then take your ass home.
Richard started the truck as Mark headed back to his patrol vehicle. Chapter 11. I woke up before 6, showered, shaved, spoke with my parents about nothing for the better part of an hour, and grabbed a coffee from the front desk of the hotel before 7:30. The coffee they provided was surprisingly awful, and I realized I would need to address my caffeine intake more after a bit. Ball had taken my call around 10 o'clock the prior night, and said he'd get the twins on everything I'd requested and email me whatever they found as soon as they had it. Before Beth left the previous night, we'd put together a loose plan for the day. Basically, to meet up with the Nashville PD and go do a little street walking to see if we could get anywhere with the local women for hire. We were talking about leaving around 8, yet I hadn't seen or heard from Beth yet that morning. I pulled on my suit jacket and headed for the bathroom. I stared in the mirror and straightened my dark blue tie. The gray in my hair and wrinkles at the corners of my eyes didn't look as bad as the last time I'd looked. I chalked it up to my day starting well, and headed for the door to go see what was going on with Beth. I was 2 steps from the door when I heard banging from the other side. I glanced through the peephole to see hair bouncing up and down, so I pulled the door open. Beth stood in the hall, hopping on one foot while she tried to put a shoe on the other.
Come on, we have to go,
she said. Okay, where's the fire?
I just talked to Clifford. They found 2 more bodies this morning.
You're shitting me.
No, I'm actually not. Are you ready or what?
Yeah, just let me grab my things. My hopes for a good day had vanished before they could fully take hold. I stepped back into the room, gathered everything I'd need for the day, and followed Beth from the hotel, across the sky bridge, and to her car. I hopped in the passenger side, and we headed for Clarksville County. As Beth merged onto the highway, she glanced over at me.
Clifford said that neither body had been removed from the scenes, and he instructed them to not remove the bodies until we're able to view both sites. The 2 dump sites are 20 minutes apart.
Did he send you the locations? I asked.
Yeah, Clifford sent them to my phone. He's meeting us at the closer of the 2. The town is called Sango, here.
Beth passed her phone to me. "Hit the prompts to make the phone navigate to the first location." I did, and the screen showed our route. The drive time showed as 35 minutes. I handed Beth's phone back to her. "Forensics team?" I asked. Beth leaned forward and placed her phone between the dash and the windshield.
"I assume it will come from the sheriff's department," she said.
"Any idea if Clifford is in contact with them?"
"I don't know,"
Beth said. I rubbed the back of my neck and pulled my cell phone from my pocket.
"Who are you calling?"
Beth asked. "The chief deputy. We need to see where the local sheriff's department is at with this, and I want to make sure we have a forensics team at both sites."
"One would think that they would,"
Beth said. "Yeah. I'm not putting too much stock in the local effort here." I searched the number for the sheriff's department and dialed.
"Clarksville County Sheriff, how can I help you?"
"Agent Rawlings with the FBI. I'd like to speak with Chief Deputy Whistle."
One moment."
Soft jazz music played in my ear as I sat on hold. The woman came back on a moment later.
"He's actually out of the office at the moment. Would you like to leave a message for him?"
"Do you have a direct number? It's regarding the 2 body dumps that occurred this morning."
"Oh, yeah, okay. Let me put you through."
I heard a click, which I assumed was her redirecting me to his mobile phone.
"Whistle,"
he answered. "It's Agent Rawlings. I wanted to touch base with you on these bodies that have been found this morning."
"Yeah, I'm at one of the scenes now."
"Okay, which one?" I asked.
"The one by Sango, Albright Road."
"We're actually on our way there now. Did you have a forensics team on scene?"
"Team? No. We have a forensics guy. He's on his way here."
"Okay. We'll be there in a half hour or so. Will you still be on scene?"
"Yeah, I'll be here,"
he said. "Okay, we'll see you in a bit."
"Sure."
I hung up.
"Well?"
Beth asked, looking over at me. "He's at the scene we're headed to. He says they have a forensics guy that will be at that scene as well. He also seemed just as I don't give a shit as he did yesterday."
"Maybe that's just the guy's demeanor," she said. "Some people are like that."
I shrugged and checked the email on my phone, looking to see if anything had been sent from Ball or the twins. My phone showed no new messages. "Did you get anything from Virginia yet this morning?" I asked.
"Nope, nothing yet,"
Beth said. "Did you make contact with the Nashville PD to let them know that we were heading out there today?"
"Not yet. We can give them a call after we know what's going on out here," she said.
"Fair enough." The freeway drive made 25 minutes of our trip, followed by a quick 5 minutes of local highway. Beth flipped on her turn signal and made a left down the street the remains were found on. After a mile drive, we spotted official vehicles on the left and right-hand sides of the road. Beth pulled up behind a gray Crown Victoria sedan with a small 3-inch antenna on the roof. Clifford's car. Ahead of Clifford's vehicle, in a line along the edge of the road, were a sheriff's SUV and a coroner's van. On the other side of the street, parked in the opposite direction, was a single sheriff's cruiser. We stepped out and headed over. The scene had no police tape, no camera crews, no onlookers, and no team of people searching for anything. We spotted Agent Clifford standing with Chief Deputy Whistle and 2 other men. One, wearing a white lab coat, I figured to be from the Nashville medical science place we'd visited the night prior, while the other was another deputy, stocky and wide. Just a few yards ahead of the van was a tarp covering a body in the ditch. We walked up. "Rawlings, Harper," Agent Clifford said. "Agent Clifford," I said. Beth gave him a nod. "Let's just go with Tom," he said. "Tom it is, then," I said. The chief deputy said nothing. "Is the forensics guy here?" I asked.
"Not yet,"
Whistle said. "What are we looking at? Same?" I asked. "It looks like it," the guy in the lab coat said. "Excuse me for a moment." No one replied. The guy walked for his van and opened the back. Whistle nodded to his deputy and pointed at the tarp.
"Show them," he said.
The deputy took a few steps toward it, and Beth and I followed. I noticed an evidence cone on the edge of the road to my right. We continued to the body. The deputy knelt next to the remains and drew the tarp back while looking back up at us, seemingly trying not to view what was beneath. He had a square jaw, matching the shape of his haircut. His shoulders were thick, yet he didn't appear overweight. I chalked the guy up to have been raised on a local farm somewhere. I caught his nameplate on his shirt, Washington. My eyes went to the remains. A dark-haired woman lay flat on her back, facing the sky. She had a wound dead center in her forehead that was 2 inches wide and 1/4 of an inch across, which wasn't consistent with bodies found prior. Her eyes were glazed over. Her throat opened wide. Though the tarp was only pulled down to her chest, in addition to the lack of arms, I could see multiple stab wounds. I rubbed my nose and coughed. The smell coming off the woman was thick. "This is how she was found?" I asked. Deputy Washington nodded his head. "Exactly as is. I found a little blood up on the street that I marked off." "Okay." I turned away and looked at Whistle. "What's our time frame on forensics?"
"Any minute," he said.
Whistle crossed his arms over his round chest. He wore the same outfit as he had the day prior, a white sheriff's department shirt with black pockets and a black tie. He reached up with his right hand and scratched the side of his white beard. His eyes showed anger. "Done looking?" the deputy named Washington asked. I nodded. "I'll show you where I found that blood." He lay the tarp back over the body and walked back toward the coroner's van. He stopped at the evidence cone at the edge of the road and pointed down. "Looks like she may have lay there for a bit, like she was pulled out of a trunk and dropped to the street or something. There's no drag marks through the gravel at the shoulder here, so I'm guessing she was carried off to the side of the road."
"Anything else stand out at you?"
Beth asked him. "Not really. I tried looking for footprints, but didn't see anything. Same goes for anything resembling evidence. A cigarette butt, separate drip of blood, any kind of paper or trash. Nothing, though." While his not finding anything could be seen as a letdown, the fact that he described actually doing some police work to locate evidence was a bit refreshing. "That's all we have over here," he said. "Thanks," I said. Beth, Deputy Washington, and I walked back to Tom and the chief deputy. The deputy walked to Whistle's side and asked what the chief deputy wanted in the report, and Whistle responded that he'd handle it. The conversation struck me as odd. As far as I knew, chief deputies didn't typically show up to crime scenes, and I doubted they wrote up the reports on them. I pushed the thought away. Maybe he was just trying to do his part to help. "Nothing found with the woman?" I asked.
"You're looking at what was found,"
Whistle said.
"Who called it in?"
Beth asked. The chief deputy pointed up the road toward an older white house on the left side of the road, maybe a 1/4 mile up.
"Homeowner there,"
he said.
"Someone talked to him yet?"
Beth asked. "I did," Washington said. "I got the call to come and check it out. Spoke with him when I arrived."
"And?"
Beth asked. "He saw the remains as he was leaving for work, called it in, turned around, and waited until I arrived. I got a statement from him, checked the guy out, and then let him get off to work. He had a clean sheet. Army recruiter in Clarksville. Not too much there."
"Okay," I said. "What do we know about the other scene?" "Haven't been there, but I'm guessing it looks the same as this one. Body at the side of the road," Whistle said.
The sound of tires crunching the gravel at the shoulder of the road caught my ear. I turned to see a white sedan pulling up behind Beth's rental car. A man wearing a white coat stepped from the driver's side, took a box from the back seat, and approached us.
"This is our forensics guy,"
the chief deputy said. The man stopped at Beth's side and looked over toward the tarp and then at us. He was average in height and weight and appeared in his mid-30s. His hair was red with a few specks of gray on the sides. A goatee wrapped his mouth in the same colors. His face was thin, his skin fair.
"I'm Agent Harper,"
Beth said. She pointed at me standing next to her, and then passed me at Tom.
"These are Agents Hank Rawlings and Tom Clifford."
Hi, Dave McElroy," he said. He reached out and shook our hands. "So what have we got?" "Female, arms and legs removed, stabbed, throat cut," I said. "So the same as the others I've been looking at all week?" "Appears so," I said.
"Sure."
Dave turned his attention to the chief deputy. "Has the scene been altered at all?" Whistle shook his head.
"No one touched anything other than laying down the tarp."
"Okay." He looked back at Beth, Tom, and me. "Let me get on a pair of gloves, snap some photos, and then I'll look at the remains to see if I can tell you anything." "Sounds good," I said. Tom nodded. Dave from Forensics went about getting his things set.
"Excuse me, I need to make a call,"
the chief deputy said. He rounded the front of the sheriff's SUV and got inside. Beth, Tom, and I watched as Dave began to take his photographs of the scene. Chapter 12. Dave had been photographing the remains and surrounding areas for the better part of 15 minutes. The man from Nashville Medical Science, who we learned was named Jeff, was assisting Dave to roll over the remains so he could get a few photos of the woman's injuries from behind. As soon as Dave had finished, Jeff said he would load the body, and they both would head over to the next dump site with us to repeat the process. Beth had called back to Ball to give him an update and see if they had come up with anything regarding the family of Owen Matheson. So far, they hadn't. Beth, Tom, and I leaned against the side of Tom's government-issued cruiser. The plan to head into Nashville and speak with the local police hadn't changed, though it had been added to. We planned to take them photos of each deceased woman that we didn't have a positive ID for. We assumed them all to be Nashville prostitutes, which meant the women were more than likely in the system. Dave said he would email me photos of the two women we were in the process of viewing. I called back to Dr. Niels, who said he would supply me with the same for the unknown woman from earlier in the week, as well as the female we'd viewed the night prior. "We might have something here," Dave called. He waved us toward him at the body. Tom, Beth, and I went over. "What did you find?" Tom asked. "Well, we were rolling her to see if the knife wound to the forehead penetrated the skull, which, by the way, takes some serious energy to remove a knife after doing something like this."
"What does that mean?"
Beth asked. "Just that penetrating the skull is one thing, but removing a knife after you do is something else entirely. The brain makes a suction effect on the blade." The thought sent a shiver up my back. "Continue. What did you find?" I asked. "Her hair came away from behind her ear as we rolled her. She has the same tattoo as the girl I looked at yesterday. It's a—" "Moon and stars?" I asked. He looked over at me. "You know what I'm talking about?" "Yeah, I saw it on the woman's remains yesterday." I took another step toward him and placed my hands on my knees as I bent over to get a better view. The woman had the identical crescent moon and star tattoo behind her ear. "What do you make of that?" Dave asked. "Well, either they're connected, or it's about the most ridiculous coincidence in the world. Odds say they're connected." I looked at Chief Deputy Whistle, who was leaning against the side of his sheriff's SUV, seemingly not interested in doing anything other than observing. His face still showed annoyance. "Know anything about moon and star tattoos on women around here?" I asked. He shook his head.
"You sure they're the same?"
"Yeah," I said. Dave turned toward the chief deputy.
I agree. They are the same.
Well, we'll have to find out what it means, I guess.
He went quiet after the comment. I shook my head at his disinterest, unable to figure out why he was even there. You have photos of everything, Dave?
Yeah, I'm through. I'm just going to give Jeff here a hand loading her up, and it's on to the next one.
Okay, I said. Can you send a photo of her face and a photo with a tattoo to my email? I'll need them to show the Nashville PD when we head out there.
Sure,
he said. I gave him my email address. Tom, Beth, and I left them to load the remains, and we headed back toward Tom's car. I looked at him. Tom, you said you've known the chief deputy for a while. Is he always like this? I asked. Like what? Just seems like he doesn't care about this, I said. Nah. Normally he's pretty straightforward. I just think it's the fact that he's not in charge of this that has him all pissy. Either that or he had to come in on a Saturday. I don't know. You have to think it makes him look bad that this is happening in his jurisdiction and someone else had to come in to handle it. I notice what you're saying, though. I'm going to make contact with the Nashville PD. If these women were both from Nashville, and both had the same tattoo, maybe it means something. We also need to get ourselves a contact there for when we stop by. I glanced at my watch, a bit past 9. I figured a noon meeting with them sounded about right. I pulled out my phone, searched the number, and dialed.
Nashville Police Department. Is this an emergency?
A woman asked. No, ma'am. My name is Agent Rawlings with the FBI. We're over here in the Clarksville area investigating a number of homicides. We're looking to stop by your station this afternoon and meet with someone regarding our investigation. We believe there to be a connection between the two cities.
Okay. Did you want someone in homicide?
A captain or lieutenant, ideally, I said.
Sure. One moment. I'll put you through to Captain Monroe.
Thank you. I heard a click in my ear, followed by music, followed by ringing. Captain Ken Monroe, a man answered. Hello. Agent Hank Rawlings with the FBI. We're out here in Clarksville investigating these torso murders. Are you familiar? Unfortunately, he said. Okay. Well, we have a connection with the victims in Nashville. We'd like to stop into your station today and discuss what we have. We also believe these victims to be prostitutes in your area there. Ideally, if we had someone there familiar with that, it would be helpful. We'll bring some photos. Sure. You're with the local FBI there? He asked. No. Another agent and I were sent in from Manassas, Virginia. We're in the Serial Crimes Unit. Homicide. Specialists. It's our job, I said. All right, tell you what. Let me get on the horn with a few people here and see what we can come up with as far as putting a little meeting together. You said you wanted to do this today. What time were you thinking? Noon or so? I have something already on the books at noon. 1 o'clock works. Perfect, I said. And you said Agent Rawlings? Yes. There will probably be 3 of us. Agents Hank Rawlings, Beth Harper, and a local agent, Tom Clifford. Got it. I'll make some calls, and we'll see what we can come up with. Appreciate it. One more thing while I have you on the line. We have 2 victims with matching tattoos. The tattoo looks like a crescent moon with a couple of stars located behind the ears. Does that ring a bell with you at all? Can't say it does off the top of my head, he said. I'll ask around the station and see if it does with anyone else, though. Great. Just ask for you when we arrive, then? Yeah, Captain Monroe. I pulled my notepad out, pinched my phone between my shoulder and ear, and wrote down the captain's name. Okay, we'll see you in a few hours. Yep, he said, and clicked off. I put my phone back in my pants pocket and my notepad inside the inner pocket of my suit jacket.
Nashville PD is going to meet with us?
Beth asked. 1 o'clock, I said.
That should give us plenty of time at the next scene, and enough time to maybe grab a bite to eat on the way back out to Nashville, she said.
"You're ready to eat after looking at what we just looked at?" Tom asked.
"A girl's got to eat," she said.
I shrugged. "Looks like they're loaded up," Tom said. Dave was heading back toward us and said a few words to Chief Deputy Whistle as he passed. He stopped at the side of Tom's car.
"We're ready to head over to the next spot if you are."
"Yep, let's do it,"
Beth said. Whistle's SUV pulled from the line of cars and headed down the road. "Is the chief deputy meeting us there?" I asked.
"He said he had to get back to the station," Dave said. "He just wanted me to let him know what we found at the next scene when I get back."
"Okay. Do you know where we're headed?"
"Yeah. I have the area already on my GPS. You guys just want to follow me over there?"
"Sure," I said. "Lead the way." He walked toward his car. Beth and I got into her rental. She fired up the engine and waited for Dave to pass us. Tom pulled out behind him, followed by us, and finally Jeff in the coroner's van. The drive took us almost 20 minutes. We spotted the scene down a long, winding, wood-lined road. Only a few sporadic houses, farms, and fields had broken up the woods in the previous mile. A single sheriff's cruiser waited along the side of the road. Our convoy of vehicles pulled in behind the cruiser and parked. We stepped out, and our group approached the single deputy, who waited alongside his car. To our right, I spotted a yellow tarp maybe 10 feet from the road's edge. I looked back over my shoulder. Jeff had remained in the coroner's van, seemingly getting it ready to accept another body. We continued walking. Dave, with his kit in hand and camera around his neck, went straight to view the remains. Tom, Beth, and I went to the deputy. "Deputy Carey," he said. He was thin, and maybe an inch or two under 6 foot. His face was clean-shaved, with a pair of eyes that could have been referred to as buggy. He wore the standard Clarksville County Sheriff's uniform, consisting of a light blue long-sleeved shirt with black breast pockets and a pair of black slacks. "We're Agents Rawlings, Harper, and Clifford with the FBI." I pointed at each of us with our corresponding names. "Just you out here?" I asked. "Yeah. Been here for an hour and a half," he said. "Who called it in?" Tom asked. "Anonymous," he said. "Not sure how someone spotted it. She's in there a bit. Whoever called it in had to be in a truck or something. Higher line of sight." I nodded and looked over to where Dave stood near the body, taking photos. The deputy had made a good point. She wasn't really visible from the road.
"Didn't touch the body, did you?"
Dave called from the ditch.
"Nope. Just laid the tarp. That's it."
I looked at where the remains were, in relation to the street. I took a few steps and surveyed the ground, trying to see if I could spot blood anywhere on the road's surface, like the last scene, or the gravel of the shoulder. I saw nothing. "Can we come down, Dave?" I asked.
"1 second. Let me just snap a couple more pics of the surrounding area before it's disturbed further."
Beth, Tom, and I waited at the edge of the street until Dave gave us the go-ahead to come over. Then we stepped through the knee-high weeds to get to him and the body. The smell increased with each step. I put my sleeve over my nose and mouth. Dave had pushed some of the grass where the woman lay to the side and knelt next to her. His kit was open, his hands gloved. I stopped at his side and looked down just as he began to pull back the tarp. Tom and Beth came to my right. As soon as Dave moved the top, a handful of flies scattered. I shooed them from around my head and tried to focus on the remains. I saw white blonde hair, matted red and brown with blood. The woman's eyes were closed, and her mouth hung open a bit. A single fly was walking around on her forehead. Her throat had been opened wide, ear to ear. She was wearing a loose-fitting, hot pink top, and I saw various stab marks in her chest and abdomen area. Her arms had been removed at the shoulders. Dave pulled the tarp completely from her. She wore a leopard print skirt that hung from the bottom of her remains, due to the lack of legs. I looked back up to her hair and face. Something looked off. Her hair, and the way it lay, looked unnatural. "I think that's a wig," I said. Dave nodded.
"Yeah, it is. It looks like she's got short brown hair underneath. She's got a tattoo there."
Beth pointed at the area around her right collarbone, which her shirt was concealing. Dave moved her shirt down an inch.
"It says Candy."
He inspected the body further.
"Knife wounds look to total around 7 or 8. Some of these wider ones might be straight through. Can one of you grab Jeff? I'm going to need him to help me roll the body."
"Sure," Tom said. He walked toward the street. Dave looked up at us from his kneeling position.
"Another prostitute, I'd guess. She looks to be in her late 20s, maybe 30.
Dave moved her bottom lip down a bit with his finger.
"Teeth look like she may have been a meth user." "See anything around the body?"
Beth asked. Dave shook his head.
"Zip."
Tom walked with Jeff toward us from the back of Jeff's coroner's van. They left the street and took the few steps through the weeds toward us. "Need a hand?" Jeff asked.
"Just with rolling the body," Dave said. "I'll take a few photos, and then I can give you a hand loading her up."
"Sure," Jeff said. Beth and I spread apart so Jeff could assist Dave. We watched as Jeff gloved his hands and then helped roll the remains onto their side. The wig fell from the woman's head to the weeds beside her. Beth swatted my shoulder and pointed.
"Crescent moon and stars."
She pointed at the woman's ear. "Are those more of the same tattoos, Dave?" I asked. He took the camera from his eye and tilted his head to get a look behind her ear. He looked back at Beth and I.
"Yeah, same," he said.
Chapter 13. Richard sat on the couch in the living room, staring at the television, which was currently airing an infomercial for a juicer. Over his lap rested a TV tray with his breakfast, 4 eggs, and a 4-inch roast of Peach's calf, slow-cooked and seasoned to perfection. The meat, having been in the slow cooker overnight, shredded with the lightest touch. Peaches had won Richard's own personal taste test between the 2 hookers. He sliced his eggs with a fork and knife and shoveled a forkful into his mouth. He mixed some of the wet yellow egg yolk with some of Peach's shredded calf meat and brought it to his mouth. He chewed and savored his breakfast. The meat carried a flavor similar to a pork roast, though Richard hadn't eaten pork in quite some time. While pan-frying, grilling, and baking were all suitable methods for cooking the women he'd selected, Richard always preferred the tenderness that slow cooking provided. He heard a car pulling up the driveway. Richard slid the TV tray from over his lap and went to the window to look out.
"Shit."
Richard scratched at his beard.
"Who is it?"
he heard his mother ask.
"It's your cop son. Come on."
Richard went back to the couch, picked her up, and carried her to the basement door.
"Mark came to visit me?"
"He's not here to visit you. Just be quiet."
Richard opened the basement door, walked down the steps, and set his mother in the corner.
"Keep your trap shut,"
Richard said.
"Don't talk to me like that,"
he heard. Richard jogged back up the basement stairs, closed the door at his back, and walked through the living room to the kitchen. He looked through the screen door leading outside. Mark was getting out of his sheriff's SUV. Richard knew why he was there. He retreated back to the living room and took his seat again on the couch. He pulled the television tray with his breakfast on it back over his lap. His eyes darted in between the kitchen door, his food, and the television.
"He looks angry,"
Richard heard his mother say from the basement.
"Shut up," He's coming.
Richard heard the tinny crack and rattle of the screen doors slamming into the outside wall of the house.
"Where the hell are you?"
Mark called.
"I'm eating breakfast in the living room,"
Richard said. His right hand went to his hip and flipped open the snap that secured the handle of his knife to the sheath.
"Don't you hurt your brother, Richie,"
he heard his mother say from below.
"Be quiet," he snapped. "If he tries getting rough with me, I'm going to stab him in the face. He tried getting tough with me last night. I didn't like it."
The sound of stomping footsteps thumped through the kitchen.
"Who the hell are you talking to?"
Mark asked. The footsteps came around the backside of the couch, and Mark appeared in front of him.
"I asked who you were talking to."
"Mom," Richard said.
"Mom is dead, dipshit." "She still talks to me," Richard said. "Every day. She keeps me company."
Mark snapped his fingers.
"Back to reality, Richie. Mom is sitting in hell, pissed off that you killed her."
Richard said nothing. He focused on the television and scooped some eggs into his mouth. He could see Mark shaking his head from the corner of his eye.
"Richie, what the hell did I tell you to do last night?"
Mark asked. He shooed a fly away from his face with his hand. Richard looked down at his food. He picked up his fork and began to stab at the shredded meat, filling the fork's tines. Mark pulled his hand back and swatted the TV tray, sending the tray, the knife, the plate, and Richard's breakfast flying across the living room.
"What did I tell you to do?" "Hey, that was my breakfast, damn it!" Richard shouted.
Mark stared at him, waiting for a response. Richard ate the meat hanging from his fork and set it on the table beside the couch.
"You told me to pick them back up, but I couldn't find them. I drove around for a long time. I just couldn't find where I dumped them." "That's not acceptable. You know what I just did for the last hour?" "I don't know."
Richard leaned back into the couch's cushions.
"I'm sure you're going to tell me, though."
"You're damn right I'm going to tell you. I stood on the side of the road while a couple of feds looked over what you left."
Richard shrugged.
"I couldn't find them. What can I say other than that? I drove around for like 3 hours trying not to fall asleep. I was really tired. I couldn't do it anymore. Look, I'm sorry, but we wouldn't be having this talk if you did what you were supposed to."
"What I'm supposed to do? I've been taking care of your dumb ass for how many years? Making sure you don't get found, making sure the girls disappear. You dumping these whores on my streets is going to get you caught. Because you couldn't wait for me, now there are a pair of feds that have been sent in from out of state. If they find you, there's a chance they will find out who I actually am. I'm telling you as your brother, I will put your ass in the ground before I let that happen. I don't care. I'm not sitting in prison for you."
"I just needed the bodies away from me, and you stopped coming to take care of them. I can't call you. I can't come looking for you. When I'm done with them, they have to go away. It was the same with Dad. You don't understand how bad the voices get because you don't have the disease."
"Disease?"
Mark cocked his head to the side. "You're calling it a disease now?"
"Why don't you call it what it is? Being a damn nut that hears voices. You don't see me sawing up whores and eating them. You don't see me having conversations with ghosts, and don't bring Dad into this."
"I still don't believe you've never found him."
"He's gone. Either dead or deserted us. Just accept it. It's been how many years? If he gave a shit about your crazy ass, he wouldn't have left you." "Tell him to be nice,"
Richard heard his mother say.
"Mom says to be nice to me,"
Richard said.
"Really? She just told you that?"
Mark asked.
"Yup."
"Okay. For the last time. Whatever the hell you're hearing in your head sure as shit isn't Mom. She's nothing but bones and dirt. You want to go grab a shovel and take a walk downstairs with me? I can show her to you."
"I know she's down there," Richard said.
Mark pursed his lips in thought.
"You know, Richie, I've been thinking about something."
"Oh, yeah? What's that?" Richard asked.
"The disease that you call it that you suffer from? The voices and breaks with reality? I think I have a hunch what it's from."
"You're a doctor and a cop?" Richard asked. "Wow. What's the diagnosis?"
"You want to get cute with me?"
Mark asked. Richard smirked and tried to look around his brother at the television.
"Did the thought ever cross your mind that these whores you're reading are probably filled with drugs and diseases?"
"Cooking kills all that."
"How in the hell would you know that?" Mark asked.
"Educated guess."
"From someone who's never been educated."
Richard said nothing. Mark shooed away another fly and let out a puff of air through his nose.
"You need to do something about the smell and flies."
"What do you propose I do about it? No one ever comes in here, and it's not like you and I aren't used to it."
"Just spray something and put up some fly tape. Clean up after yourself, at least. That kitchen is a mess."
"I'll get around to it," Richard said.
"All right. I'm done parenting you for the day. You wait until I come for the next ones. Put them in the basement of the old house."
"It's full,"
Richard said. Mark shook his head and let out a breath.
"Just put them somewhere on the property. No more side of the road shit. None."
"Dad always left them on the side of the road," Richard said.
"Dad also didn't have who knows how many bodies stacked up under the floorboards of the house. He was smart about it. Killed them out in fields. Took what he needed to feed us and left them at the side of the road. He didn't bring the hookers home with him, chop them all to shit here, and then drive their dead bodies around in the middle of the night. I've seen the inside of the old house. I know what you're doing out there."
Richard didn't respond.
"I'm just telling you to use your damn head, Richie."
"Fine."
"You'd better swear," Mark said. "No more bullshit."
"I swear."
Mark stared at him. Richie looked up and returned his brother's gaze.
"I said I swear."
Mark shook his head and looked down at Richard in disgust.
"And clean your ass up. You look like hell."
"I like the long hair and beard," Richard said. "Makes me look outdoorsman-like."
"No, it makes you look like a damn homeless person."
"Whatever," Richard said.
Mark looked toward the kitchen and sniffed the air. "You have food going?" he asked.
"Crock pot on the counter next to the stove."
Richard pointed toward the kitchen. "What cut?"
"Calf. Pretty good. There's enough if you want to fix yourself a plate."
"Maybe just a taste," Mark said. He walked toward the kitchen. Chapter 14. We left the scene after Dave helped Jeff load the second body. We planned to stop at the Nashville Medical Science Facility after we'd finished meeting with a local PD. Dave took the trip back to the facility with Jeff to inspect the remains for any kind of trace evidence. When we stopped by, we would also pick up the full autopsy report on the woman who'd been found the day prior. Tom was driving behind us, following us into downtown Nashville. The three of us had stopped for a quick fast-food lunch a half-hour earlier. The super burger with the works I'd ordered had been a bit undercooked and wasn't sitting quite right in my stomach. I didn't know if the reason was that it had been a bit bloody, or that I'd seen and smelled what I had over the course of the morning. I adjusted myself in the passenger seat. I could still smell decay inside my nostrils, and somehow a vision of the single fly crawling across the dead woman's forehead was stuck in my head.
Do you have all the photos?
Beth asked. Yeah. Dave sent me 2 headshots of the 2 from this morning to my email. I also have the woman from yesterday and a couple photos of the tattoos. I'm going to see if we can get these printed somehow at the station so I can get them out of my damn email and off my phone.
We can't be more than a mile from our hotel, and if we head straight to the PD, we're going to be like 40 minutes early. Why don't we pop into the hotel's business center quick and get the photos printed off?
Works for me, I said. Beth handed me her phone and told me to change the destination from the police station to our hotel. I did, and her phone told me it was recalculating. An arrow popped up, telling us to make the next right-hand turn and that our hotel was just 1.3 miles away. Right turn on the next street. I handed the phone back to her and dialed Tom, who was following us. Agent Clifford, he answered. Hey, it's Rawlings. We're a bit early and close to our hotel. We're going to make a stop quick and get these photos printed off in the hotel's business center. Got it. Just want me to follow you? Sure, that's fine. The hotel is about a mile from here. No problem. See you in a minute, he said. I clicked off and looked at Beth. He's just going to follow us over there. She nodded. We pulled to the front of the hotel a couple minutes later and opted to park to the side of the front entrance under the covered entryway reserved for guests loading and unloading, as opposed to entering the structure. Our stay inside would only be a matter of minutes, so Tom opted to wait with the cars. If anyone gave him a problem for being parked there, the fact that we were conducting official FBI business would be a good enough reason for them to let it slide. Beth and I hit the business center, made 5 copies of each photo, and headed back out. We piled into the car and headed for the downtown Nashville police station. While Beth drove, I divided the stacks of photos into 5 separate files.
This looks like the place, huh?
Beth asked. I lifted my eyes from the files on my lap. Tom, driving ahead of us, was making a right onto James Robertson Parkway. The Nashville Police Department building took up the city block to our right. We followed Tom around the corner and made another right on the next street. He lucked himself into a street parking spot right around the corner. Beth and I had to search for another 5 minutes before finding a spot a block or so up. I placed all the files in my laptop bag with everything we had on the investigation and got out. I glanced at the time on my watch. 10 to 1. We'd be right on time. We walked down the block and a half and met Tom, who stood on the sidewalk, resting his arms on the roof of his car. Tom ran his hand over his brown buzz cut. The hair immediately returned to the same position it had been in before his hand touched it, perfectly flat, standing 1.5 inches off the top of his head. "Was wondering where you guys went," he said.
"Had to park a block or so up," Beth said.
Tom nodded. "Who are we meeting here?" "Captain Ken Monroe," I said. "He said he was going to try to get another couple people from the department here in on the meeting as well." "Well, hopefully we get something," Tom said. He adjusted his suit jacket on his shoulders and brushed a few wrinkles from the jacket's front. We rounded the corner of the brown brick building, and I looked up. The station was 3 stories and appeared to have been built sometime in the 1970s. We walked to the sidewalk and made a left toward the building's entrance. To our right was a small outdoor courtyard filled with benches and small planters holding various green shrubbery. Beth pulled the door of the cylindrical entryway open. The 3 of us entered and went to the receptionist. I told her we were looking for Captain Monroe, and he should be expecting us. Then the 3 of us had a seat in the waiting area. Tom, Beth, and I waited for just a few minutes before a man appeared in a black suit. He wore a white dress shirt and navy blue tie. The man appeared in his 60s and was roughly 40 pounds overweight for his height. His hair was snow white and short, his face shaved clean aside from a thick white mustache. "Are you the agents that called?" he asked. "That we are," I said. The three of us stood. The man reached out and shook each of our hands. "Captain Ken Monroe, Homicide. Let's head on back to a conference room. I have a couple of detectives that are waiting." "Sure," I said. We followed the captain through a dark, wood-floored bullpen area filled with gray metal desks, butted up against each other in groups of twos. On the far side of the bullpen was a short, wide hall with glass offices to each side. Another hallway, looking just like the one we'd come from, spread out before us. The captain entered the first door around the corner, and we funneled in behind him. The room looked to be a smaller conference room, with office chairs spread around a large rectangular table. Two men in suits, who I assumed to be detectives, had taken seats on the far side. In the center of the table was a pitcher of water, some glasses upside down on a tray, and a conference phone. A rolling cart with a television and some video equipment took up a spot in one corner. Tom, Beth, and I went through a round of introductions with the detectives. Their names were Detective Hardy and Detective Pierce. Both of the men appeared to be in their 40s. Pierce was thin, balding, and wearing a gray suit with a black tie. Hardy was big in the chest, with a pair of sunglasses hanging from the handkerchief pocket of his dark suit. His tie was yellow over his white shirt, his hair jet black and styled. Both men said they worked in the Specialized Investigations Division, meaning everything from narcotics to gambling to prostitution. They both appeared to be of average height when they stood to shake our hands. We took chairs around the table, and I set my laptop bag beside me at my ankle. "We're still waiting on one more," Captain Monroe said. "I have Detective Nicole Ferris coming. She does some undercover work in the city, prostitution stings and things of that nature. She may be able to help identify your victims. She says she thinks she knows what your moon tattoos represent. Apparently there's a group of prostitutes that all have it, some kind of mark from their employer. She can tell you more about it when she gets here. I was actually on the phone with her when the front desk called to let me know you guys were here. She should be here any minute. It's her day off, but she has a condo downtown here." "Great," I said.
"I've worked a few stings with her," Detective Hardy said, "and I've played the role of a John before. I know some of the girls in the business around here. The captain said you had some photos of the women you found deceased?"
"Yeah, I put together a couple of files that contain the photos. Maybe you guys can get some copies made and distribute them around the station as needed?" "We'll do what we can," Monroe said. I pulled my laptop bag onto my lap and took out everything we had. After I passed out the individual files of photos, the two detectives and the captain opened the files.
"We're pretty sure these women are from Nashville here," Beth said. "And if what your other detective said about the tattoos is true, it confirms it."
Detective Hardy tapped at a photo.
"I recognize this one. Candy, she goes by. Always wears that platinum wig."
"She had a tattoo that said Candy," Beth said. "Do we know if that's a real name, or what her last name is?"
"Couldn't tell you on that. I've never picked her up for soliciting personally, but I've seen her on the streets around Murfreesboro Pike. I've talked to her a handful of times. It's about 15 minutes from here."
I wrote the name down. "Is that a street or an area of town or—"
"State highway for the most part. A couple lanes in each direction. Runs from Nashville down to Murfreesboro. Changes name a bunch of times along the way. The area with the most traffic in the sex-for-hire trade is around Plus Park Boulevard and Wilhagen Road. That's where we run our stings when we do them," Detective Hardy said.
I jotted the street names down. "Recognize any of the others?" Tom asked. Detective Pierce was leaning back, flipping through the photos until he stopped with one in particular in his hand. "Give me 1 second. This dark-haired girl looks like someone that was in a flop house we raided last month. Let me get my file from the case." He stood from his chair and left the office. The captain asked a few questions on the investigation while we waited for Detective Pierce to return. I pulled out the files we had on Rhonda Oakley, Brittany Caldwell, and our first unidentified woman. I passed them over to the captain so he could have a look. As he finished with each one, he slid it to Detective Hardy.
"I know this one,"
Hardy said.
"Brittany or Rhonda?"
Beth asked.
"No, this one."
Hardy held up the photo of the first unidentified woman.
"Megan Poe. She's been arrested countless times for solicitation. She works downtown here a lot. I see her on my way pretty much every morning. She's always walking down on 2nd Street. I can't say I've seen her in the last few days, now that I think about it. When was she found deceased?"
"Wednesday of this past week, if I'm not mistaken," I said.
"Shit. She was actually a nice person. I mean, obviously, yes, she was a criminal, soliciting men for sex, but still, she sure as hell didn't deserve this. I'd stop every now and then to chat her up. She'd give me the same song and dance every time I'd stop her, literally. She'd sing me a country tune, twirl around, laugh, smile, wave, and continue on her way."
Giving the deceased woman a bubbly personality only seemed to worsen what had been done to her. The door of the conference room opened, and Detective Pierce re-entered with a file in his hand. "Yeah, it's her, I think. Rachel Mendez." He opened his file and placed a mugshot next to the photo Dave had snapped of the woman's face from the first dump site we'd viewed that morning. I slid both photos to my side of the table so Tom, Beth, and I could view them side by side.
"That's her," Beth said. "Same scar in her right eyebrow. I noticed it at the dump site."
"Megan Poe is the name you said for this one?" I tapped on the photo.
"Without a doubt,"
Detective Hardy said. I wrote the woman's name down on the back of the photo. "And this one is Rachel Mendez?" I tapped on the other photo.
"Pretty sure,"
Pierce said.
"I'd say 95% just going visually,"
Beth said. "Okay." I wrote that name on that photo. "Well, if we can get a positive on this Candy, at least we won't have unknown victims any longer. We need to find someone who knew these women." The door of the room opened, and a woman I assumed to be Detective Ferris entered. She looked to be in her mid-30s. Her hair was about shoulder length, blonde, and pulled back in a ponytail. She wore a pair of jeans with a service weapon on her hip. Over her white, long-sleeved shirt with horizontal red stripes, a badge hung from a cord around her neck. The detective took a seat next to Pierce.
"This is Detective Nicole Ferris," the captain said.
We went through a round of introductions between Detective Ferris and Tom, Beth, and me.
"Nice to meet you guys. Sorry if I kept you guys waiting," she said. "What have we got?"
Chapter 15. Detective Ferris had the photos of the women spread out before her on the conference table. She'd identified the wig-wearing woman, going by Candy, as Candace Schwartz. Therefore, we had identities on each victim, except the blonde found the day prior. Detective Pierce went to go print us off everything they could get for each woman we had positive IDs on: rap sheets, copies of driver's licenses, and personal information, including next of kin.
"What can you tell us about the prostitution around Nashville?"
Beth asked. "Well, there's plenty. Maybe 4 or 5 spots in town and reaching out into the suburbs that are pretty bad as far as women walking the streets. We have escort services and massage parlors as well. If you're looking for that sort of thing around here, you're damn well going to find it," the captain said. "Do you ever hear about women going missing?" Tom asked. Captain Monroe looked at Ferris to field the question. "It's hard to say. Most of these girls come and go. So if they weren't around anymore, it wouldn't really raise too many eyebrows, to tell you the truth," Ferris said. "We maybe get a handful of deceased ones a year," the captain said. Mostly overdoses, but some foul play.
What more can you tell us about the tattoos?
Beth asked. It means they are the property of a pimp named Terrence Knightley. He runs a couple of— Ferris made air quotes with her fingers— massage parlors around the city. He also has a number of establishments in Memphis. Entrepreneur in the sex trade, huh? Tom asked. Yeah, he definitely is. We'd shut him down if we could. Technically, the guy is operating legally. Yet, when the girls get a little too heavy into drug use, contract diseases, or things of that nature, they wind up working the street. Of course, we can't prove he gets a cut of that, which I'm sure he does. The moon and stars tattoos basically mean they're his girls. Last name is Knightley. The tattoos of moon and stars represent night. Knightley. I'd venture a guess that is the connection. Know where this guy is? Tom asked. Probably at his house, in a club, or being chauffeured around somewhere between the two, Ferris said. I doubt you'd get anything from him if you did catch up with him, though. I think it would be highly unlikely that he would know what girls work for him. The guy is hands-off. It's how he keeps his nose clean and stays out of jail. He has about 3 or 4 lines of protection between him and the actual prostitution. He'd probably be better off going to one of his massage parlors and asking around. There's a chance someone at the managerial level might get a little spooked by a couple of FBI agents and start talking. Detective Hardy piped in.
I'd say bring your wallet with you. You won't get anything for free inside the places. That goes for information as well. How far are these places from here?
Beth asked.
Both about 5 to 10 minutes away. One north, one south. The southern one is called the Orient. The other is called the Geisha.
I wrote the names of the places down in my notepad.
Beth said, I have to ask. What should we be expecting when we walk into the parlors?
They're going to be the upscale, swanky kind of lounges where you can go and get a $100 massage. Of course, the women will then ask if the clients would like some of their extra services, if you know what I mean.
Beth nodded. Does this Knightley have a sheet? I asked.
He did a few years for pandering in the early 2000s, Hardy said. Nothing since. Like I said, he distances himself from it now. A couple of guys would probably jump on the grenade, so to speak, before any kind of charge would ever get to him.
Well, we know that some of these girls worked for his franchise, I said. A few conversations may shed some light on when these girls were last seen. Maybe someone saw the last client they were with. It's worth a shot. Detective Pierce entered the room.
Here's everything we have on each of the victims. Hope it helps you guys. Hardy, we're actually going to need to run. I just got some news on that home invasion we've been working.
Sure, Hardy said. He stood from his chair.
Those copies of all the victims' information there are yours to keep, Pierce said.
Thanks, Detective, I said. The 2 detectives left the room. I glanced at my watch. It was pushing 2:30. We still had to stop in at those massage parlors, see who we could talk to, if anyone, and get out to the Nashville Medical Science Building before it got too late. We thanked the captain and Detective Ferris for meeting with us, exchanged some contact information, and left the Nashville police station. We stopped at Tom's car around the corner of the building. Beth was plugging away at the screen of her phone. "What are you looking for?" I asked.
"Just trying to see which of these is closer. Looks like the Orient is only about 4 miles south of here. Let's pop in there, and then we can head to the other one. It looks like it will be somewhat on our way back to the Medical Science Building."
"Works for me," Tom said. "You guys want to ride to your car?" "Sure, what the hell," I said. We hopped in with Tom, took the block-and-a-half ride to our car, and headed north, with Tom following behind us. Beth brought the address for the massage parlor up on the screen, and followed the suggested route. We pulled past a stand-alone tan brick building 10 minutes later. I looked out the passenger-side window at the place as Beth flipped on her turn signal to make a right at the corner. The place appeared to have a small parking lot in the back. The building was a single story, with a large yellow awning over the recessed front door that simply said, "The Orient." The two windows in the front both had neon lights in them. The left side read, "Open," while the right side said, "Asian Massage." Beth pulled along the curb after making a right at the front of the building. She opted to park along the street as opposed to the back lot. Tom pulled in behind us. I grabbed the copies of the victim's driver's license photos that Detective Pierce had given us, along with the one photo of the blonde, deceased on the morgue table, and got out. We made our way to the building's glass front door. Stickers on it listed the business hours. The three of us walked in. Soft music played in our ears. The lighting was dim, far dimmer than in an average business. The lobby we entered was red velvet, biscuit tucked on both sides, floor to ceiling. The ceiling itself was made up of colorful parasols. Running along the walls on both sides of the lobby were red velvet benches. The benches were filled with women in various states of dress. Some of the women wore evening dresses, some wore lab coats, and some wore things that could be described as more provocative in nature. A counter straight out of a hotel stood at the back of the room, with hallways stretching off to both sides. The entrances to the hallways were separated by plum blossom printed panel screens. The back wall was mirrored. A vase of orchids sat at the front desk's edge, directly to the left of a woman dressed in business casual attire and staring at us barely inside the entryway. I made eye contact with a few of the women sitting. They all looked away immediately. Some of the girls stood and disappeared from the lobby. I figured the women knew we weren't there for their services, and probably thought it best if they made themselves scarce. Beth, Tom, and I approached the woman at the front counter. "Miss?" I reached into the inner pocket of my gray suit jacket and pulled out my credentials. "Agents Rawlings, Harper, and Clifford with the FBI. We'd like to ask a few questions. Maybe there is someone here in charge that we could talk to?" She said. The woman, a tall, thin brunette, appearing in her late 30s, didn't budge. She stood as still as a statue, seemingly looking for words or a way to remove herself from the three FBI agents standing before her. "Miss," I said again, "is there someone here we can speak with?" Her eyes darted around the lobby, and she still didn't respond, apparently stalling. Her head turned and looked down the hallway to her left, our right. I noticed the moon and stars tattoo behind her ear. A silent moment later, a man appeared from the hallway she stared down. He came and stood directly before us. "Rick Spieth, can I help you?" he asked. The man appeared to be in his 40s. At a quick glance, he looked to be an inch or two taller than me, putting him around 6'4". The width of his shoulders said he either frequented the gym or was hired muscle. A thick gold watch wrapped one wrist, a gold bracelet the other. He wore a black suit with a white dress shirt and red tie that matched the room's walls. His shoes held a high polish, and his black hair was slicked back on his square head. A bit of stubble covered his cheeks and chin. The hostess disappeared quickly down the hallway to our left. "Agents Rawlings, Harper, and Clifford, FBI. We need to ask a few questions," I said. "I assure you we operate a completely legal business here." He crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm sure you do," Beth said. "Not the reason for our visit." "What can I assist you with, then? Looking for a massage?" he asked. "I think we'll take a rain check on that," I said. "We have some questions about a few women that used to work here." "Well, I guess I'll help you if I can." I can't say I remember every employee we've ever had, though. I am not known to have the best memory. The corner of his mouth turned into a bit of a smirk. Sure, I said. How about we just see what you remember, shall we? Yeah, fine, he said. I motioned him over to the right side lobby bench, and he took a seat. I handed the guy the driver's license photo of the girl Detective Hardy had identified as Megan Poe. He looked at the photo briefly and handed it back to me. Nope, she isn't ringing a bell. Can I ask what this is about? We'll get to that in a second, Tom said, standing to my right. I handed the guy the driver's license photo of the platinum blonde wig-wearing woman, Candace Schwartz. He held it in his hand longer than the photo of the first woman. He looked up at me. What do you want with her? He asked. Are you guys going to tell me what this is about, or what?
You recognize the woman?
Beth asked. I'd recognize her more if you told me what this was about, he said. She's dead, I said. Dead? He asked. How? Murder, Tom said. Spieth let out a breath and leaned back on the bench. Let me see the other photos you have there. I handed them over, but kept the photo of the deceased woman I took at the Medical Science Building in my hand. He looked from one photo to the next. Then he scratched the back of his head and handed the photos back to me. All dead? He asked. Correct, I said. They haven't worked here in a while. 6 months or more. They were fired. I figured the "they were fired" bit was him covering the parlor's ass to avoid claiming they had prostitutes working there. Which of these girls was fired? I asked. He handed me the photos of Candace Schwartz and Rachel Mendez. I don't know the others, he said. I wanted to see if the guy could identify the photo of the deceased blonde I took. While I didn't like showing people photos of dead bodies if I could help it, the guy seemed somewhat helpful, and I had a feeling he could ID her. It was Rick, right? I asked. He nodded. Yeah. I have another photo here. The woman is deceased in the photo, meaning it's actually of a dead body, but it's taken just of her face. We don't have an ID on her. Would you be willing to look? Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that, he said. I thought for a moment and looked at the photo. What if I describe her? I asked. He shook his head and shrugged. Sure, he said. Blonde, tattoo behind her ear, found wearing a hot pink skirt, fishnet top over a white shirt. I paused for a second, looking for another detail. Straight-cut bangs. He ripped the photo from my hand and stared at it. Shit, he said. He was quiet for a moment. Roxy! He yelled. I looked around, and then looked at Beth and Tom. Beth shrugged. I didn't know if he was yelling the name of the girl, or waiting on someone to come from the back. He yelled the name again. A woman came from around the plum blossom panel screen from the left side hallway. She was a tall blonde, wearing a white lace sundress. Her hair was tied in a ponytail hanging over her right shoulder. She made eye contact with Spieth. He waved the woman over, rubbed his eyes, and passed her the photo. Her hands trembled as she stared at it. She said nothing. I'm sorry, he said. Chapter 16. The sound of a ringing cell phone filled the living room. The third time in the last half hour that the ringing phone had interrupted Richard's television show. Richard leaned forward and grabbed the cell phone from the old dented-up wooden coffee table. He jammed it into his sleeping brother's stomach.
What the hell are you doing?
Mark asked.
Your cell phone keeps ringing, Richard said. Someone called like
3 or 4 times. How long have I been out?
Richard shrugged.
I don't know. An hour or 2.
What the hell, Richie? Why did you let me fall asleep?
I didn't know it was my job to make sure you didn't.
Mark grumbled a response and looked at his phone.
Shit. It's the station that's been calling. Mute the television. Go outside or something. I'm in the middle of my show.
Mark flashed Richard a stern look.
Fine,
Richard said as he muted the TV.
Just hurry up. The good part is coming.
Mark clicked a few buttons on his phone and placed it to his ear.
Hey, it's Chief Deputy Whistle calling back. What's going on?
Richard tuned him out as he talked with whoever he was talking to. His brother clicked off from the call. Richard immediately turned the volume on the television back up. Mark lifted himself from the couch at his brother's side.
I have to get back to the station. The damn sheriff wants to meet with me, Richie. I don't know what exactly is going on with these feds, but until I know they are gone, I want you to stay put here. No going out, no more picking up whores, no more anything until they are gone. Even then, I need you to take a break.
Huh? Richard said. He stared at the television, paying not much attention to his brother.
I said I need you to stop what you're doing until I say differently. I need to eat, Richard said.
He thumbed the volume on the TV a few notches higher.
Damn it, Richie!
Mark yanked the remote control from his hand and turned the television off.
Hey, Richard said. I'm serious! Don't leave the damn house! Yeah, fine.
Mark crouched to eye level with Richard sitting on the couch, stuck a finger in his face, and spoke in an authoritative voice.
You are not to leave. Can I have the remote back? Richard asked.
Mark stared down at him.
Where are the keys for the truck? Come on, Richard said. I won't leave. Nope. Mark shook his head. You've got that look of defiance on your face. I've seen that same look 1,000,000 times. You have food in the fridge and no reason to go out, but somehow I know you will anyway. I'm not risking you being stupid. Cough up the keys.
Richard said nothing.
Keys! Now! I don't have time for this shit!
Mark dug his palms into his eyes. Richard reached into the pocket of his jeans, pulled out his car keys, and tossed them onto the coffee table. He had another set in the kitchen drawer beside the silverware.
Where are the spares?
His brother asked.
Whatever, Richard said. Where is the spare set? Don't have one. Bullshit! I'm not that stupid!
Richard rolled his head to the side.
Fine. They're next to the silverware in the drawer by the sink.
Mark scooped the keys from the coffee table and jammed them into his pocket. Then he disappeared from the living room. Richard could hear his brother opening the drawer in the kitchen and taking the spare keys. Mark returned to Richard.
I'll stop by tonight or tomorrow to check in on you. Clean this place up.
Mm-hmm, Richard said. Mark left the living room. Richard heard the screen door open and then bang shut in the kitchen. He stood and went to the back bedroom, fished through his sock drawer, and pulled out another spare key for the truck. He went back to the living room to look out the window and watch his brother leave. Mark got into his sheriff's SUV and pulled out. Richard walked to the basement door, opened it, and went down. He grabbed his mother and carried her back upstairs.
Did Mark just leave?
Yeah, Richard said.
What did he want?
He heard his mother ask.
He came to boss me around like usual. One of these days he's gonna get it.
Richard set her on the couch and spread the window blinds with his fingers to make sure Mark was gone.
I'm going to gut him,
You don't talk like that about your brother. He knows what's best.
He doesn't know shit, Richard said. Come into my house and order me around. I'll show him.
He looked at the truck key in his hand and smiled. Chapter 17. We watched the range of emotions take over the woman, spending the better part of 15 minutes watching her quietly as she cried. Neither Beth, Tom, nor I had yet to hear who the woman in the photo was. That question needed to be asked. Even though the woman was grieving in front of us, we needed to know who the woman in the photo was, what her relationship was to the crying girl called Roxy, and what information Roxy could provide us. I cleared my throat. Miss, what was your relation with this woman? I asked. Roxy choked away tears. Her bottom lip quivered.
She was my little sister.
Biological?
Beth asked. Roxy nodded. What was her name? Tom asked.
Annie Darden.
I pulled my notepad from my pocket and wrote the name down. Did she work with you here? Roxy sniffed and shook her head.
I haven't seen her in a few months. What happened?
I couldn't come up with the right words to tell her that her sister had been stabbed countless times, had her throat cut, and been dismembered, so I said nothing. Beth took the other photos of the woman and went to Roxy's side. She said a few words quietly to Roxy and walked the girl to the far side of the lobby, where the two sat. Tom and I looked on, as Beth seemed to be both equally consoling the woman as well as questioning her. I looked at Mr. Spieth, still sitting on the bench. Can you tell us anything about this Annie Darden? He shrugged. She used to work here. We had to let her go about 3 months ago. She started coming in pretty rough shape. Define rough shape for me? I asked. Meth, he said. Anything else? Tom asked. Know where she went prior to leaving here? Don't know. We don't keep tabs on the women when they leave. If they get themselves cleaned up, well, we might bring them back to be masseurs, but that rarely happens. I just have to say again, we run a legal operation here. There is zero prostitution on these premises. Yeah, you've made that real clear, I said. What can you tell us about girls going missing? Ever hear anything like that? Girls come and go, he said. No one sticks around forever. Most of our masseurs here have been in our employment for a while. Nothing as far as multiple girls leaving with a John and not being heard from after? Tom asked. I wouldn't know anything about that, Spieth said. That's not what we do here. I nodded. The guy wasn't going to give us anything. Did you guys need anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to need to get back to doing the books. No. We'll be out of here as soon as Agent Harper and the woman here are finished, I said. He pursed his lips, nodded quickly, and disappeared into the back. I looked over to see Beth handing a business card to the woman named Roxy, who took it and walked past us, looking down. We left through the front doors with Beth. The three of us rounded the corner and stopped at our cars along the curb. She tell you anything, Beth? I asked.
A bit. Her sister, Annie, was younger by 3 years, making her 23. She had a drug problem and worked the streets down on Murfreesboro Pike.
Second time we've heard about that area, Tom said. Could be our guy's hunting ground. Should we go check it out? I glanced at the time, right around 3 o'clock. The chances of finding girls walking the street that early in the day was slim, and I still wanted to get over to the other massage parlor in the medical science building. I looked at Beth. Did you want to try to do that later tonight? 10 or 11 or so? Probably our best chance of getting girls on the street to talk to.
That's fine,
Beth said. Did you guys want me with? Tom asked. Up to you. I know we're an hour or so away from you. I'm sure the two of us can handle it. I guess I don't really know what you have for a home life. Wife and kids probably wouldn't be too jazzed with you spending all night walking the streets, looking to talk to hookers. Just a girlfriend and a pair of dogs. They won't mind if you need me. I can shoot home for a bit and meet you guys somewhere later. We'll let you make the call, I said. Sure, he said. Okay. I'll make a couple of calls and get what we can on this Annie Darden while we're driving to this next parlor here. I looked at Beth. How far is the next one?
Hold on. I'm bringing it up on my phone.
Beth paused for a minute.
9 miles north. From there, it's just a quick ride over to the medical science building, she said.
All right. I'll follow you guys, Tom said. The three of us got in our cars and headed out. The navigation said our drive was going to take us just under 20 minutes, cutting through the city. I dialed Ball back in Manassas. He answered on the second ring.
Ball, he said.
Hey, it's Hank.
We're still working on finding anything here on your Owen Matheson's family. Looks kind of like they fell off the face of the earth. The twins are on it, though. Hopefully they get something.
Well, keep me updated. I need you to grab a sheet, plus anything else you guys can come up with on a name, and email it over to my phone.
Sure. What's the name?
Annie Darden, I said.
Is Annie short for something?
Ball asked.
Roseanne? Annabelle?
1 second. I cupped the mouthpiece of the phone and asked Beth, who said the name was just Annie. I guess it's just Annie, I said.
Address, DL number, social, anything else?
Ball asked. Hold on. I cupped the mouthpiece again. Beth, you get anything else from her? Address, DOB, social, anything? Beth pulled her notepad from her pocket, held the steering wheel with one knee, and flipped to the page. She handed me the notepad. I brought the phone back to my mouth. Okay, ready? I asked.
Yeah,
Ball said. I rattled off the girl's DOB and last known address. Beth had gotten a street, but not a house number. Ball said he would get everything emailed over as soon as he could. I thanked him, clicked off from the call, and handed Beth her notepad back. He's going to email over whatever he finds. Beth nodded and continued driving north. We pulled onto the street that the Geisha was located on, and then into the parking lot of the strip mall, where Beth's navigation told us the business resided. We found a white sign for the Geisha at the end unit of the long, single-story complex. Beth parked our rental, and we stepped out. Tom pulled in beside us, parked, and got out. "This is the place, huh?" he asked. I looked over at the single-story tan building. It had a peaked red roof with faux dormer windows above the businesses. Each business's sign had the same style, brown with white lettering in the same font, though each sign advertised that individual business. I looked left to right. A pizza place, a laundromat, a liquor store with bars on the windows, and the Geisha, taking up the end. The Geisha had 2 large glass windows with what looked like soap lettering, advertising full-body massages, foot massages, Asian massages, and the like. Beth, Tom, and I walked across the parking lot to the front doors. The neon open sign hanging above the door wasn't lit. The lights inside were off. I pulled the front door's handle. Locked. Their hours, listed on several stickers, were noon to 9 o'clock every day of the week. The time of day was too late for a company lunch, and I had a hunch that they would still be open, minus a phone call from the other parlor. "Supposed to be open," Tom said. "Yeah, supposed to be," I said.
"Think the other place called over here and told them to close up shop?"
Beth asked. "That's exactly what I was thinking." I cupped my hands over a window and looked in, but didn't see anyone inside. Tom banged his knuckles on the glass door beside me. We waited. No one came.
"Let's take a quick walk around the back," Beth said.
I nodded, and the three of us rounded the building. The back of the strip mall came into view as we made a left at the corner. A bunch of cars were parked behind the place. Directly behind the massage parlor were two late 90s economy cars and a shiny new black Lexus. We walked to the green metal back door of the business and banged on it. Still, no one came. "What do you think?" Tom asked. "I think there are probably 10 people or more inside, waiting on us to leave." "What do you want to do?" he asked. Screw it. I think we got about as much as we needed from the first place. I'm not really up for waiting people out, especially people that probably have been strictly informed to not give us anything. What do you think?" I looked at Beth.
"I'm fine with leaving. Like he said, even if we wait them out, I'd say our chances of getting anything out of anyone are slim."
"Okay, let's roll," I said. "On to the medical science building." I got nods from both Beth and Tom. We headed back around the building and got into our cars. Chapter 18. The stop at the medical science building was brief. Dave had found multiple samples of blood on each woman. Some of the samples he just described as older. It led him to believe that the women were either being killed or dismembered in the same spot, without the location having been cleaned. He said he would need at least a day to sort through what he'd collected. Tom had headed back to his house a few hours prior, but he was going to return and meet Beth and me at our hotel within the hour, to head down to Murfreesboro Pike to see if we could get any information from some of the women for hire. The time was pushing 10 o'clock. My last 4 hours had been consumed with Beth and me grabbing a bite to eat, a conversation with Karen, another conversation with Ball, and Beth and me trying to make heads or tails of everything we'd gotten so far on the investigation. The latest body dumps were added to the map we'd been creating. I also added the names of the victims. It still wasn't telling us much, other than the areas south of Clarksville and the town itself were still free of remains. Going to each individual site was still on my list of to-dos. The sheets I'd gotten from Ball had been printed off from my email a half-hour prior. The girl, Annie Darton, had quite a bit of a rap sheet for being only 23. 4 or 5 arrests for solicitation and a number of drug-related offenses. Beth had informed me that Roxy, the sister, was to call her the following day and schedule something for a full interview. Someone knocked on the hotel room door.
"That's probably Tom,"
Beth said. I stood from the lounge chair near the window and walked over. After a quick look out the peephole, I opened the door. Tom entered. I looked over at Beth. "Are you ready to go?"
"Yeah, 1 second," she said.
Beth finished putting together a file of photos that she wanted to bring with when we spoke with people. She stood from the lime green office chair and tucked the folder under her arm.
"Ready."
Beth and I left the hotel and rode with Tom the 10 minutes to the area I had written down. Murfreesboro Pike, between Plus Park Boulevard and Wilhagen Road. The street was 2 lanes in each direction, with a grass median. I looked left and right. Most of the businesses took up the right side of the road, with just a few scattered on the left. What wasn't cleared for businesses on our left was mostly trees and underbrush. All the buildings in view looked a bit rough. A few older hotels and motels stood pushed back behind the immediate roadside businesses. "Do we want to park somewhere, or what?" Tom asked. We passed a car dealership on our right. The place was small, and every car behind the barbed wire fence seemed to be $4,000 or less, judging by the neon green price stickers on the windshields. Keep going for a mile or so, and then we'll find some place to kind of observe for a little bit," I said. A car wash passed on the right, just beyond the gas station. I saw a large man standing outside a small blue Datsun pickup truck parked near the air pumps and vacuums. The man seemed to be talking with a female that appeared to be a prostitute by her outfit. Shorter than short jean shorts, cowboy boots, and a tiny yellow top. Datsun, I said. Don't see those very often. We passed another girl walking down the parking lot toward a bank. Her short skirt and stumbling steps said she might also be in the business. Let's go another few blocks up, see what we see, and then loop back around. Got it, Tom said. I looked over my shoulder at Beth in the back seat. She was staring out the window, looking for groups of prostitutes. Tom drove another quarter-mile up. A large church came up on our right. To our left was a pizza chain restaurant. The area was starting to look a little better. You can probably turn around, I said. Tom clicked on his turn signal and made a U-turn at the lights to head back in the other direction. We traveled back toward the area again. The motels sat off to the left. To our right, the trees and underbrush. I spotted a woman walking 10 feet off the sidewalk's edge in the weeds, carrying a brown bag that I assumed to be a beer or other booze. I pointed up ahead and to the left side of the street. One of the trashy-looking motels had a bank out front and off to one side. We would be able to get a good view of the passers-by on the street, as well as anyone who frequented the motel. Park at that bank there, I said. Tom drove down the turn-only lane. We pulled into the bank's parking lot and parked out of the light from the streetlights toward the back. Good here? Tom asked. Should be fine, yeah, I said. Tom shifted the car into park and shut it off. Beth pulled herself forward by the front seat headrests, so her face was between Tom and me in the gap between the front seats. She rolled a hair tie off of one wrist and put her brown hair back in a ponytail.
So, are we just waiting until we see a girl and approaching her, or what? She asked.
I shrugged. Yeah, I guess.
What's our pitch? She asked.
I guess just ask if they could take a look at a couple of photos for us. We need to maintain the "we're here to help" angle. As soon as one girl tells another and another that there's a couple of feds sitting around here, this area will turn into a ghost town, I said.
Maybe I should go walk around a bit without you two? Beth asked. The girls might be more open to talking with a female, as opposed to 3 people who are obviously law enforcement.
Up to you, I said. If you're going to do that, stay where we can see you.
Are you worried about me, Agent Rawlings?
Beth asked. I gave her a sideways glance over my shoulder to remind her of what had happened on our last investigation. Beth shrugged and looked away. I looked forward out of the windshield. To the left, up the street, past a patch of trees, was a Waffle House. Directly across from us was what looked to be an out-of-business nightclub, and a bit to the right of the club was a gas station. Looks like we have our first customer, Tom said. He pointed out the windshield at a woman walking along the sidewalk, waving at passing cars. She was maybe 30 yards away, lit by the streetlights. She wore knee-high black boots, a short blue dress, and a small black jacket. Her hair looked to be dark, and she was small in stature.
Well, let me go see if she knows anything. You guys stay put.
Beth retreated to the back seat, grabbed her file of photos, and opened the rear passenger door. The dome light in the car dimmed after Beth shut the door and started toward the woman on the street. I looked to my right at the motel back over my shoulder. A number of people rummaged around out front. My attention went back to Beth. She said,
"Excuse me, miss,"
as she walked. The woman stopped and stared at her. Beth continued to talk, but I couldn't make out what was being said. The woman was making quick movements with her hands, emphasizing whatever she was saying as she shook her head. Beth tried opening the file she held and showing the woman a photo. The woman pushed the file back toward Beth, turned, and continued up the street. "Damn, this might be a short night," Tom said. "Yeah, that girl didn't look like she was too interested in Beth." Beth headed back to the car and got inside.
"Well, that didn't go so hot," she said.
"What did she say?" I asked.
"Well, unfortunately, I no hablo español, so I have no idea."
"Guessing that was probably her way of getting rid of you," Tom said.
"Probably,"
Beth said. The girl Beth had just approached crossed the street and disappeared behind the gas station. I looked over my shoulder again at the motel, which still looked pretty active. "Maybe we should head over to the motel there. Looks like it's the hot spot around these parts." "Whoever is outside is going to scatter like roaches when we pull up. Maybe we should have taken one of your rental cars instead of this." Tom was referring to his dark gray Fed-issued cruiser, complete with government license plates. I shook my head. "Maybe that will give us some leverage." "What's that?" he asked. "Well, if anyone runs, we can chase a couple down. You'd have to think running from federal agents and getting caught is going to loosen your lips a little bit," I said.
"I didn't really think I'd be running people down this evening. I would have worn some better shoes," Beth said. "Let's just take a quick little roll over there and see what's shaking. Maybe get some cooperation," I said. "Now?" Tom asked. I looked at Beth in the back seat. "What do you think?" "Yeah, sure," she said. Tom nodded and fired up the car. We pulled away from the bank and made the next right into the motel's entrance. We drove the short, S-shaped road until it expanded into the business's parking lot. Tom kept the speed to a crawl. The parking lot was divided into two sections by a large, curbed grass median. Most of the parking spots were full. "Park back here for a second. Let's see what we're working with," I said. Tom pulled into the single free parking spot facing the front of the building. I stared through the windshield. Beyond the car, parked with its nose facing us across the grass median, I could see the two-story motel. The building was a light shade of yellow. The top story had a white railing and walkway. All the room doors faced the parking lot. On the lower level, a couple people sat out front on white plastic chairs that one could acquire from any store for a few bucks a pop. The motel looked to be the kind of place you could rent by the hour, week, or month. I saw a couple of girls walk over to the pair of seated men, hand them something, and then continue on their way. A few girls stood around the pair, appearing to just be hanging around. An empty wooden picnic table sat just a few feet from the group. "Dealing from there?"
Beth asked. She'd once again pulled herself up between the two front seats to get a better look. "Maybe," I said. I got a good look at our seated men. The guy on the right was white and wore a red baseball hat, a white T-shirt, and jeans. Tattoos ran down his arms. The man on the left looked Latino, his hair dark and short. He also wore a white T-shirt, long khaki shorts, and a pair of bright red sneakers. As we watched, a door of the lower level opened, and a man and woman walked out, one after the other. The man walked to a car, got in, backed out, and left the motel's parking lot. The girl went to the two seated men, handed them something, and continued toward the front of the motel and street. Her style of dress suggested she was a prostitute. "Looks like they're bringing their johns to the motel and handing off their cut to the guys sitting there on their way back to the street," Tom said. "Yeah," I said. "Come on, let's go shake our motel pimps down. We don't really know what kind of a reaction we're going to get here, so just be ready," I said. "Got it," Tom said. I looked over at Beth, her head directly to the left of my shoulder.
"Yeah, I'm ready," she said.
"All right. Let's meander on over there," I said. Tom backed out of the parking spot, took us around the last parked car, and turned right, pointing the nose of the car directly at them. We approached. By 100 feet away, both men had eyes locked on us. The one on the right, in jeans, grabbed the chair's armrest, appearing ready to run. I unclipped my seatbelt. Tom stopped 20 feet from them and threw the car into park. The head of the guy on the left darted left to right. The man in the white shirt, jeans, and red hat, who appeared ready to make a break for it, did. Beth threw the back door of the car open and put a foot down outside.
FBI! Don't run!
She yelled. He glanced at her quickly as he made for the side of the building. "I got him," I said, and threw the door open. The man was 30 yards from me, running in a wide-footed fashion with one hand on the waistline of his jeans, trying to keep his pants from falling. I pulled my service weapon and gave chase. The distance between him and me closed with each of my strides. His red hat flew from his head as he turned left at the corner of the building, where the faded blacktop parking lot turned to grass. After making the corner, I was on him in 2 steps. The floodlights mounted to the top of the motel lit the area. I could see the man was unarmed, and I reached out and grabbed him by the back of his white T-shirt. He spun back toward me when he felt me catch him, and his shirt ripped from my grasp. He took his hand from holding up his pants, seemingly trying to surrender, but fell over backward as his pants fell to his ankles. He hit the ground backside first, staring back at me. He held up his hands, which were empty. I put my gun on him. "You done?" I asked.
I didn't do anything,
he said. "Then why are you running, genius?"
I was scared.
"Sure," I said. "I have a feeling you know the drill. Knees with your hands interlocked behind your head." He said nothing and assumed the position. I linked him up and pulled him to his feet. "I'm going to pull your pants up and check your pockets. You have anything in there that I should know about?" I asked.
A little weed, that's it.
"Pipe, knife, needles, anything like that?" I asked.
No, nothing,
he said. I yanked the guy's pants back up around his waist and removed everything from his pockets. "Out to the front of the motel," I said. "Let's go." I walked him back to the front to sit him back in the plastic chair next to his friend, who was no longer in the chair, but against the motel wall, getting linked up by Beth. Chapter 19.
So how far away yet?
The girl asked. Richard looked over at her. The hooker had told him her name was Crystal. She sat on a blanket covering the blood-stained front seat of his pickup truck. She wore a tiny pair of jean shorts, the pockets hanging lower than where the shorts were cut, a tight yellow top with an exposed black bra, and knee-high cowboy boots. The girl had dyed blonde hair. Her face looked young. Richard imagined she couldn't have been much older than 20.
"Just a couple of minutes or so, and we'll be there," Richard said.
"And you're going to drop me back off in the morning?"
she asked. She twirled her hair on her finger and stared over at Richard. He imagined she was trying to appear seductive.
"Yeah, I'll drop you somewhere,"
Richard said. His mouth turned into a smirk.
You heard me when I said 200 an hour, right?
She asked.
"Yeah, I heard you."
That means drive time, too,
Crystal said. Richard fished his wallet from his pocket, pulled out 2 $100 bills, and handed them to her. Crystal tucked them into her bra.
I'm probably going to have to eat something, she said. I mean, if I'm going to be gone all night.
"Yeah, I'm planning on eating in a little bit," Richard said. "I wouldn't worry about it."
Okay, she said. So, what is your house like?
Richard had never actually brought a woman into his house while she was still alive. Getting the girl's reaction would be entertaining, he figured.
The place is okay, I guess. Bachelor pad for the most part.
Are there going to be other people there? I charge more for parties, she said.
Richard thought for a moment. Mark said he might stop by to check in on him. He pushed the thought away, figuring his brother had just said that to make sure he stayed put.
It should be just you and me.
Sure, she said. I've never had a guy want me all night before.
Richard looked over at her, and she smiled.
We're going to have a real good time,
he said. Richard turned left, drove a mile up the dark street, and turned left again into his gravel driveway. The long driveway led him over a bit of a hill before the new house came into view. The old house, further back, was pitch black and not visible. Richard didn't see a sheriff's SUV or his brother's personal car. Mark wasn't there.
This is the place, I take it?
Crystal asked.
Yep,
Richard said. The two got out of the pickup, and Richard led her to the home's back door. Richard pulled open the aluminum screen door and put the key in the door to unlock the main one. He pushed it open.
Oh, God, what is that smell?
Crystal asked. She pulled her head back and covered her nose with her hand before she even stepped foot into the house.
Just come on in,
he said. The girl kept her hand over her nose and mouth and followed Richard along the path between the garbage into the kitchen.
What the hell?
Crystal yelled. She tried to turn and run for the door. Richard grabbed her and pulled her in front of him, her back to his chest. He held her with an arm under her chin, across her throat. Crystal kicked and flailed, her fingertips pawing off the refrigerator.
That's going to be you,
Richard said. He made her look at the half-chopped-up leg, the foot removed at the ankle, and the coagulated blood covering the kitchen counter. More blood drips had run from the counter's edge and created a puddle on the floor. Crystal tried screaming, scratching, and doing everything in her power to get away, but she couldn't break Richard's hold around her neck. He lifted her by her neck and took the hooker to the living room.
Would you like to meet my mother?
Richard pointed at his mother's 20-year-old rotted corpse positioned on the couch. He laughed as the girl tried to scream and fight with everything she had. Richard dragged her back to the kitchen, reached to his hunting knife on his hip, flicked the button that secured the handle to the sheath, and pulled the knife out. He reached it around the front of her and poked the tip into her chest. She let out a short scream that turned into the sound of a gag when Richard applied pressure, letting the blades slide into her inch by inch. Crystal jerked violently. He stopped applying pressure when he felt the tip of the hunting knife come out of her back and poke into his sternum. Then Richard slid the blade back out. Her body jerked again. She didn't make a sound. Richard put the hunting knife into her again, and again. Blood ran down the front of her and pooled at her feet. Richard could feel the front of his shirt go warm from the blood coming from her back. He continued the slow process for another 2 minutes, bringing the knife in and out of her 10 or more times. Crystal was dead after the second. Richard moved his left arm from her neck down to her chest to keep her standing. He pulled the knife across her throat. Blood cascaded over Richard's left arm. He let her drop to the floor and reached down to wipe the knife off on the small section of her jean shorts that wasn't red with blood. He stuck the knife back in the sheath and wiped the blood off his arm with a kitchen towel. Richard then wadded the towel up, tossed it into the kitchen sink, and walked out to the living room to watch a bit of television, planning to deal with the girl later. Chapter 20. Beth sat the man back on his plastic chair and went to retrieve the file of photos from the car. "He try running?" I asked. Tom nodded. "He got about 5 feet. Search him?" I asked. "Yeah, his things are on the table there." Tom nodded toward it. I went over and set down everything I'd taken from the other man: a wallet, a phone, and a small bag of marijuana. I looked at what Beth and Tom had pulled off of the other guy: a pile of multicolored condoms, a wad of money that on quick glance looked like about $1,000, a pack of cigarettes, and some more marijuana. I pulled the IDs from both wallets and walked back to Tom. Beth came back from the car with the file. I held the 2 IDs up. "Alex Rivera and Kurt Daly. What are you gentlemen running for exactly?" I asked. Neither of the 2 responded. I looked at the guy I'd chased down. "Couldn't be for the little bit of weed I found on you, was it? You know, you could probably run faster if your pants weren't hanging off of your ass," I said. He shook his head, but said nothing. "Mr. Rivera, you want to tell me what you were running for?" I asked. He didn't respond.
"Looks like we have a couple of mutes,"
Beth said. "Yeah, it does. I assume you ran because the pair of you were wanted for something," I said. The one named Kurt, whom I'd chased, rocked his head back.
"It's just missing a court date, man. My mom was sick. I couldn't make it."
"Your mother was sick? From what?" I asked.
The flu,"
he said. "And she's better now?"
"Yeah."
"Well, that's great. Court date for what?" I asked.
"Suspended license."
"That's it?" I asked. He nodded.
"That's it."
"Seems kind of minor for you to be running. We're going to get to that in a bit, though. Now that we've established that Kurt here can talk, what about you, Mr. Rivera?" I asked. "Reason for running?"
"Parking tickets,"
he said.
"So, suspended license and parking tickets. You 2 are traffic offenders, huh?"
Beth asked. "Mr. Rivera, what's with all the rubbers and money?" I asked.
"I like to practice safe sex,"
he said. "And the wad of money?" I asked.
It was payday today."
"Right," I said. "All of you 2's responses so far sound completely legit," I said as sarcastically as possible. "All right, you 2. What do you have for priors?" They both shook their heads.
"Nothing,"
Alex said.
"Yeah, me either,"
Kurt said.
"So neither of you have ever been in trouble before?"
Beth asked.
"You know, aside from the traffic offenses?"
She looked at me. I shrugged. "I believe them." More sarcasm hung from my words.
"Man, I can't go back to jail. I can't get arrested,"
Kurt mumbled.
"Thought you just said you didn't have any priors. You 2 aren't that bright, are you?"
Beth asked. Neither responded. "Okay, listen up, Dumb and Dumber. We're not here to arrest you in the first place," I said. "We just want some information on a couple of local girls. If the suspended license story and the parking ticket story both check out, we won't run you in for it." Neither said anything. I looked at Beth. "You have those photos?"
"Yeah."
She handed them over. "I'm going to show you guys a couple of photos. I want to know every last thing you can tell me about them." The guy on the left, Alex, nodded. I held the photo of Candace Schwartz in front of him. "We've been told that she worked the local area," I said.
"Candy," Alex said. "Yeah, she works around these parts."
"One of yours?" Tom asked.
Alex said. "We don't know what you mean by that,"
Kurt said quickly, making sure that his associate didn't speak further. "Cut the shit or we'll just take the both of you in for pimping and pandering," Tom said. "We saw the girl leave the room and come out to pay you guys your cut." Neither man responded. "I'll ask again," Tom said. "One of yours?" Kurt shook his head.
Not like that. I sell a little weed to the girls. Sometimes I'll front them a bit. After they're done doing whatever they're doing, they pay me the money that's owed.
His copping to dealing a little bit of weed carried far fewer legal ramifications than being involved in prostitution. I imagined he was street-educated enough to know that fact. "Okay, let's just try this a different way," I said. "What do you know about her?"
She's always with another girl that goes by the name Peaches, Alex said. Yeah, the girls try to get men that like a little 2-for-1, if you know what I'm saying. You normally see them around here every night. Haven't seen them tonight, though, Kurt said.
I looked through the photos and found the one of Rachel Mendez, the other victim that had been found that morning. "Is this Peaches?" I held the photo up in front of the two men. Kurt nodded.
What do you want them for?
I waved away his question. "Do you know if the girls had regular Johns?"
No clue, he said. What about where these girls were staying?
Beth asked.
Somewhere around here, I'd guess, Alex said.
We spent the next 20 minutes playing the same game with each girl's photo that we showed them. Both men admitted to having seen them around, but that was all the information they could provide. They either didn't know the girls personally or were full of it. I couldn't quite figure out which one it was. There was a chance we could get more if we put the guys under an interrogation lamp for a few hours, but I wasn't sure how much good it would do. Unless someone told us specifically what vehicle each girl had last gotten into and could provide us a plate number, I wasn't sure how much good random general information was going to do to help our investigation. I motioned Tom a few feet away from the two men. He walked over.
Why don't you go and run these two? I said.
Let's see what they're actually wanted for. Don't think we're going to get anything from them? He asked. No. At least nothing that's going to help us catch whoever is doing this. Okay. I'll run the two quick and see what we got. You're not buying their warrants for traffic offenses? Not even a little bit. Let's just see what's in the system on them, and then we'll go from there. Sure, Tom said. It should just take a second. He walked toward his car. I went back to Beth's side.
We free to go?
Kurt asked. We're just checking on a few things right now, I said. He was quiet for a moment.
On what?
Alex asked.
What are you checking on?
A few things, I said. The pair talked quietly to each other. As I watched them, they both looked a bit more nervous than they ought to be. The one named Alex was leaning forward in his chair, his head once again darting left and right. Looking for something? I asked. He sat up straight and stopped moving around. I spoke over my shoulder at Beth. Keep your eyes peeled on these two. Alex here is looking a little fidgety. She nodded. Tom started back toward us. I walked to him so he could tell me what he'd gotten without the guys hearing our conversation. I called them into the local PD. What are they wanted for? I asked. Kurt Daly is wanted on failing to appear in court on assault charges. Also has a history of the same. Did 2 years plus for aggravated assault a few years back. It was against a female. Alex Rivera has an arrest warrant for promoting prostitution. Doesn't sound like traffic offenses to me. What was the ETA on local law enforcement for picking these two up? Couple minutes, Tom said. All right. Let's go inform these gentlemen that they will have accommodations provided for them this evening. Tom smirked. We walked back to Beth, who was keeping an eye on the pair. I slapped my hands together. Good news, fellas. Both of your stories checked out. The pair looked at each other, and then back to me. I am, of course, lying to you, I said. Just like you lied to us about what you were wanted for. But the good news is that you'll be done dealing with us in a second here, when the Nashville PD arrives to take you into custody.
Man, shit, Alex said. I told you we should have ran as soon as we saw that Fed car pull into the lot. You were waiting to get paid from Naomi, Kurt said. Not really helping your cause right now, guys, Beth said.
She shook her head. While a little outing to talk with some of the nightlife in the area had been worth a shot, it didn't really get us anywhere. I saw the red and blue lights of a police cruiser flickering from down the street. The squad car pulled in with lights on, but no siren. The car parked next to Agent Clifford's government-issue Crown Victoria. An officer in uniform stepped out and approached. We handed the pair off to the Nashville officer, had a short conversation with him, and went back to our car. Our presence at the motel had turned what was looking like a local hotspot to a virtual ghost town. Tom pulled back toward the street. I gave the area a quick look left and right, but spotted no one. "What do we want to do?" Tom asked. "More parking and waiting?" I looked at Beth in the back. "What do you think?" I asked.
Up to you guys. I'm a night owl anyway, she said.
I looked at the time on the dash of Tom's car. Almost midnight. If the area did pick up again, that wouldn't happen for a number of hours. "Nah," I said. "I think us being at the motel with the red and blues is going to put a serious damper on this place for the night. Let's shut her down." "Head back to your hotel?" Tom asked. "Start again tomorrow?" "Yeah," I said. He pulled out of the motel parking lot and headed down the road. Chapter 21. I'd been up for a few minutes, lying in bed, watching some college sports highlights from the weekend. My cell phone rang on the nightstand. I caught the time on the hotel room clock's red LED numbers as I reached over for the phone. A couple minutes past 7 in the morning. I brought the phone to my face and checked who was calling. Karen. I hit talk. "Hey, babe, what's up?" I asked.
I didn't wake you up, did I?
Nah, I've been up for a bit.
You sound rough. Late nights searching for streetwalkers, huh? I got your text when I woke up that you were back to the hotel, hooker-free.
I chuckled and sat up. You like that, huh?
Yeah, cute, she said. So what did happen? Did you find anything out?
No, but I got to chase a guy down. We asked him and his buddy a few questions. They didn't really give us anything, but they had warrants, so we got them off the street.
Always good,
Karen said.
Did you call your dad back?
Yeah, I talked to him. He and Mom are fine. It seemed like he just wanted to shoot the breeze about some yard work he was doing. Mom was all jazzed up about some quilt she was making. Same old stuff.
Okay. Well, not that I wasn't going to call you to talk this morning anyway, but I just got an email for flight deals. We can get back and forth to Tampa next weekend for $300 for the both of us.
300 is cheap, I said. Are they transferable?
I don't think so, babe. But we can use our credit and still have some left over.
I kicked my feet off the side of the bed and stood. Yeah, book it. Worst case scenario, we eat $300. Pretty sure I've wasted more money on worse things before.
Okay, good. I'll get it taken care of. I should probably call Callie and let her know.
Sure, I said.
What is your schedule like today?
Karen asked. I opened the blinds and took a seat in the chair by the window. Going to call back to Manassas and check in with Ball. He was trying to get me some information, but it seems like it's a little hard to come by. I think we're going to go and view all the dump sites today. Still waiting to hear back on some forensic info as well. A couple irons in the fire. Nothing red hot, though. My cell phone beeped, signaling I had another incoming call. I glanced at the screen. Ball. Well, looks like I don't have to call Agent Ball. He's calling now on the other line.
Okay, I'll let you go. Just give me a call when you can. Love you.
Love you too. I clicked over to Ball on the other line. Morning, I said.
I didn't wake you, did I?
He asked. No, I've been up for a little. What's up?
We finally got some information on the family of this Owen Matheson.
Sure. What did you get?
Well, a couple of things. First, Owen Matheson was declared dead in absentia in 1989. The same year, the wife went back to her maiden name, Kirkwood. I have a death certificate on her from 1995.
Okay, so she's deceased, I said.
Well, declared dead in absentia, just like her husband, Ball said.
Really? I asked.
Yeah. Went missing in 1990.
Don't really know what to make of that. What about the two sons?
Well, the life insurance policy she had was paid out to a Richard Kirkwood. He's one of the sons. Looks like he took the mother's maiden name.
Any idea about the other son? I asked.
His name was Mark, but we can find absolutely nothing on him. Richard Kirkwood, on the other hand, owns a property in Fredonia, Tennessee. Taxes are current.
I clicked on the lamp next to the lime office chair and spread out the map. I found Fredonia in the first area I checked, the southern patch of the county that no bodies had been found in.
Still not the best part, Ball said.
Okay, I said.
It's the same plot of land that his father owned. The twins dug into a bunch of old records. Looks like the address has changed, but it's the same piece of land. It was bank-owned for a number of years, then purchased by Richard Kirkwood.
Do we have anything on this guy?
The twins looked. No cell phone, no bank records, no credit card activity, no priors, no registered vehicles, no employment, nothing.
Purchased the property and pays his taxes, though, I said.
Somehow, Ball said. Other than that, he's off the grid.
Okay, what's the address on this place? Our plan for the day was stopping at all the different dump sites and having a look around. Maybe Beth and I can pop in on this guy and see what's what. Ball rattled off the address, which I wrote down.
That's all I got for you right now, Ball said. Anything new on the investigation? Get anything from pounding the pavement last night?
Not really. We got a pair of guys off the streets that had warrants. As far as our investigation, nothing further.
What's the local cooperation been like?
Nashville PD was real good. I'll probably touch base with them again in a day or two. Real helpful there. Agent Clifford from the Regency office in Clarksville has been tagging along with Beth and me and giving us a hand. He seems like a pretty decent guy. The local sheriff's department is kind of a joke, though. Not too much help from them. They seem kind of disinterested in the whole matter.
Okay. Just do what you can. I'm going to leave you guys there until Thursday and then pull you back, if that's fine.
Works for me. The wife and I were going to try to get out of town next weekend, if possible.
Well, we'll try to get you back before, if you're not hot on someone's heels. Let me know if you guys need anything. Give me a ring if you have an update later.
I will. And thanks for getting that information over.
No problem. Hope it turns into something. We'll talk later.
All right. Thanks again, I said, and hung up. While we didn't have proof that anyone in the family was ever involved, I figured a stop at the guy's place could be worth our while. Maybe he could give us his version of what had actually happened with his family. I took a quick shower, shaved, and brushed my teeth. I was dressed for the day and ready to go before 8 o'clock. I left my hotel room and went to Beth's door. She pulled it open after I knocked. Beth's hair was wet and tied in a towel, though she was already dressed for work, wearing a pair of gray slacks and a matching blazer over a white blouse.
Ready to go already?
Beth asked. Yeah. I talked to Ball. He got us a little information on the Matheson family. It seems that at least one of the sons is still in the area.
Really? How is it that the local sheriff's department wouldn't know that?
She asked. I shrugged. Different last name, but I guess the guy owns the same parcel of land that his family owned in the past.
Seems sketchy, Beth said.
She took the towel from her head and began toweling her hair dry.
Something is up. Did you talk to the chief deputy and see what he had to say about it yet?
No, I said, but I'm going to call him before we leave. How much time do you need?
15 minutes. I just have to do my hair and put on my face. Want to grab us a couple of coffees from downstairs?
Yeah. Let me make this phone call quick, and I will.
Okay. I'll come next door when I'm ready to go.
I nodded, headed back to my room, took a seat in the chair by the window once again, and made the call to the sheriff's department.
Clarksville County Sheriff, is this an emergency?
No, ma'am, I said. This is Agent Hank Rawlings. I'm looking for Chief Deputy Whistle.
One moment. Let me transfer you back to his office. I think I just seen him come in a minute ago.
Thank you, I said. Hold music played in my ear, and then the phone rang.
Chief Deputy,
he answered. Whistle? I asked.
Speaking.
This is Agent Hank Rawlings. I guess I have a couple of questions here for you.
Questions? Okay. What have you got?
We did a little digging here, and apparently Richard Kirkwood, who was a son of Owen Matheson, owned some land that used to belong to his father out in Fredonia. From what we were told, nobody knew what happened with the family. I guess I kind of find it hard to believe that the son of this guy has been living under your noses, on the same exact piece of land that his family owned, without anyone knowing. Whistle let out a long breath into the mouthpiece of his phone, which sounded like static in my ear.
Yeah, the guy lives there.
Any reason this was kept from us when we're conducting a federal investigation? I asked.
Look, the guy is a simpleton. He doesn't have anything to do with this. He has 2 dead parents that came out of all of this, and who knows what the hell ever happened to his brother. I don't know. I guess I kind of figured the guy had been through enough of this in his life to have to deal with it again.
So you do know more about the family than you let on?
A little. But like I said, these poor people never had anything to do with any of this. What I told you about the father stands. Who knows what happened to him? You heard my take on it. The mother, as far as we know, threw herself off of a bridge. Body never found. The one brother vanished into thin air. All that was left was the one son, Richard. His family was destroyed by what happened. I guess a few years after his mother was presumed dead, someone had helped Richard purchase the property from the bank. Remember when I said the one son was off? Well, it's the one who is living out there. The guy has a learning disability. He functions just enough to get by. There are a couple of people from town that stop out to help the guy out every now and then, take him shopping and to church, bring him meals and clothes, things of that nature. He's definitely not your guy. He doesn't even have the capacity to comprehend these acts that are being committed.
This is all something that we should have heard when we first spoke with you, I said.
I just wanted to keep the poor guy out of it. He's been through enough.
Well, you keeping it from us resulted in a number of agents wasting taxpayer money trying to acquire the information that should have been shared. Either way, we're visiting the dump sites today, and we'll be making a stop at the property to speak with this man. Whistle was quiet for a moment. He let out another breath.
Okay, I apologize. I just thought it was for the best, trying to look out for one of my townsfolk that has been through some hard times. I'm not really sure what the guy can tell you, but I understand if you need to talk to him. What time are you going to head over there?
An hour or so, I said.
Okay, I'll meet you there. The guy knows me, or at least my face. Maybe it will make him a little more comfortable to talk.
Sure, I said.
Again, I apologize,
Whistle said. Yep, we'll see you in a bit. I clicked off from the call, and went to grab coffees for Beth and myself. Chapter 22. Richard heard the sound of tires tearing at the gravel driveway out front. He went to the window and looked out. A sheriff's SUV, which he assumed to be his brother's, was sliding to a stop along the side of the house. Mark jumped from the side of the SUV and ran toward the back door of the house. Richard looked toward the kitchen from his position at the living room window. Crystal's legs and arms covered the kitchen table. Her torso was out in the old house, sitting on the wooden door he'd been using as a table. Mark would notice the new arms and legs in the kitchen. He'd know Richard had gone out.
"Shit," Richard said.
"Shit what?"
he heard his mother ask from the couch.
"Shit,"
Richard said again. His mother was another problem. Richard wouldn't be able to get her back downstairs before his brother entered.
"Mark is outside. He's going to be pissed I went out last night. He's going to be pissed that you're sitting here."
"Well, he asked you not to. What did you expect? And I'm sure he'll be happy to see me."
Richard said nothing. The sound of the screen door being yanked open caught Richard's ear.
"What the hell?"
Mark yelled.
"Richard!"
"What?"
Richard asked from the living room. Mark rushed in and stopped before his brother. He froze and looked at the corpse on the couch. He shook his head.
"I'm not even going to get into the fact you dug up Mom for the 10th time. You need to—" "She asked me to," Richard said.
"We don't have time to get into it. Get whatever you need and get the hell out of here. Hurry up!"
"What are you talking about?"
Richard asked. He took a seat on the couch next to his mother. Mark grabbed him by the shirt.
"Come on! You couldn't just be smart, could you? Your side-of-the-road bullshit brought in the feds, and now those feds are coming here. They're going to be here any minute."
"What?"
Richard asked. Mark pulled Richard's 300-plus-pound body from his seated position on the couch.
"Get your shit! You have to go! Now, Richie!"
Okay. What's going on?"
"One of the feds called me a little bit ago. He said they were coming here to ask you some questions."
"Okay, so I'll answer their questions. Big deal."
Mark pointed at their mother's corpse, and then grabbed his brother by the hair and dragged him toward the kitchen.
"Reality check, Richie! You're going to explain why you have a corpse on the couch, and then explain this shit away?"
Mark pointed at the miscellaneous body parts strewn about. Richard didn't respond.
"Exactly," Mark said. "Hurry up! Grab whatever you can't live without. The rest you'll never see again."
"I can't just leave. What about Mom?"
Richard asked.
"What do you mean, what about Mom?"
"I don't want to just leave her here. She can annoy the shit out of me, sure, but it's still Mom."
Mark spoke through a clenched jaw.
"Then take her with you." "It doesn't matter. Get your shit, take Mom, get in the truck, and get the hell out of here, now!"
"Where am I supposed to go?"
Richard asked.
"Go to my house. Park the truck in the shed and stay in there. There's an old refrigerator in there that has some things in it, and a television. Stay put, and don't go into the house."
"Why can't I go in the house?"
Richard asked.
"Because I said so. I don't want you in there."
"Why not?"
"Damn it, just do what I say. I'll meet you there in a bit, and we'll figure out what to do."
"Fine,"
Richard said. He reached down to pick up his mother. From the back and forth of carrying her around, the area around the top of her back had become a makeshift handle around her spine. Richard took hold of the area with one hand and scooped her legs up with the other. He looked at Mark.
"Can you get the door for us?"
Chapter 23.
It's up here on the left,
Beth said. Her navigation told us we were just 400 feet from the address Ball had given me for the property now belonging to Richard Kirkwood.
What did Tom say?
She asked. I gave him the address. He said he'd meet us here. It sounded like he was going to be right behind us. Beth clicked on her turn signal to make a left into a gravel driveway.
Nav says this is the place.
She made the turn. The driveway went over a little hill, maybe 15 feet in elevation. On its far side we could see a small home down the hill to the left, and a bigger home, which appeared to be in ruins, off in the distance to the right. A sheriff's SUV was parked near the smaller home. We continued down the driveway and made a stop next to the sheriff's vehicle. Chief Deputy Whistle stepped from the driver's door, closed it, and leaned up against the SUV. Beth and I got out.
Nobody home,
the chief deputy said.
Figured I'd wait here for you guys to arrive, though.
You've checked both houses? I asked.
I think that old one back there is abandoned. Not even sure if that's on the property, to tell you the truth. Might belong to the neighbors. Did you knock or ring the bell?
Beth asked.
Both,
the chief deputy said. I started walking toward the house. The place was a single story, though I could see a cinder block base and windows just below ground level, which told me it had a basement. The home was white with a gray roof that looked like it needed some repairs. The house couldn't have been much over 1,000 feet. 2 bedrooms max. A pair of windows faced me, and the back door was dead center of the building.
What are you doing? I said no one answered,
the chief deputy said. Just gonna knock again. Is that a problem? I asked. He went silent. I opened the aluminum screen door attached to the home and knocked on the brown-stained wooden back door. I didn't hear anyone inside. I smelled something off, but couldn't put my finger on it. It was almost a perfume or a floral bathroom spray smell. No one came to the door. I let the screen door close and went to one of the back windows to look in. A set of curtains sat behind the blinds, blocking my view. I walked around the house and tried the front door, again. I didn't receive an answer. I walked back around to Beth and the chief deputy.
Told you no one was home,
he said. I nodded and looked at Beth. Let's go see if someone is up at the other house.
Yeah, okay,
she said, and led the way. The driveway from the street to the smaller of the 2 houses was gravel and looked fairly well used. As the driveway continued toward the older home, it turned to mostly weeds and just 2 old sunken wheel tracks. We put a distance of 50 feet between ourselves and the chief deputy, who must have decided he was going to wait at the front bumper of his vehicle and watch us. Beth pointed down to the tire ruts as we walked.
Doesn't look like this gets used, huh?
She asked. I looked at the overgrown driveway. The grass and weeds were almost knee-high, burying a couple of old vehicles and agricultural equipment that sat, abandoned and rusty, off to the driveway's sides. The gravel tire tracks we'd been walking down had turned to hard-packed and depressed dirt about 20 feet back. We still had a good 75 yards before the old house. Nope, doesn't look too traveled at all. I stopped dead in my tracks and grabbed Beth by the shoulder of her blazer.
What?
Beth said. Except for that. I pointed down in the folded-over grass at what looked like blood droplets. I crouched to get a better look and found more. Blood. Doesn't look too old, either.
You're sure it's blood?
She asked. Yeah. I stood and hollered down to the chief deputy. We got blood here!
What?
He yelled.
Blood,
I said.
in the grass.
He pulled himself from the front of his vehicle and started up the old driveway toward us. "Oh, look, now he wants to help," I said. Beth and I waited while the chief deputy walked to us.
"You said you found blood?"
he asked. "Yeah," I said, and pointed. I motioned for the chief deputy and Beth to step from the path and keep following me toward the house. "Don't want to disturb anything if it ends up being needed for evidence." I walked a few more steps and spotted more blood. Much more. The bent-over grass was more red than green. "A bunch more here," I said, and jerked my chin toward the area.
"Could be from animals or something,"
the chief deputy said. I continued toward the house without responding. Every few feet I spotted more blood in the grass. The old, half-fallen-over house was within 30 feet. The building was 2 stories and leaning a bit to the south. A few windows remained, but more were shattered than were intact. The home had a front porch and a few stairs leading up to a front doorway, minus the door. The porch itself was in ruins. The wood was gray, half rotted away and missing from various spots. As I was surveying the house, I caught a smell that I'd unfortunately become familiar with. I reached into my pocket and pulled my service weapon. "That's decomp," I said.
"What?"
the chief deputy asked. I motioned for them to follow. The smell must have hit Beth after she took a few steps. She pulled her weapon. The chief deputy did the same behind her. I put my finger to my lips. As I looked back to do it, I spotted a car coming up the driveway. Agent Clifford. Beth and the chief deputy looked back. Tom parked near our vehicles and stepped from his car. I spoke quietly over my shoulder. "Chief deputy, go down to him. You two keep eyes on that house. I don't want someone slipping out from under our nose if they're in there." He said nothing, but started down the old driveway toward Tom. Beth and I started for the porch, the smell getting thicker with each step. I took the lead up the old porch with Beth covering my back, each of our steps calculated to avoid the cracked, rotten wood underfoot. I got to the home's doorway, dipped my head and weapon to the left, and got a quick look into the home. The scene came in a flash. A makeshift table, a body laid out on the top, limbs removed, blood everywhere. I said the word "body" to Beth in a whisper over my shoulder. She nodded. "FBI!" I announced into the home. No response, and no sounds of anyone inside. We entered through the front doorway. The home was silent, aside from the buzz of flies and the creaking of the old wooden floors under our feet. In front of us, to our 11 o'clock, was a staircase leading up, most of the individual steps broken, with a large gap of 2 or 3 missing steps, allowing us to see into what looked like a closet under the stairs. To our 9 o'clock was what I figured used to be an old dining room. The room was empty aside from some garbage strewn across the floor. The window looked out from the room to the home's front porch, boarded over from the inside. Beth and I went to the right. The body lay on a door, sitting upon a pair of sawhorses. The floor beneath the makeshift table was brown, with a layer of goo that I could only guess was old, coagulated blood. Flies buzzed and crawled across the remains. A pair of blood-stained and fly-infested 5-gallon buckets stood at the table's sides. Behind the body was an old fireplace. The room was devoid of furniture. We went to the woman on the table, quickly confirmed as deceased. Her throat had been opened, and I spotted multiple stab wounds. Her eyes were open, fixed on the ceiling of the room, both arms and legs gone. I stared at her.
Son of a bitch, I said under my breath.
What?
Beth asked. I waved away her question and motioned that we were continuing to clear the property. Beth and I continued through the living room to the home's kitchen, which had a dust-covered checkerboard floor. The appliances were gone, the pantry door removed. I had a quick look left and right. The cupboards hung open. A tree limb came through the void where the window over the kitchen sink had once been, and touched the tin ceiling. A dingy old teddy bear lay in the right corner, covered in dirt, with stuffing hanging out of it and a single black glass eye, the other gone. We continued around through a small hallway to our left that led us back toward the front of the home. Ahead and to our left, Beth pointed toward a single door, locked with a padlock that we wouldn't be able to get through without a key or crowbar. I put my face near the door.
FBI! Is anyone down there?
I listened for any kind of response, but heard nothing. I looked down. A layer of undisturbed dust covered the floor in front of the door. No one had been through that door in quite some time. We continued on. To our right was an old bathroom, and I glanced in. The toilet lay on its side, and the tub had been removed. The bathroom's single window had been broken out. At the floor below the window, a 2-foot-tall tree or weed was growing in a pile of dirt that had collected. The room was empty. Beth and I walked to the end of the short hall, which led us back to the dining room we'd seen when we entered. The first floor was clear.
Do we try to go up?
Beth asked. I shook my head. With the state of ruin the home was in, I didn't feel like falling through the floor. I motioned Beth to the front doorway, and we exited. Beth left the porch, and I followed her off, walking backward, quickly glancing down with every step to mind my footing. I went to Beth's side, standing in the grass out front of the home. I saw that girl last night.
What?
Beth asked.
When we were out?
She was at the car wash, talking with a big guy driving a Datsun pickup truck.
You're sure?
Pretty damn certain, I said. Okay, we need into that other house, and need to get everyone here.
We're gonna need more than just locals,
Beth said. I agree. I don't want any of these people touching anything, I said.
Ball can probably get a full team here from the Memphis office. It may take a bit, but I think that's what we're going to need,
Beth said. I nodded my head. We still need into that other house.
You do that. I'll make the call to Ball and keep eyes on this place. We still don't know if there's anyone upstairs.
You're good with that?
If that house is anything like this one, I don't want to see the inside,
Beth said. Okay. I'll have the chief deputy call in his guys just to secure the scene. Tell Ball we need whatever we can possibly get on Richard Kirkwood as well. They looked once already. We need them to look again.
Yep,
she said. Yell if you see anything. Beth pulled her phone from her pocket.
I'll do more than yell.
I nodded and started down the old driveway toward Tom, the chief deputy, and the other house. Chapter 24. I approached Chief Deputy Whistle and Tom. Damn horror scene, I said. What? Tom asked. Yeah, this is the place. I looked at the chief deputy. Your simpleton, poor abandoned Richard Kirkwood, has been hacking girls to shit up in that old house, and I'm pretty damn sure the inside of this house isn't going to be any better. What was up there? Tom asked. The girl we saw last night. Dead. Dismembered. Tom's eyes bulged. The chief deputy said nothing. Call in support to secure the area, I said. Strict orders to not touch anything. We have a team coming from Memphis. Get people on the lookout for this guy. I'm pretty sure he's driving a blue 70s Datsun pickup truck."
"How do you know that? I didn't even think this guy was capable of driving,"
Whistle said. "I think I saw him picking up the girl, who's now dead up in that house, last night. Just make the call." Whistle called it in over his shoulder radio, and the station confirmed. He looked at me.
"I never would have imagined this,"
he said. I let out a quick breath and shook my head. "Probably why it's been happening under your nose for who knows how long. Tom, you ready? We're going in here." I pointed to the house. "Yeah," Tom said. "Be prepared for what you might see in there." "I'll be fine."
"Shouldn't we have warrants or something?"
Whistle asked. "No," I said. "Go to the front of the house and make sure no one comes out when we make entry into the back."
"Sure."
Whistle walked toward the front. Tom and I went to the back door of the property, service weapons drawn. I pulled open the aluminum screen door and tried twisting the inner doorknob. Locked. I looked back at Tom.
"Hold the screen door with your foot. Keep your aim into the house. You announce our presence, and I'll kick the door in."
He nodded, held the door open with his foot, and kept his sights on the door. I took 3 strides back and pulled in a deep breath. While I was fairly confident that I'd be able to get us inside, having booted my share of doors in the past, it had been a while. My old partner, Kane, was a bit of a brute, and had handled the door-kicking-in duties over the last few years. I looked at Tom and gave him the nod. Tom banged his fist on the door. "FBI!" he shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, I took a few strides and delivered a front kick to the edge of the door just above the knob. The door flew in, slammed against the home's interior wall, and came back. Tom shouldered the door out of the way and entered the property, announcing our presence once again. I followed him in and across the wood splinters from the doorframe. The foul odor of decomposing bodies hit me like a hammer.
"What the hell?"
Tom said. He covered his mouth and nose with his free hand, while his other kept the barrel of his weapon pointed into the home. I caught movement to my left and jerked my head and weapon to the area. A cat walked low along the wall and ran outside through the busted-open door. The sound of flies filled the room, a continuous buzz from their wings and a constant ticking from them bouncing off the kitchen window. We stood in a path of garbage leading into the kitchen. To our left was a kitchen table, covered in blood, with a pair of severed arms and a pair of severed legs directly next to them. I tried to hold my breath as we took another few steps inside. I looked to our right and stopped cold. The scene from the ruined house on the property paled in comparison to what I was looking at. I took my eyes away from what I had seen, hoping it was a figment of my imagination and would be gone when I looked back. I glanced down at the area of garbage-free floor in the kitchen, covered in still wet blood. The blood continued up the cupboards to the countertop. What was on the countertop, which I'd first seen, remained. I felt my mouth filling with saliva, which was common before I retched. I motioned for Clifford to continue on, saying nothing, for fear that if I opened my mouth, my gag reflex would kick in. The two of us walked around the blood on the kitchen floor toward the living room. A single door stood to our right, padlocked, but not latched. Beyond the door was an empty bathroom. Tom and I continued into the living room itself. An old television in the corner was on, playing a fuzzy game show. The room was empty aside from some old dirty tables and a Chesterfield couch that looked as though it had seen better days. Off of the living room was a single bedroom. We headed in. The bed was unmade, the white sheets stained yellow. Garbage and miscellaneous junk covered the floor. The dresser had a few drawers standing open. It was made of hardwood and looked antique. The closet doors were open. Tom and I took a quick look inside and saw 3 plastic garbage bags filled with something sitting in a corner. Flies buzzed around the bags, but neither of us were about to look at what was inside. We walked back the way we'd come, quickly checked the basement, which was empty, and walked back into the kitchen. I tried not to look at what was on the kitchen counter, but found my eyes glued to the area. A severed foot, and what I could only assume was part of a calf, sat nearest the refrigerator. From my vantage point, I could partially see into the kitchen sink. It looked to be filled with skin, bone, blood, and an off-yellow substance I couldn't identify. My eyes went farther left across the blood-covered bit of counter to a brown-stained wooden cutting board. A section of leg, roughly 10 inches long, sat on top the board, and I identified the joint in the center as a knee. A bit farther left still, my stomach turned, and the salivation resumed. A large, brown, flower-patterned crock-pot, covered in blood and a film of brown, was clicked to on. Steam was rising from around the glass lid. One gag came, and then another. I rushed past Tom, out the front door, and managed to make it to the side of the home before the vomit came. I leaned over, hands on my knees. I retched again. The sound of me becoming sick must have triggered the same reflex in Tom, because when I looked to the side, he was in the same position as me. I spat numerous times before regaining my composure. Then I removed my hands from my knees and stood. Tom motioned me toward his car and opened his trunk, so I walked to his side. "Here," he said. He reached into the trunk, opened a small cooler, and pulled a water bottle from inside and handed it to me. I took the water and thanked him. After a mouth rinse and a stick of gum, it was time to get back to the task at hand, securing the scene until a forensics team could get inside, and organizing some kind of search for Richard Kirkwood. "Beth!" I called. I could see her standing outside the old home, and I waved her back toward us. "Anything my guys from the Clarksville office can do?" Tom asked. "How many do you have?" I asked. "Probably 6 that could come." "Get them here. The more of a federal presence we have until our guys get here from Memphis, the better. I don't want to get outnumbered by the locals and have to make sure they aren't disturbing evidence." "Got it," he said. Tom grabbed his phone from his pocket and made the call back to his office. Chief Deputy Whistle rounded the side of the house and came to Beth and me.
"You guys find anything inside?" he asked.
"Yeah," I said.
"Let me go and take a look," Whistle said.
He turned and started for the back door of the house. I was about to keep him from entering when I heard Beth tell him to stop. She stood beside me. He turned and flashed her a confused look.
"No one else inside," she said. "We have a forensics team en route from Memphis as we speak." "But there could be something inside that tells us where Kirkwood went. Memphis is 4 hours from here," Whistle said. "They'll be here in less than 4 hours," Beth said. "No one else inside."
He shook his head, walked over to his sheriff's SUV, and pulled out his cell phone.
"I went upstairs in that old house. It's empty," she said.
I decided not to bother telling her. She should have waited for either Tom or me. "What did Ball say?" I asked.
"He's getting a forensics team from Memphis on the way."
"So we're going to be sitting here for 4 hours," I said. She shook her head.
"Memphis has access to air transport. Ball said he would have whoever is leading up the team that's coming contact me as soon as they're en route. We should hear something soon.
All right.
What was inside the house? She asked. It looked like I saw you and Tom bent over, heaving in the lawn.
Did you eat breakfast? I asked.
Couple of breakfast bars right when I got up. That and the coffee we grabbed.
You don't want to know or see if you feel like keeping that down.
Worse than the old house? She asked.
I nodded.
Not even close.
Whistle approached us.
Hey, I have a couple of cars that are on their way as we speak. They should be able to help you get the area roped off or whatever you need. I just got off the phone with my superior. He wants me back at the station to discuss this with him.
Whistle's face showed worry, and the way he said the words made it sound as though he might be walking into a firing. When should we expect them? I asked.
5 or 10 minutes, he said.
I nodded. Whistle walked to his SUV and got in. Chapter 25. Richard pulled into the white shed that matched Mark's house, got out, and went to the back. He dropped the tailgate of the truck to pull his mother's remains from inside, and then carried her over to a workbench in Mark's shed and set her down in the single chair in front of the bench. His mother's remains slipped. Richard propped her back up.
"Thanks," he heard.
Richard nodded. He surveyed his surroundings in the shed. His brother had an old car under a tarp, a couple of workbenches and toolboxes, and miscellaneous shelving for storage. The shed had a number of windows, allowing light into the building. Richard found the remote control for the television and powered it on. He walked to the refrigerator his brother had spoken of, opened the door, and grabbed a soda from inside. He popped the top and took a sip. The television was playing a commercial, so Richard flipped through the channels, settled on a soap opera, and tossed the remote back onto the workbench where he'd found it. Richard leaned against what he figured to be the front fender of the old car with a tarp over it.
"So we're just supposed to sit in here until your brother comes?" he heard.
"I guess," Richard said.
"When is that going to be?"
Richard shrugged. He scooted himself up onto the hood to take a seat. The car's suspension sank and creaked from his weight. The tarp covering the car slid from the front bumper area as he moved his weight directly over the front tire. Richard looked over and spotted the pointed edge of the chrome front bumper. The shape immediately registered as familiar. He slid himself off, went to the front of the car, grabbed the tarp, and yanked it from the front of the vehicle. He stared at the front of the green 1970s Ford LTD. Richard ran his fingers over the grill of the car as he went to the passenger side. He was looking for something specific, a dent from when he'd run into the car on his bike as a child. Richard spotted it just in front of the passenger side front wheel.
"What the hell? Why is this thing here?"
Richard asked.
"That's your father's car," he heard.
"Yeah, I know. Why is it here?"
Richard pulled the tarp back over the front and stood in the shed, thinking.
"Why do you think he'd never let you come over?" he heard.
"I don't know,"
Richard said. He walked to his mother and scooped her from the chair. Richard walked outside the shed and set her down in the dirt while he pulled the shed door closed. Then he picked her up again and started for Mark's house. Richard's eyes went left and right across the sparsely wooded 20-some acres his brother owned. In the distance was a white fence that must have marked his brother's property line. Richard imagined the land used to be a farm field at some point in time, from the wide open areas. He looked back down the driveway toward the road, 1,000+ yards away. No one would be able to see him carrying his mother. Richard approached the back entrance of his brother's 1920s farmhouse. The 2-story white home with black faux shutters had a tin roof and a covered porch that wrapped the perimeter. The grass, landscaping, and home were all well kept. Richard had only been in the home once or twice in the 5 or so years that his brother had owned it. Mark had always given him strict orders to never stop.
"Why didn't he want you to go into the house?" he heard. "He seemed weird about it, as though he was hiding something from you in there. Do you think it was just your father's car? How did he get that, anyway?"
"I don't know," Richard said.
"What could he be hiding?"
Richard heard.
"I'd go find out if I were you."
Richard climbed the 5 stairs up the back porch and set his mother near the door. He kicked the welcome mat to the side to look for a key beneath, but saw nothing. He twisted the knob and smirked. The door was open, so he let himself into the house.
"You're just going to leave me out here?"
he heard.
"You'll be fine,"
Richard said. He left the door standing open and entered into the home's kitchen. The area was neat and tidy. No plates lying on the granite counters, no mess or clutter. Richard stood still, listening to hear anything. The home was dead silent. He walked farther into the kitchen. The wooden floor squeaked with each step. Richard stopped at the refrigerator and pulled the door open, and something caught his eye right away. He stood holding the door open and staring at the stacks of Tupperware all neatly arranged. He'd seen this before, years ago. Richard slid one of the Tupperware containers out. He removed the lid and looked inside. Meat. Richard tossed it onto the counter and pulled out another, and then another. The contents of the 4th container, which looked to be skin on a piece of bicep, complete with a faded barbed wire tattoo, confirmed his suspicions. Richard rummaged the cabinets and found numerous bottles of wild turkey.
"He's here,"
Richard said. He walked from the kitchen to search the house. The next rooms, beyond the kitchen, were a living room off to the right, and a bathroom and laundry room to the left. Richard stopped briefly and glanced into the living room. A fireplace took up the left wall, surrounded by brown leather furniture. Richard didn't spot a photo anywhere. Generic, country-esque art covered the walls. He glanced left toward the bathroom and laundry room, both empty. Richard continued directly ahead and looked to the right of the front door. The room contained a pair of wicker chairs and various potted plants, some kind of sunroom looking out toward the street. After Richard turned left and walked past the front door on his right, he glanced up the flight of stairs to his left and continued forward into the next room. He stood in a wooden-walled den. The den contained bookshelves filled with books, a few leather lounge chairs, and a television, yet was also empty. Richard turned around, walked back to the flight of stairs, and went up. The green, flower-patterned carpeted stairs creaked with each step Richard took. He reached the landing and looked left to right. The hallway spread to both sides, 2 closed doors in each direction. Richard went to the right first, and found the first door was a bathroom, the second an empty spare bedroom. Richard turned and headed to the doors on the left. He entered the first, and stood in shock. An old man lay upon a blue plaid blanketed bed. The man's left arm was cuffed to the metal bars of the bedframe. Richard took a step into the room. The man had shoulder-length white hair and a thick white beard. He wore nothing but a pair of dingy white boxer shorts. The man appeared frail. Richard could see the outline of the man's ribs. His face was creased with wrinkles, yet somewhat familiar. Richard noticed a pink area of scars around the man's cuffed left wrist.
"Hello?"
Richard asked. The man scooted up against the bars of the headboard and looked back at Richard. He reached across his body with his right hand and took a pair of glasses from the nightstand. As soon as the man put the glasses on, Richard knew who he was.
"Dad?"
Richard asked.
"Richie, is that you under all that hair?"
Richard walked into the room and sat at the edge of the bed. His father reached for him and rubbed him on the head with his free hand.
"Your brother told me he was going to kill you."
"What?"
Richard asked.
"He said he was going to your house to kill you right before he left. Said that you were going to get him caught and he had to put you down. How did you find me?"
"Mark told me to come here."
"He's trying to trick you. He only told you to come here so he could kill you here."
"He's not gonna kill me."
"You don't know your brother very well. No time to explain it all now. Get me out of here before Mark comes back. If he knows that you found me, he'll kill us both."
"Why?"
Richard asked again.
"This doesn't make any sense. Why are you cuffed? Where have you been?"
"No time. Just go to the shed and get something that can cut through these damn handcuffs."
Richard stood and looked at the old man.
"Go, Richie. Your brother isn't what he seems. He's going to kill you."
Richard left the room. His feet pounded down the steps. Richard passed the living room and kitchen, and left from the house the way he entered.
"What's going on?"
he heard his mother ask as he passed her on the porch. Richard didn't respond. He jogged to the shed and found a hacksaw sitting inside one of the toolbox drawers. Richard yanked the saw out and jogged back toward the house. He took the front porch steps in 2 lunges.
"Are you going to tell me what is happening?"
Richard heard his mother ask.
"Dad is upstairs. Mark has been keeping him as a prisoner."
"Your father is dead, Richie."
"He's alive. I just saw him."
"Are you sure you saw him up there?"
he heard. Richard stopped for a moment as he briefly questioned reality. His thinking was interrupted by a sheriff's SUV pulling toward the shed and parking.
"Shit,"
Richard said. He ran into and through the house and up the stairs. He hurried to the spare bedroom his father was in. The old man cuffed to the bed quickly dissolved any doubts about his reality.
"Mark is here,"
Richard said.
"Hurry up! Cut through the chain on the cuffs!"
Richard began sawing. He heard his brother running through the lower level of the house below.
"Damn it, Richie! Saw faster!"
He heard pounding footsteps up the staircase, followed by his brother's voice.
"Richie! What the hell are you doing?"
"Why didn't you tell me he was alive?"
"Who?"
"What the hell do you mean, who?"
Richard asked.
"What are you doing with that saw?"
Richie glanced over his shoulder at his brother, standing in his sheriff's uniform in the doorway. Mark approached from the side.
"Jesus, Richie, what the hell are you doing?"
Mark lunged for the saw, grasped it, and tried to pull it away.
"Give me the damn saw!"
Mark shouted.
"Or what? You're going to kill us both?"
"I don't know what you're talking about, Richie. Now give me the damn saw!" "He's going to kill us!"
Richard heard his father yell.
"He's going for his gun!"
Richard dropped the saw to the bed and went immediately for the hunting knife on his hip. He yanked it from the sheath and swung it backhand at his brother's chest. Mark stumbled backward, holding the handle of the blade that came from his heart.
"That's exactly what you deserve,"
Richard said. Mark collapsed to the floor near the door of the bedroom. Richard grabbed the saw from the bed and turned his head back to continue sawing at the cuff's chains. though we didn't see cuffs or an arm attached to them or his father. Richard saw blood and a hacksaw blade with bits of flesh stuck to the teeth. He looked at his left arm, holding the bed frame and pumping blood. He'd cut 3/4 of the way through the bones of his left forearm. Chapter 26. Beth and I stood 100 feet from the side of the smaller house, staring up into the sky. She held her head in her hands to keep her hair from whipping about. A black helicopter was descending onto the field of the Kirkwood property just 100 feet away. Beth had received the phone call an hour prior that Memphis was sending a bird, as they called it, with a full forensics team. Apparently the call from Ball had gotten the troops we needed. I looked back at the smaller of the two homes we'd been inside. Tom had another 4 or 5 agents standing around with him. There was nothing for them to do inside the homes until our forensics team had a crack at them, yet they'd spent the better part of the last half hour marking blood in the grass as evidence, from the smaller home up to the older of the two. We'd pushed the local sheriff's department deputies back off to the street and had them set up a checkpoint a half-mile down in each direction. We didn't know where Richard Kirkwood was, and his coming back home was a definite possibility. With the checkpoints in place, he would be spotted coming through. I gave the deputies orders to go after anyone who turned away from the checkpoints, as well as to be on the lookout for a Datsun pickup truck. The helicopter landed with a light touch of each landing skid before coming down completely. The side doors slid open, and 5 people exited. All carried large, gray plastic boxes. They crouched as they moved away from the wind of the rotors. Beth waved the group toward us. We exchanged introductions with the team over the noise of the helicopter lifting off again. The 4 men and 1 woman were the forensics unit we'd requested. The helicopter headed to the west, back the way it had come. "What are we looking at here?" one of the men asked. He'd said his name was Tony, and the lead during our round of introductions. Like the other 3 men that accompanied him, as well as the woman, Tony wore khaki pants and a long-sleeved blue shirt that read FBI Evidence Recovery Team in yellow letters across the back. "We have remains in both properties," I said. "They've both been cleared, but have been untouched aside from that." "The nature of the remains in the houses?" asked the woman, who'd introduced herself as Carmen. I pointed up to the older home in ruins. "Dismembered body in that one. Signs that multiple murders, or at least dismemberments, have happened in there. Lots of older-looking blood. We also have blood in the grass leading up to that property that has been marked off with evidence cones. Inside the home, there's a padlocked door in the property that we did not access. Whoever goes in, mind your footing. The place isn't in the best of shape structurally." I turned and motioned toward the smaller home beside us. "In the kitchen of this one, we found severed arms, legs, blood, and, I ran my hand over my hair. A slow cooker that's on and cooking something in there." For a moment, the only noise was from the helicopter, which could still be heard a ways off in the distance. The forensics group stared back at me after my last comment about the kitchen, but didn't respond. "Yeah, probably what you're thinking right now," I said. Tony spoke up. "Okay, I'll take this house here with Jim and Eddie. Come and take Rob with you up to that old house. Let's do a thorough process of everything that's visible, and then we'll try to get into that locked door once that is complete." He looked at me. "We'll need a quick swab from anyone that we know is in the properties to rule them out. Prints for anyone official we should already have on file." I nodded. "Just a little FYI. We believe that the victims were prostitutes. I'm not sure if the possibility of diseases affects what you guys do, but there is a lot of blood in both areas." "Okay, appreciate that information," Tony said. "From the sounds of it, we might need a biohazard removal team of some sorts, but we'll do what we can to collect whatever evidence we can, and then address that." Sure. Just let me know, I said. The forensics group geared up in white clean suits and dispersed to the two houses. What do you think? I asked Beth. She shrugged.
We need to find this guy. The way the chief deputy talked about him, he shouldn't be able to do any of this, much less be able to avoid apprehension.
I'm not putting much stock into anything Whistle has told us. The guy had a serial killer under his nose the entire time. I thought for a moment. Whistle said that this guy had people coming over, bringing him food and taking him back and forth to church, things like that.
Yeah, Beth said. How would nobody ever notice this? Unless nobody ever went into the house.
I don't know. But it's not out of the question that this guy could have an accomplice. Someone local damn sure knows something about this guy. What he drives, where he goes, something. Aside from that, we can get a good description from someone and see if it matches up with the guy I saw. I'm going to call Whistle and see if he can give me some names. Beth nodded.
I want to see what we can get on that vehicle. I'm going to give Ball a ring back and see what we can come up with on registered Datsuns in the area.
Can we search by that? I asked. I know as far as DMV records, if you don't have a plate number or name, you're pretty much screwed as far as them searching their database.
The twins will get us something, Beth said. They've got me things in the past that I figured they'd never be able to find.
She pulled out her cell phone to make the call. Fair enough. I dialed the sheriff's station. The receptionist answered right away with the same greeting I'd heard in my last few calls, asking me if I had an emergency. No, ma'am. This is Agent Hank Rawlings. I'm looking to speak with Chief Deputy Whistle.
I'm not sure if he's in. Hold on. I'll try transferring you back to his office. If you get his voicemail, hit 0, and it will bring you back to me. I'll try putting you through on his mobile phone then.
Sure, I said. I held, received Whistle's voicemail at his desk within a few rings, left a message, and pressed 0 to be reconnected with the receptionist. No answer at the chief deputy's desk, I said.
Yeah. I haven't seen him all morning, but he's usually pretty scarce around here on Sundays. Let me transfer you to his mobile.
Thank you. She put me through. The phone rang in my ear 9 or 10 times before I reached the voicemail on his cell. I left another message that I was looking to speak with him, and hung up. Tom walked to my side. What do you need my guys on? I thought for a moment. Forensics is going to be busy with these two places for a bit before we can go in and have a look around. Let's see what we can do about getting a news crew. You want this on the news? Tom asked. Not necessarily what is going on here. I want them for a different reason. Getting the word out that Kirkwood is wanted, and finding anyone who knows anything about Kirkwood to come forward. We need to know something about this guy. Right now, we don't even know for certain what he looks like. Okay, I'll see what we can do. Any station that you're looking for in particular? Whoever can get here and get it on the airwaves the soonest, I said. Got it, Tom said. He turned and walked toward his men. Beth left the car and walked back toward me.
Ball says he'll get the twins going on the pickup truck.
Anything on Kirkwood? I asked.
Not yet. The guy is really off the grid, apparently. What did Whistle say?
She asked. Nothing. I never got him on the phone. The receptionist said she hadn't seen him. I got put through to his desk and cell phone. No answer at either.
Maybe he's in that meeting with his superior.
Maybe, I said. One of the forensics guys that had gone into the smaller of the two houses stepped from the back door and waved us over. Beth and I walked toward him. He wore a white clean suit with a hood and a mask. The man pulled the mask from over his nose and mouth. He was the guy who'd said his name was Eddie.
We're going to need that biohazard team in here, he said. This place is bad. We found more human remains in the refrigerator.
My stomach turned. I felt another gag coming from the smell wafting from the doorway of the home. "Let me get one of the local agents and find out who we need to call." "Thanks," he said, and rounded the corner back into the home. Beth and I found Tom, and we got in touch with the people at the Medical Science Building in Nashville. They recommended a private company they work with for the removal of the remains and cleanup of the bodily fluids. Tom made the call to them and told us they'd be out within a few hours. Beth nodded toward Carmen, the forensics woman approaching from the old house. Carmen's mask hung from around her neck on its straps, and the hood that covered her hair had been dropped. She came up to us. "Any idea on who to call around here for mass remains removal?" she asked.
"Mass?"
Beth asked.
"The padlocked basement. We broke through and went down. First count was over 20.
"Bodies?" I asked. She nodded.
"Some look like they've been there for a while. Years. There may be more that we didn't see."
The status of our investigation wasn't exactly improving. I ran my hand through my hair and pulled my cell phone from my pocket. "Let me see who I can call." Chapter 27. I glanced at my watch. It was pushing 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tom had gotten hold of a Nashville news station that broadcasted throughout the Clarksville area. The news crew was to arrive at the sheriff's checkpoint at any moment. I pulled out my phone and dialed Ball. That would be the 5th or 6th call we'd had in the last few hours. He answered within a couple of rings.
"Ball,"
he said. "It's Hank again."
"Any good news?"
"I'd be yanking your chain if I said there was. I'm watching a crew of people load body after body into vans like an assembly line."
"How many total?"
he asked. "I think they said 24.
"Jeez," he said. "Were there more in the basement of the second house?"
"Not a one. The only thing odd was an empty hole dug in the dirt floor."
"Maybe he was getting ready to bury someone,"
Ball said. "Maybe."
"The company I gave you the name of was right?"
"Yeah, Safe Disposal. I guess they work with a medical science outfit in Nashville. All the bodies are going back there for analysis," I said.
"You know, that entire place is probably going to have to be excavated. That's going to get kicked over to the Memphis branch, though. Everything will, as soon as you and Beth leave."
"That's kind of what I figured," I said. "Okay, real quick, the reason for the call. Did we get anything new on Kirkwood? I have this news team that's going to be here any minute."
"We're not getting anywhere on him. We even started looking into the utilities on the address. Can't get anywhere there, either."
"Yeah. I saw a generator on the side of the house while I was puking earlier. I'm guessing that's how he's getting power to the home."
"I'm not going to ask. That chief deputy never get back to you?"
"No, but I'm about to call him again." "Nothing on the pickup truck either?" I asked.
"Nothing so far, Hank. It might not be registered, judging by how this guy is."
I let out a breath. "All right. I just wanted to check one last time before I go on the air here in a second. I need to get down to the street, where none of this is visible, to do the interview."
"What's the plan there again?"
Ball asked. "I just need anyone who knows the guy to come forward. As soon as we have a description that's accurate, we can distribute it. It would damn well be nice if someone had a recent photo."
"Well, like I said earlier, I'll make sure you know the second we get anything." "The forensics team is still working?"
Ball asked. "Yeah. They said they got a bunch of prints. Once they're done, they'll head back to Memphis to begin processing everything. They said I should expect a phone call in the morning."
"Sure,"
Ball said. "Okay. Let me go and stand in front of a camera and ask for help. I'm sure we'll talk in a bit."
"Sounds good."
I clicked off from Ball and motioned Beth and Tom over. "News team?" I asked. Tom glanced at his watch. "Should be any minute. They said 2 o'clock." Okay, I said. Beth, I'm guessing you want to be the one in front of the camera this time? She furrowed her eyebrows.
No. 0 chance.
That's what I figured, I said. Tom, where were we meeting this news team? The sheriff's checkpoint to the south. I figured that is probably about as close as we'd want any media when this is going on. He nodded toward the men loading bagged remains into the vans. The checkpoint should be perfect. Can you give me a lift down there? I asked. Yeah, no problem, he said. I hopped in the passenger side of his car, and he started it up and pulled out from the driveway of the property. He made a right onto the road out front and headed down to the checkpoint. The short half-mile ride was silent, aside from Tom saying that he'd never laid eyes on a scene that bad in his life, and me grunting in agreement. Tom slowed at the 2 sheriff's cruisers blocking the roadway. He and I stepped out and walked toward the deputies, both in uniform. I didn't see a news van or any other vehicles, or any people for that matter, anywhere. Been quiet? I asked. The deputy on the left, whose nameplate read Nicker, nodded his head, which wore a campaign hat with a badge and gold tassels tied above the brim. We had a car come through about 10 minutes ago. Homeowner that lived up the road here a bit. He pointed the way we'd come. We checked out her DL and sent her home. Nobody turning around when they saw the squad cars? Tom asked. Nothing, the other deputy said. His nameplate read Stark. You guys just doing a checkup here, or? We have a news van coming for a quick interview, Tom said. Oh, okay. We're off at 3. Are you guys going to need us to swap out with another shift? Yep, I said. We need this checkpoint here through the night. Tom and I waited another 5 minutes for the news crew to arrive. I spent the time trying once again to get a hold of Whistle. I got the voicemails on his desk and mobile phone again. I clicked off and wasted another 20 minutes watching the news crew set up before delivering my 30-second statement. I kept it short and sweet. We were looking for a man named Richard Kirkwood in connection with a number of homicides. Any information anyone watching could provide us on this man, no matter how small, would help facilitate his capture. That was it, aside from the FBI's toll-free tip number. We thanked the news crew for coming out, told them they would be the first to hear if we had anything new or a description they could circulate, and headed back to Tom's car. The next few hours on the scene went by at a turtle's pace. I'd called Whistle another 3 or 4 times without getting him on the phone. My final call went to the receptionist. I asked her if she could get anyone at the station who'd ever seen Kirkwood to get in contact with me. Beth and I watched the men from Safe Disposal finish loading the remains into their pair of vans and leave the property. All the severed limbs, as well as the 24 bodies, were going back to the Medical Science Building in Nashville for processing. I planned to check in there the following day to see if they'd come up with anything. Getting identifications on them was another story altogether. After the vans left, we watched the forensics team collect evidence for hours, and when they finally finished at roughly 5 o'clock, we were allowed into the homes to begin looking for anything resembling some kind of a clue as to where Kirkwood could be. The other agents from Tom's resident agency, as well as the forensics team, gave us a hand searching. After another 2 hours of digging through junk with our gloved hands, we'd found nothing. The guy had no receipts of anything, no bills, no mail, and not even a home phone we could hit redial on to get the last number. We even went through his refrigerator, which was mostly empty after the human remains were removed, to see if we could find out where he shopped. Again, nothing. I never did ask anyone what exactly was in the crock-pot, which had since been turned off. I didn't really care to know. The helicopter returned to pick up the forensics team right before Beth and I left, a few minutes after 7 o'clock. The team took everything they'd gathered to begin processing immediately. They said we should receive a phone call in the morning with anything they'd found that could help. Beth and I got back to our hotel around 8:30. We left strict instructions with the second shift of deputies manning the checkpoint to notify Agent Clifford as well as us if anything out of the ordinary happened. Beth had gone to her room and said she'd be over after a bit. I changed out of my suit, from which I kept catching whiffs of death, and put on a T-shirt and jeans. I sat on the edge of the bed in my hotel room and stared at the television. The news channel I'd done the brief interview with must have contacted the other stations, because I caught my face on 2 different channels. The last time I'd spoken with Ball, he said anything of any substance that came through the FBI's tip line would be forwarded to Beth and me immediately. I walked to the room's shelf, which doubled as a desk, sat in a lime-green office chair, and picked up my phone. I needed another investigative mind, in addition to Beth, to bounce a few things off of, so I dialed my old partner, currently the Tampa homicide captain, Carl Kane. He answered right away.
"So you're coming next weekend now?"
he asked.
"Callie said Karen picked up your plane tickets."
"Hopefully. I'm still out here in this investigation, but should be back before then." I spun the chair and kicked my feet up on the edge of the bed.
"How's that going?"
he asked. "Looks like it will be national news shortly."
"Get him?"
"No. That's the reason for the call. We have a suspect, and judging by the 20-some bodies we found on his property, it looks like he's definitely our guy."
20-some bodies?
"Yeah, just your typical guy who picks up prostitutes, hacks them up, and eats them. Nothing out of the ordinary." Kane was quiet for a moment.
"Damn, Hank. Where are you at with finding him?"
"Well, that's the problem. He's a ghost. No phone, no car, no driver's license, no bank records, no credit cards. We don't even have a description, just a name and the property he resided at. So you tell me, what am I missing that will help me find this guy?"
"Was there power?"
Kane asked. "Huh?"
"Did the place have power when you were inside?"
"Yeah. My guys back in Manassas looked into utilities on the address. We got nothing. I spotted a generator on the side of the house. Guess he was getting power that way."
Kane said. "Friends and family, then? No pictures in the house?"
"Not a single photo anywhere. Both parents dead. He had a brother that up and disappeared quite a while back."
"Well, maybe that's who's helping him."
"So you think he might have an accomplice?"
"Hell, no way of knowing for sure, but I take it you remember the Carmen Sims and Angel Redding case."
"Don't remind me. I thought that may have been the worst scene I ever saw up until this morning. What I saw today made that house look like a fun park with kiddie slides."
Kane grumbled. "I don't want the details," he said. "I don't need any more of that shit bouncing around in my head. Anyway, what I'm saying is when someone has nothing to tie them to society, just like Carmen, it probably means that there is someone helping them. In her case, it was her daughter. I'd try to find that disappeared brother. Either that, or do whatever the hell you can to find out who this guy was in contact with. You try a redial on his house phone?"
A tap came at the door of my hotel room. I walked over, glanced out the peephole, and pulled the door open. Beth stood in the hall, wearing a pair of jeans and a pink striped long-sleeved shirt. Her hair was pulled back, and her dark-rimmed glasses had made a reappearance, though she didn't look as if she was calling it a night. Beth saw I was on the phone, and mouthed the words that she would come back. I waved her inside and covered the mouthpiece of my phone. "Just a second," I said. Then I brought the phone back to my mouth. "No house phone, Kane."
"Damn. That's usually a good one." "Well, like I said, find out who was helping him and you'll find him."
Beth plopped down on the chair next to the window. I let out a breath. "Yeah, we'll see. I guess I have a couple of things working." I heard a high-pitched wail come from his end of the phone.
"What the hell?"
Kane said. "What is that?" I asked.
"I think it's the boy screaming. Can't say I've heard that noise come out of him before. 1 second."
The sounds of him rummaging around shuffled through the phone. Then he came back on.
"Nope, he's fine. I think he was just pissed that he lost his binky. All good."
I smirked. "I'll let you get back to the parenting. Let me give you a buzz tomorrow."
"Sure, Hank. Have a good night,"
Kane said. I clicked off and walked over to Beth. I spun the lime office chair from the desk and took a seat.
Old partner?
She asked. Yeah. He seems to think that someone is helping Kirkwood. If we find his help, we find him.
I'd argue with that if I could.
I dug one palm into an eye. Whistle is really starting to piss me off.
He never called back?
No. And the last time I called the station, I told the woman that answered that I wanted anyone who has ever seen or heard anything about Kirkwood to call. Needless to say, my phone hasn't rung yet.
Want me to try Whistle? Different number. Maybe he's avoiding you.
Still a Virginia number. I doubt he's that dumb.
What about the hotel phone?
Haven't tried that, I said. Pretty sad if that's what is going on.
What's his number?
Beth went to the room's phone, picked up the receiver, and dialed when I told her. A moment later, she clicked the phone back down.
Voicemail. Come on.
Come on where?
Hotel bar. Let's go. After a day like today, it's a necessity.
I rocked my head back and forth. All right, I'll meet you in 10 minutes. I need to give Karen a call and check in. Beth smiled.
Meet me downstairs at the bar when you're done. Tell her I said hi.
I nodded and dialed as Beth left my room.
Hey, baby,
Karen said. Hey, you. How's it going?
Pretty good. I picked up our tickets to Tampa.
Muffled sounds came from her end of the call, as though she was in the middle of doing something. That's what Kane just said.
So you're calling him before me now?
I smirked. No. I wanted to bounce some things about this investigation off of him.
Did he help?
Maybe. Karen's car keys jingled unmistakably.
Well, I haven't heard from you all day. Did you guys find out anything?
I didn't feel like rehashing what I'd seen, and I was positive she didn't want the details. We did. Got his name. Pretty much confirmed that he was the guy behind the killings. Now we just need to find the guy.
That's great news. So why don't you sound happy about it?
I heard the creak of our front door opening. Just a long day, babe. Where are you headed?
How do you know I'm going somewhere?
Detective skills? She chuckled.
I'm going to Ken and his wife Jenny's. Poker night. Just about ready to leave the house. I didn't get to tell you. We have another girl that plays. She'll be there tonight.
Oh, yeah? I asked.
Yeah. Newer agent. I think she has something going on with Doug. Me and some of the guys have caught their little looks and things like that. But they play it off pretty well.
Gossip and poker. Sounds like a good night. How is Chop?
Good. I'm taking him with.
I heard her tell him to come on, followed by the closing of a door. Really? I asked.
Yeah. You don't care that he's in your new truck, do you?
No, not at all. It's a Jeep, supposed to be dirty. Take the top and windows out so his little face can flap in the wind. Karen laughed.
Already did.
I heard her tell him,
good boy,
and
stay.
Karen continued.
Ken has a female Boston Terrier that I'm going to let Porkchop terrorize.
Just keep an eye on him, I said. He seemed a little frisky at the park last week.
What do you mean? He'll be fine. He's been around other dogs a million times. I've never seen him try to mount one.
No, I don't mean the dog. When he was at the park, he found a dog's owner that he seemed fond of, if you know what I mean. He may have a little Mississippi leghound in him.
You mean Ew, Karen said. You didn't tell me that.
I laughed. I was trying to keep it between him and me. Guy stuff. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Oh, now I don't know if I want to take him, Karen said. Ken and his wife offered to watch him while we went to Tampa. What am I supposed to do?
He'll be fine, babe. Just take him. I'm sure the other dog will keep him preoccupied.
God, I hope so.
I heard the sound of my Jeep starting. Why don't you give me a call when you get back? I'm supposed to head downstairs and grab a drink with Beth.
Are you sure? It might be late.
I don't care. Just call.
Okay. I love you. Tell Beth I said hi,
Karen said. Yeah, I will. She actually wanted me to tell you the same. So, hi for Beth.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Love you again.
Love you too. I clicked off, put my phone in my pocket, and headed out. Chapter 28. Richard sat on the leather recliner in his brother's living room with his eyes closed and the volume on the television turned up to the max. His mother had been nagging at him for the better part of the last few hours, and he was trying to tune her out. The noise from the television was some late-night talk show, yet Richard wasn't much focused on its content. His mind kept replaying the vision of his old father on the bed upstairs, the conversation they'd had, and the throbbing from his arm, which surely required medical attention that it wouldn't receive. Richard had run a needle and thread through the wound, wrapped it with a few paper towels, and fashioned himself a splint from a ruler and some duct tape. It wouldn't address the cuts to the bones, but it would have to do. Richard rocked his head to the side of the chair's padded leather headrest. He'd recognized that his breaks with reality had been increasing as of late, yet none had been as vivid as the one with his father. Even hours later, Richard wasn't convinced that it hadn't happened. He'd went upstairs to double-check multiple times. His father never appeared again. Richard had gone to the garage to inspect what he thought was his father's car twice, but it was black, not green, and it wasn't even a Ford both times he checked.
"Richard," he heard, "where are we going to go?"
Richard leaned forward from his reclined position on the chair and rubbed his eyes. "We're not going anywhere," he said.
"They'll come looking for your brother. They'll find us here."
"Who cares?" he asked.
"You care. Do you want to go to prison?"
"I won't be going to prison if they come. I don't think I'd do too well there," Richard said. "And we don't have anywhere to go. Just be quiet."
"I'm not going to be quiet. Let's just get in the truck and go. We'll see where we end up."
Richard reached into his back pocket and removed his wallet. The small movement sent pain up his left arm, and he winced. With the fingertips of his right hand, he pulled the Velcro flap keeping the wallet closed and opened it. The wallet didn't contain a single credit card or driver's license, since Mark had never let him have either. The photo holder held a single picture of a woman, which had come with the wallet when Mark gave it to him as a gift. Richard thought she was pretty, so he left it in. He spread open the center section to see how much cash he had, and fingered through each bill one by one. $6. He hadn't remembered to take the 200s back from the dead hooker.
"We don't have enough money to get anywhere," Richard said.
"Check your brother's pockets, stupid."
"Don't call me stupid," Richard said. "I already checked."
"No, you didn't. I've been sitting with you the whole time."
Richard didn't want to admit that he'd overlooked something so simple.
"Fine. I'll check again."
He walked to his brother, sitting on the couch next to their mother. The knife had been removed from Mark's chest and stuck back into its sheath on Richard's hip. Richard rolled his brother to the side with one hand, and then fished his fingers through Mark's pockets. Nothing. Richard pushed his brother to the other side and went through his pockets again. He pulled a wallet from Mark's right pocket and flipped it open. Richard held the wallet against his thigh, pulled out the cash, and went through it.
"He's got like $50.
Credit cards?"
he heard his mother ask.
"A couple."
"That's enough to get us a ways. We'll find some country and live off the land."
"That all sounds like a lot of work,"
Richard said. He sat back down on the recliner, rested his injured arm against his chest, and kicked his feet up. He closed his eyes again and took in slow, deep breaths, each breath getting him closer to sleep. His stomach rumbled hard, jarring him from his relaxed state.
"Damn,"
he said.
"What?"
"I haven't eaten anything all day."
"There's food in the fridge. Go look."
Richard let out a breath, got up, and walked to the kitchen. He pulled open the refrigerator door and looked inside. The refrigerator was empty, aside from some condiments, 2 cans of beer, and a head of lettuce. Richard cracked his neck back and forth. All the Tupperware containers of meat he'd seen must have also been figments of his imagination. Richard closed the door and pulled open the freezer. Nothing but some old ice cubes, a single TV dinner that wouldn't do much but tease the stomach of a person Richard's size, and a bottle of vodka. Richard grabbed the bottle of vodka and closed the freezer door. He held the cap in his teeth, twisted it off, and spat it to the floor. Richard walked past each cupboard one by one, flipping the doors open as he pulled a mouthful of vodka from the bottle. Mark had a number of boxes of cereal, but no milk. A bunch of different boxes of pasta, but no sauce. Richard flipped the cupboard closed and walked back out to the living room. He leaned against the wall and stared at his brother's body on the couch.
"Find something to eat?"
he heard his mother ask.
"Yeah, I think so,"
Richard said. Chapter 29. I was up with a slight headache a few minutes before 7. Beth had kept me at the bar for 2 drinks more than I'd planned, talking about how she'd gotten a couple text messages from her ex-husband. That would have been fine, but then she wanted my advice on what to do. Apparently, the messages were hinting at trying to rekindle their lost romance. I had no advice for her, but listened, nodded my head, and did my best to play friend as opposed to co-worker. When I returned to my room, I fixed another drink and talked to Karen about the becoming parents topic for the better part of an hour, which had led to another drink. While I was getting ready, I shoveled down a couple aspirins, which seemed to be doing their best. I left my room and walked next door to Beth's. I gave her door a rap with my knuckles and looked down at my watch. 7:45. I figured we'd grab a quick breakfast and stop by the medical science building to see if they'd found anything from the remains brought in. After that, we could head back out to the Clarksville area and hunt down the chief deputy, who still hadn't returned my calls. The door pulled open. Beth was dressed for the day and looked fairly spry for it being morning.
"Ready to go?" she asked.
"Hell, you look more ready than I do. I was going to see if you wanted to get breakfast."
"Yeah, sure," she said. "I was actually about to come over in a minute and ask you the same. I've been up for a few hours already."
"A few hours?" I asked.
"Scott leaves for work pretty early and wanted to talk to me before he did. So we chatted for an hour or so before he had to go."
I held up my hands and gave her my best "what the hell are you talking about" face. The only Scott I knew worked in our office.
"Scott, my ex-husband from Chicago," she said. "Our talk last night made me realize a couple things, so I sent him a message or two after you left the bar. He responded, and then he called me this morning. We talked."
"Sure," I said. "And?"
"We'll see how it goes."
I shrugged. I scratched at the back of my head. Good luck? Is that the right response? That doesn't sound like the right response. Take it slow, maybe? Beth chuckled.
Both great responses, Hank. Anyway, where do you want to eat?
I don't know. I guess the restaurant downstairs is fine. I figured we could pop into the medical science building after and see if they got anything there, then head back out to the Clarksville area and try to find Whistle. Probably gonna need to make a few phone calls on the ride. Ball and the Memphis office, mostly.
You didn't hear back from the forensics team from Memphis?
Nothing yet this morning, no.
Okay. Need anything from your room?
Beth asked. Yeah, just my stuff for the day. I ducked back inside my room, grabbed my laptop bag containing everything we had on the investigation, and followed Beth down the hall to the elevators. We rode down and found the restaurant, called The Grill, off to one side of the lobby. We walked in, told the hostess we had two, and were seated. We both ordered coffee and searched over the menus.
Headache this morning?
Beth asked. You mean hungover? I asked. A little headache. Pretty much wiped it out, though, with a pair of aspirins. I can't drink like I could in my younger years. 3 or 4 drinks kind of knocks me out.
Wuss,
Beth said. Her eyes never rose from her menu. I smirked. My eyes caught the breakfast titled Triple Play on the menu. The meal consisted of 3 slices of French toast, 3 pancakes, 3 eggs, hash browns, toast, 3 pieces of sausage, and 3 strips of bacon. My decision came easy. I folded the menu up and slid it back between the ketchup and salt and pepper shakers.
Know what you're getting?
Beth asked. Yeah, a big-ass plate of greasy breakfast. You?
I think I'm going to get the cottage cheese and fruit bowl.
What? I asked. That sounds awful.
Yeah, sounds healthy is what it sounds. I thought you said your wife was big into eating right or organic or something. Shouldn't you be getting something more sensible?
I looked left and right over my shoulders. I don't see Karen. When she's not in view, I eat as bad as I can. Beth smiled. My phone vibrated against my leg, so I reached in my pocket and yanked it out. I glanced at the screen but didn't recognize the number. I took a sip from my coffee and hit talk. Agent Rawlings, I said. Hey, this is Tony Miller. I was leading up that forensics team out there yesterday. Yeah, did you guys come up with anything? I cupped my phone's mouthpiece and whispered, Forensics guys, to Beth. She nodded. I went back to the call. Well, we got the prints back from the interior of the house, Miller said. Looks like we got 3 sets in the newer and just 2 in the older of the homes. The one set that we found in both homes, we actually don't have a match for in the system. We do have the greatest amount of that set of prints, though. Could be Richard Kirkwood. I don't believe he is in the system. We have zip on the guy, actually, other than a name and a could-be on appearance. What are the other 2? Woman named Crystal Bridson. She has priors for prostitution. As of now, she's not reported missing. Could be one of the victims that we found in the home, I said. What about the last? The last looks like it's a friendly. It was the other set that was in both houses. August Whistle. Works for the sheriff's department. As soon as I heard him say the name, the rest of his sentence faded. Whistle had never gone into either of the houses while we were there. That meant he had prior, and knew what was inside. Tony continued. We'll be processing the DNA and working with the guys at Nashville Medical Science to see what else we can get. It looks like we're getting another trip out there set up as we speak. Full excavation. Did you want me to give you a ring if we get any more updates? Absolutely, I said. Sure, no problem. Same number I just called here? Yeah, I said. Thanks for the call. Take care, he said. The phone clicked in my ear. I hit end on my phone screen and set it on the table. I reached for my coffee and took a sip. Beth stared at me.
Well?
Whistle was in the houses.
What?
They found his prints in both, I said.
We didn't let him go in, though, so he was in there before we were.
I nodded. Let's order this to go. We're headed to the sheriff's department.
Yeah,
Beth said. We ordered our food and grabbed another pair of coffees to go. Beth drove, per our usual arrangement. During the ride, I shoveled down my breakfast, which came in 3 separate styrofoam containers. Beth opted for a banana and a muffin for her breakfast, as opposed to her cottage cheese and fruit bowl. I imagined that she figured it was more eat-while-you-drive friendly. I, however, would have ordered the same thing whether I was driving or not. My giant breakfast was exactly what I needed. Beth made a left and drove a few car lengths up the hill in front of the red-brick sheriff's department. She pulled to an open spot along the curb and shut the car off. I pulled open the passenger door, grabbed my stack of styrofoam containers, and chucked them in a nearby garbage can, then took 3 or 4 steps up the block toward the sheriff's department's front door.
Hold up a second, Hank,
Beth said. She was standing outside the rental car, the door still open, her feet in the street, and her elbows resting on the roof.
What are we doing once we get inside here?
Finding Whistle and asking him what the hell he was doing inside that house prior to us getting there. He better have a damn good reason, too, or he's going to have some problems. This guy has been jerking us around from the beginning. It's getting old real quick.
Are we sure he's here?
Beth asked. He should be, shouldn't he? Monday morning. I looked at my watch. 10 after 9. If not, we'll make a house call. He's answering our questions one way or another.
All right,
Beth said. She took her arms from the car's roof and swung the door closed. As we walked along the solid red brick wall toward the building's entry, I took in the building on the corner just beyond the sheriff's department with the steeple and ornate dormers poking from the roofline. The dormers were actually copper, a feature I hadn't noticed the last time I'd looked. Apparently, I'd also missed the giant museum sign on the corner. We turned right toward the entrance of the sheriff's department. I held the front door for Beth and then followed her inside. We walked up to the woman at the counter. She looked up and adjusted the glasses resting on her nose. Agents Rawlings and Harper. I pulled out my bifold with my credentials and flipped it open. We need to speak with Chief Deputy Whistle.
I haven't seen him this morning yet. Give me 1 minute. I'll check his office.
She picked up the phone next to her and punched in 3 numbers. She held it to her ear for a moment and then hung up.
He's not in his office. Sometimes he comes in a bit later on Mondays. So you do expect him today, though?
Beth asked.
Well, I think so, especially with all that's going on out at the country house with the bodies and all. Did you want me to try his mobile number? Yeah.
No. We'll try back later, I said, cutting Beth off. I motioned for her to follow me back outside. We left through the front doors.
Didn't want her to give him a ring, I take it?
Beth asked. I shook my head. He doesn't need a heads up that we're looking for him or want to talk to him. He lied to us a couple of times already and hasn't returned one of my calls. Let's find where he lives and stop in. I have a feeling that something is up.
Like what?
Beth asked. I don't know. Something, though. We walked back toward the car. Chapter 30. I sat in the passenger seat and dialed Ball back in Manassas. He picked up right away.
Ball,
he said. It's Hank. I need a home address on an August Whistle.
Okay, just give me a second here. I'm just walking from the lunchroom. Who is this guy now?
He asked. The chief deputy of the sheriff's department out here.
Okay. What do you need his address for?
I gave him the short version of finding Whistle's prints inside the home. that he was never inside during our presence, his nature toward the investigation, and him avoiding my calls.
"All right, I'm back in my office at my desk," Ball said. "Give me that name again."
I gave it to him and spelled out the last name.
Got it," he said.
Ball spouted off the address. I cupped the mouthpiece of my phone and read the address off to Beth. She plugged it into the navigation on her phone and told me,
15 minutes.
I motioned for her to drive. Beth started the car and pulled from the sheriff's department. I brought my phone back to my mouth. "Do you have any registered vehicles for him?" I asked.
"1 second. Let me see what we have," Ball said, and clicked away on a keyboard. 2013 Ford Explorer, white, and an 87 Buick, black.
"Got it," I said.
"What do you think we have going on with this guy?" Ball asked.
"I'm not sure yet, but we need to find out what the hell is going on here."
"You don't think it may be him, do you?"
"I don't think so. The guy I saw picking up the hooker was bigger, bearded, and had long hair." I let out a long breath. "Hell, I can't be 100% with that, though. I mean, I saw a girl talking with a guy. She was dressed like the woman we found dismembered, from my recollection. I just know how witnesses are with identifying things like that, especially at night. I'd like to think that I'm a little better than your average witness ID, but who knows?"
"Okay. Are you planning on taking this guy somewhere for questioning, or—"
"We'll see how he acts when we catch up with him. Unless he has the best damn excuse I've ever heard, probably. I'm sure we can bring him back to the resident agency and have a few words with him there. Speaking of that, I should probably call Agent Clifford and give him the heads up."
"Yeah, you do that. Call me if you need anything. Actually, call me when you're done with the guy, either way."
"Will do." I clicked off and then dialed Tom. The phone rang and rang. I got his voicemail and left him a message that we might be bringing the chief deputy to his office for some questioning. I clicked end on the call and slid my phone back into my pocket.
"What the hell could Whistle have been doing in those houses?"
Beth asked. The robotic voice on her navigation told her to make a left at the next road. "I don't know," I said.
"Did they say where exactly they found his prints?"
She signaled, slowed, and made the turn. "Nah, they didn't say. But they were there."
"Do you think he went in and had himself a look around before we got there? I mean, I didn't see what the smaller house looked like before everything was removed, but from the way you described it, and the old house, I just can't believe anyone could walk into those scenes and not say anything."
I thought about it further. Specifically, how Whistle acted when I told him what we'd found up at the old house. He was quiet at first, then apologized for being wrong, and then made up an excuse to leave shortly after. Thinking back, I found that a bit odd. I would think a more natural reaction would have been disbelief, followed by doing whatever the hell you could to right your wrong. The fact that he'd been in the house and had been avoiding me since aided me. Another thought bubbled in my head.
"He had to know that we would find his prints in there," I said.
"Could be why he left the scene and has been out of contact," Beth said.
The navigation on Beth's phone told us Whistle's address was a half-mile up the country road we were on. The house was going to be on our left. "Which would make him guilty of something," I said. "If his only crime was going in before us, he would have just said, 'You'll find my prints inside because I cleared the house prior to you guys getting here.' But that brings us back to the point that he didn't say anything after what he had to have seen inside."
"Well, maybe we'll get those answers. This looks like this is us up here,"
Beth said. She pointed out through the windshield at a driveway coming ahead. The big galvanized steel mailbox at the end of the drive confirmed it with its black sticker numbers. The perimeter of the lot was lined with a white picket fence, extending back acres into the distance. Beth slowed and pulled in. We crept up the gravel driveway toward the big, white, tin-roofed two-story farmhouse with black shutters. A covered porch wrapped the outside of the home. The landscape and yard decorations all appeared to be well kept. I looked up the driveway past the house to the 3-car detached garage. All the doors were closed. The house stood directly outside my passenger window on the right as we slowed to stop. Just beyond the home, the driveway curled to the right, and I saw the back of the sheriff's SUV. "Looks like he's here," I said.
"Well, let's go see what he has to say," Beth said.
We stepped from the car and went to the back door of the property nearest the sheriff's SUV, climbed the back stairs, and went to the door. I thumbed the doorbell, hearing it chime inside. We waited, but no one came. I pressed it in again, and followed up by banging once on the door with my fist. Still nothing.
"What do you think?" Beth asked.
"Hold on." I pulled out my phone, dialed his cell phone number, and listened for it ringing in the house. The call went straight to his voicemail. Looks like his phone is turned off now. I crouched a bit and tried to look through the window of the door. A pair of curtains hung over the glass, partially blocking my view. All I could see was a wall to the left. "Maybe he's working on the property here somewhere. Let's take a quick look around," I said. Beth followed me from the porch over toward the shed. Each garage door had a line of 4 windows, allowing us to see inside. I walked to the first and peeked in. I could see a television on a workbench, a couple of toolboxes, and an old car under a tarp in the center garage stall. There looked to be some kind of vehicle in the 3rd stall as well. I walked to the last garage door and cupped my hands around my eyes to look in. Son of a bitch! I spun back toward the house and pulled my service weapon. My eyes went to the home's windows, searching to see if we were being watched. I spotted no one. "What?" Beth asked. She pulled her weapon, but looked unsure as to why. "Datsun pickup." "You're shitting me," Beth said. "No," I said. I looked toward where our car was parked. Behind it was nothing but a field, so we could use it for cover. "Back to the far side of the car. Call for backup." I crouched and moved quickly. Beth followed. I kept my gun sights on the house, my eyes darting from window to window. "You don't want to go in?" Beth asked. "We don't know what we're dealing with in there, and just alerted anyone inside to our presence. If Whistle is in there, we know he's armed, and we don't know if he's alone. Try Tom at his office, give him the address, and have him bring everyone he's got." Something else occurred to me. "Shit!" "What?" she asked. "We don't know if there's a door on that far side of the home. Someone could have already made their way out. I need to go and check." "Just make that call and keep eyes on this place," I said. "Okay." Beth ducked along the side of the car and made the call. I heard her talking, so she must have gotten him on the line. I left the cover of the car on the side of the house and made my way to the front yard. The covered patio took up the entire front of the home. A 4-step stairway led to the patio, and then the front door. To the side of the entry were wicker love seats with floral printed cushions. I kept my gun on the house, looking for any movement, but I saw nothing. I rounded the corner of the house to the left and looked down its side. No doors and, thankfully, no first-floor windows. If someone was leaving from that side, they would be jumping from one of the 2 second-story windows. My eyes went to the right, looking for anyone running. The area, like the other side of the house, where Beth was about as flat as it could get, and I saw no one running. I continued on and made a left to the back of the house, and the door where Beth and I had rung the bell. Like the front, It had a covered patio that spanned the entire back. I watched the door and windows as I walked past and made my way back to Beth, crouched at the far side of her rental car. Beth jammed her phone back into her pocket and brought her gun back up over the roof of the car, pointed at the house.
"He said he was just about to call you back. He'll be here in 20 minutes, she said. He's bringing every agent from his office."
"So what, 5 or 6 guys?"
"I don't know," she said. "You see anything?"
"Nothing. No entrance at the side we can't see. Just 2 second-story windows. I don't see Whistle, if he is inside, making that jump. Our only points of entry are the front door and back door. We're parked far enough from the side of the house to see both from here."
"Okay. What the hell would that truck be doing in his garage? It wasn't Whistle that you saw with the hooker, was it?"
"No. The guy was bigger," I said. "Long hair and beard. Must be Kirkwood."
"What's the connection between the two, though? Why would Whistle be hiding him?"
"Don't care," I said. "The truck is here. Whistle is damn sure guilty of something." The next few minutes were silent. My eyes were fixed on the house, aside from the couple times I glanced over my shoulder to make sure we had no one in the field at our back.
"Window," Beth said.
She brought the barrel of her gun to the first floor, far right window. I'd missed whatever she had seen, but the blinds that hung in the window swayed left to right. "What did you see?"
"Someone looked out. It was real quick. Just an opening of the blinds with their fingers. A shadow of whoever did it, and then they were gone. We definitely have someone inside, and they know we're here."
"Be ready," I said. Chapter 31. Richard pulled the 2-gallon Ziploc bag from the refrigerator with his right hand and brought it to the sink. He pulled the zipper on the bag back and poured down the drain the brine that the meat inside had soaked in. Then he lifted the bag from the sink and shook the meat, what he figured to be an 8-pound chunk, from the bag to a cooking tray waiting on the counter. He tossed the empty Ziploc bag back in the sink and grabbed a handful of paper towels to pat the meat dry. Richard turned and scooped up a bowl of his spiced brown sugar dry rub that he'd put together to flavor the meat. He patted the rub into the flesh, making sure to get every nook and cranny between the skin and meat covered. Richard went to the oven and pressed the button to bake. He set the temperature to 275 and set the timer for 14 hours. He had learned over the years that an hour and a half per pound at 275 produced meat that would literally fall off the bone. After pulling the oven door open, he realized he would need to use both hands to load the meat inside. He braced himself for the pain that would come from his injured arm, and completed the transfer from countertop to oven as quickly as he could. Then he closed the oven door and walked back to the living room. After taking a seat, Richard went back to staring at the soap opera playing on the television. Not more than a minute later, he heard the crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside. A car driving past the living room window caught his eye. Richard craned his neck to the side. It looked as though the car had parked. He didn't get up to look to see who it was. Richard heard the doorbell chime.
"Who is here?"
he heard his mother ask. Richard shrugged.
"I don't care. They aren't here for me."
"Are you going to go and see who it is?"
"No," Richard said.
He heard the door chime again, followed by a knock. Richard still didn't get up from his chair.
"What if it's the cops?" he heard.
Richard paused his show and looked over at his mother.
"Who cares? If they want me, they can come in and get me," Richard said.
"I told you we should have left."
"If this is the way it's supposed to be, then so be it," Richard said.
"I still want to go," he heard.
Just be quiet. I just want to watch my show in peace. Whatever is going on outside is probably nothing important. A neighbor wanting to borrow something, or someone trying to sell something. I'm sure they'll go away in a minute," Richard said. He thumbed the play button on the remote control. Richard's eyes were glued to the screen until the next set of commercials. He hit the button on the remote to fast-forward through them.
"Just go look and see who they are," he heard.
"I'm not getting up. I'm right in the middle of his show."
When Richard noticed the soap opera come back on from commercial, he hit play.
"You should look."
"Jeez," Richard said. "You ain't gonna stop nagging at me until I look. Fine."
Richard rocked forward in the chair, paused the show again, and went to the window. He stuck his fingers between the blinds and spread them to look out. He saw a man and a woman crouched on the driver's side of the car they must have arrived in. Both had weapons drawn and aimed at the house. Richard walked back to the chair and took his seat.
"Who was it?"
"I don't know. A guy and a girl," Richard said.
"Were they cops?"
"They aren't in a cop car," Richard said.
He picked the remote back up and clicked play.
"Might be feds, though."
"What?"
he heard.
"If they're feds, they're here for you."
Richard shrugged. He wiggled in the chair a bit to get more comfortable and crossed one leg over the other. The sounds of his mother's nagging continued. Richard turned the volume louder and did whatever he could to tune her out. His show went to commercial again. Richard went to fast forward, but the show had caught up.
"Damn it,"
he said. He clicked mute to silence the woman on the screen, pitching some anti-aging cream.
"FBI! Whoever is in the property, come on out! Hands where we can see them!"
Richard heard. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and unsnapped the button of his knife's sheath. Chapter 32. My head shot to the right to see 4 dark gray Crown Victoria sedans turn from the road into the driveway of the property. Tom and his other agents. The cars stopped single file behind Beth's rental. The driver's door opened on the first car, and Tom stepped out. Someone crawled across from the passenger seat and exited the driver's side of the car a moment later. Tom crouched, using his car for cover, and went to his trunk. He, like the rest of his men exiting from the vehicles behind his, wore blue body armor with FBI patches on the chest and back. The men from the 2 cars behind Tom's also crouched, moved quickly, and went to the trunks of their cars, from which they removed rifles. I watched as the men took shooting positions at their vehicles. Tom closed his trunk, stayed crouched, and came toward us. The guy that had driven with him did the same. Tom carried 2 vests and held them out when he got to Beth and me. "Didn't know if you were wearing body armor."
"Always are in the field," Beth said, "but we appreciate it."
Tom set the vests down and ran his hand through his brown and gray buzz cut. "What are we looking at here?" he asked. "We have someone inside. Don't know who, if they're armed or what. They know we're out here. Beth caught a glimpse of someone looking out the window. We just needed some backup before we did anything," I said.
"You guys have a bullhorn?"
Beth asked. "I don't think so," Tom said. "All right. I'm going to try to call whoever is inside out, and if that doesn't work, we're going in," I said. "Do we want any local support on this?" asked the agent crouched next to Tom. I'd seen him the prior day at the Kirkwood property, but couldn't recall his name. From what I could tell in his crouched state, he looked to be my size, around 6'2" or 3", yet he may have had a few pounds on me. His hair was dark, and a mustache hung over his top lip. He held what looked like a Heckler & Koch MP5, the same weapon Tom carried.
Hell no, Beth said. Think about it. How many local deputies are going to want to help the FBI take their boss into custody?
Good point, he said. Okay, get a position. I'll make the call, I said. Beth went to the hood, brought her pistol up, and put sights on the house. Tom and I took the roof. His other agent took the trunk. I cupped my hands around my mouth.
FBI! Whoever is in the property, come on out! Hands where we can see them!
We waited. No one came. I repeated myself, yelling at the side of the house another 4 or 5 times. No one was coming.
Screw this, I said. We're going in.
Tom turned toward his men at the other 2 cars and waved them over.
We're going to need to put a couple on that front door and the side, Beth said.
We put together a loose plan on the fly. Tom, Beth, and I would take the back door and gain entry into the home. 2 of Tom's men would stay on the front door. 1 would take the far side of the house in case someone did opt for the 2-story jump, and 1 would stay with the vehicles and watch the side of the home where we'd parked. We split up and went to our positions. Beth, Tom, and I went up the back stairs onto the patio. I reached down for the doorknob with my left hand, while my right held my service weapon ready. "Ready?" I asked.
"Yeah,"
Beth said. "Ready," Tom said. I tried twisting the doorknob. It turned.
"It's open. Here we go," I said.
"FBI!"
I announced. I pushed the door open and took a firing stance to the right. Beth and Tom followed me in. We stood in a kitchen. My eyes went left and right, searching for people. I saw no one. "We have blood on the counter," Tom said.
"Shit, it's everywhere."
My eyes went to the countertops. The brown granite had pools of blood everywhere. Some of the blood had rolled over the counter's edge and puddled on the floor. I pointed into the home. Straight ahead was a 10-foot-wide walkway that stretched to the front entrance. To the right of the front door was some kind of a sunroom filled with plants. A stairway went up off to the left of the front door. The section of the house between us and the kitchen and the front door spread off to rooms on the left and right. I spotted the edge of an end table, a lamp, and the arm of a brown couch in the area, so I figured it to be the living room. I could hear a television playing. We continued ahead slowly. With each step forward, I caught a bit more of the living room area as it came into view. I saw a portion of the back of a recliner. With another step, I saw someone sitting upon it, lean back with their feet up.
"FBI!" I said. "Hands in the air!"
The man didn't budge. I motioned for Beth and Tom to get their aim on the guy. I took another step toward him, and was about to round his chair into the living room, when I stopped cold. My eyes shot to the right. On the couch, I spotted 2 more people. They only took a second to register as dead. The one didn't take even that long. A corpse, mostly skeleton, brown, dried, and decayed, was propped on the couch nearer to me. The far body was that of the chief deputy. Whistle's body sat in a pool of blood that hadn't soaked into the brown leather couch. His left leg had been removed at the hip. The rest of him, including his right leg, was still clothed in his sheriff's uniform. My eyes shot back to the man in the chair.
"Hands in the air!"
I said again. The guy adjusted himself in the chair. He still didn't comply or say a word. I rounded the chair and brought the sights of my gun center mass on the man. He was huge. His long black and gray hair rested on his shoulders and mixed in with his long beard of the same color. The man was who I'd seen speaking with the prostitute. His eyes were closed. His left arm looked as though it had a makeshift splint around it and was resting on his chest. His right arm was at his side, and I couldn't see his hand. That changed in a flash. In a single motion he rose from the chair and yanked a 10-inch hunting knife from his hip. I heard 2 shots as he began to swing the blade. I lunged backward midsection first. The blade tip ripped through the bottom edge of my suit jacket as the man dropped to his knees at my feet. The knife bounced a few feet from his hand. "Keep a gun on him," I said. I holstered my weapon and kicked the blade out of sight. I went to the floor immediately to mount the guy's back. Blood leaked from 2 entry wounds in his upper back, from either Beth's or Tom's shots. I didn't know who had fired. Tom called for his other agents. I grabbed the man's right wrist and tried to pull his arm back to get a cuff on it. His arm didn't move an inch. He was still very much alive and very much resisting. Tom and Beth came to my sides to assist. I could hear the pounding footsteps of the other agents entering the home. "We haven't cleared the rest of the property," Tom said. One of his men instructed the others, and they split up. Tom put a knee over the back of the guy's neck and joined me in pulling his right arm behind his back. The man bucked back and forth in protest. Beth clicked on a cuff that barely caught the last few teeth. I put my full weight onto the guy to try to keep him pinned, while Tom and I went for his other arm and the splint. The man gave up the splinted arm without protest, but due to the width of his back, the cuffs wouldn't reach. Beth pulled another set, linked his left wrist, and then joined the 2 pairs of handcuffs. I lifted myself from the man, stood, and let out a breath. "We need paramedics in here," I said. "I'll make the call," Tom said. He pulled his phone from his pocket. I looked at the man lying face down on the wooden floor of the home. "Are you Richard Kirkwood?" I asked. The man coughed.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"You killed all those women?"
Beth asked. I glanced to my right. "And the chief deputy?"
"Yes, I did,"
he said. He turned his head, coughed again, and spat blood across the floor.
"Who is the corpse?"
Beth asked.
"She's my mother."
Tom put his phone back in his pocket. "We have paramedics on the way. 10 minutes or so." I nodded. "Who was the chief deputy to you?" I asked.
"My brother,"
he said. The guy was answering each question asked, flat out, which made me wonder why the hell he tried to stab me if he was planning on being so cooperative. "Why did you just try to stab me?" I asked.
"Because I'm not going to jail,"
he said. "I assure you that you are," Tom said. "And I hope you like the color orange, because you'll be wearing it for the rest of your life."
"No. No jail for me. You guys are going to kill me."
"I don't think we are," I said.
"We'll see,"
he said. Chapter 33. Kirkwood started yanking back and forth on his handcuffs. With each pull, his motions became more violent. While he was a huge man, I didn't have any doubt that the cuffs would hold. "You aren't going to get anywhere doing that," I said. Kirkwood jerked his right arm again, hard. I heard what sounded like a click or a snap. The sound didn't come from the cuffs. His left wrist, cuffed, was at the center of his lower back. He continued to tug with his right arm against his cuffed, splinted left arm. He let out a deep wail. The splint seemed to move, and then I saw blood begin to stain the paper towels red. More blood began to soak the lower back of his white shirt. With another wail and yank, his left forearm seemed to lengthen by a couple of inches. I stood unsure of what I was actually witnessing.
"Shit, he's pulling his damn arm off! Get on him!" Tom shouted.
"What?" I asked. "Pulling his arm off?" Tom shouldered past Beth and me and sprawled down on top of Kirkwood, who screamed again and bucked Tom from his back. Tom fell into the coffee table and scrambled to get his feet under himself. I saw Kirkwood's arms come up from his back. His right arm went beside his chest, palm down as if to push himself up. I followed the chains of the cuffs still attached to his right wrist, to the other cuff securing a hand and severed forearm spilling blood. My eyes shot to what remained of his left arm, pooling blood and swiping at the wood floor. The makeshift splint was still duct-taped around his elbow. I couldn't wrap my head around what I was looking at. The guy had just ripped his own arm off. Kirkwood turned himself over and brought a knee under himself. I reached into my jacket and pulled my weapon. Tom and Beth had already drawn.
"Don't you move!"
Tom shouted. Kirkwood didn't pay any mind to the order. He brought his other knee under him and brought himself to his feet. He swayed a bit before regaining his balance.
"On the ground, now!"
Beth shouted. He let his arms hang at his sides. They both formed spreading pools of blood beside his feet. The severed arm dangled from the cuff below Kirkwood's right knee. He swung it up by the handcuff's chains and caught his left hand with his right. Kirkwood stared straight at us and smirked. The sight of us three with guns on him apparently did nothing. More of Tom's agents came to our sides. I assumed they'd heard Tom and Beth shouting from wherever they were in the house.
"I always wondered what this would be like,"
Kirkwood said. He lifted his severed forearm and hand up to his face. Then he jammed it into his mouth and ripped at the bloody forearm side with his teeth like a dog. He yanked his head to the left and began chewing. He laughed as blood spilled from his mouth.
"It could use a little salt,"
he said, through a mouthful of his own flesh. Kirkwood chuckled and tore off another piece with his teeth.
"Tastes like my brother."
I heard the sound of someone becoming sick behind me. I couldn't think of anything in all of my law enforcement training that suggested how to deal with what I was looking at. He wasn't putting our lives in danger at the moment, so shooting him again was out of the question. We couldn't take him down and cuff him. However, if we let what was going on continue, he'd bleed out from his injuries within minutes. He needed to be restrained until he could be treated by paramedics. That guy needed to be in a straitjacket. Yet, even if someone had one, it wouldn't fit. I glanced back over my shoulder. "Anyone have a taser?" I asked. "In the car," one of the agents said. "Get it, and get something to tie this son of a bitch up with," I said. "Check the shed if you have to." "We have something in the car," the same agent said. He and two more of Tom's agents left the living room.
"Hey!"
Kirkwood said. He pointed at me with the finger of his bloody hand, holding his chewed-up, severed forearm.
"You don't talk about my mother like that. She's a fine woman."
He looked over at the corpse on the couch next to the dead chief deputy.
"Right, Mom?"
Kirkwood looked back and smiled.
"She said you better watch your mouth."
"This guy is nuttier than squirrel turds," someone said in a low voice over my shoulder. It wasn't Beth or Tom, so it had to have been one of his men. I glanced over my left shoulder for a brief second, looking for whoever had said it. I assumed it to be the agent who quickly dropped his head. My eyes went back to Kirkwood. My gun sights never left his center mass. The agent's comment echoed in my head. I couldn't help but think his comment, besides being inappropriate for our current situation and liable to antagonize the psychopath standing before us, couldn't have been more dead on. Kirkwood was nuttier than squirrel turds. A moment later, Tom's men returned with the taser and a yellow tow strap from one of their cars. I held my hand out for the taser, and the agent passed it to me. "Be ready with that strap," I said. I took aim on Kirkwood and fired. I wouldn't waste my breath asking him if he'd allow us to tie him up. The probes on the wires connected with his chest. The confetti-like AFID tags, used to identify the gun that was fired, flew through the air. The yellow plastic probe covers landed on the floor across the room. Kirkwood went stiff and fell to the floor. Two agents rushed from behind my back and wrapped the tow strap around him, securing his biceps at his sides. Kirkwood was bound before he regained function.
"Let me get something to tie that arm off with," Beth said. "We don't need him bleeding out before the medics get here."
She went to search. Kirkwood, bound and being held to the ground by a pair of agents, started whistling, and the song sounded vaguely familiar. As much as I tried to tune him out, the melody registered in my head within a few more verses. He was whistling the theme song from a soap opera that my wife Karen watched. I shook my head. Beth returned a moment later with some cable ties she'd found in a kitchen drawer away from the blood and mess. She connected a few and pulled them tight around the area, just below the elbow, that he'd ripped his arm from. "Any clue there on how this nut just pulled his own arm off?" I asked. Beth stuck her face close to the arm where it was severed.
"I don't know. All I see is blood."
Kirkwood chuckled.
"I had a little accident yesterday, with a hacksaw."
I noticed that his voice was noticeably softer than it was a moment prior. He was bleeding out. Beth said. She stood from her crouched position and took a step toward me.
"We have something going on in that kitchen."
As soon as she said the words, a smell filled my nose. I imagined the smell had been growing since we'd arrived in the house. Something was cooking, and I had a feeling I knew what it was. I felt my mouth filling with saliva and jammed my index finger and thumb up my nostrils to block the smell from entering my nose.
"I'm gonna need a minute," I said in a nasal voice. "Have one of Tom's agents take care of whatever is going on in there."
I left the living room quickly and walked from the front of the house. I paced the front yard, trying to breathe fresh air and not become sick. When the feeling finally subsided, I put on my game face and started back for the front door. The sound of gravel crunching came from behind me, and I looked back to see an ambulance coming down the driveway. The paramedics parked near the front door and came toward me. "One inside that requires immediate medical attention," I said. "2 gunshot wounds to the upper left side of his back. He also has a severed arm just below the elbow. He's currently bound, and it would be best for everyone involved if he stayed that way. Also 2 deceased inside the home." The EMTs confirmed and made their way into the house. I began to follow them, but caught a whiff of whatever was cooking, wafting from the home. I still needed another minute, so I pulled my phone and dialed Ball.
"Ball."
"It's Hank. We, I guess found the chief deputy, who is dead. We have Kirkwood, though."
"What? Really? What happened?"
I gave him the story. Ball let out a breath and said a single word.
"Damn."
Chapter 34.
"Are you ready?"
Beth asked. She stood in the open doorway of my hotel room. Yeah, 1 second. I waved her in while I went to the shelf and gathered my notepad with a list of questions I'd been working on. I slipped it into my inner suit jacket pocket and grabbed the car keys from my rental.
"You're driving?"
Beth asked. "You've been driving since we got here. I figured we may as well get a little use on the second rental.
Sure, she said.
We left my room, stopped for a quick coffee at the hotel restaurant, and made our way out to the parking structure. Beth and I hopped into my rental and pulled from the lot. I stopped just outside the parking structure at the curb. "Which way is the hospital?" I asked.
Hold on, I'm looking it up now. We had to get out of the parking structure for my GPS to work. I know it's downtown here somewhere.
Beth clicked on the screen of her phone with her fingertip. She looked over at me and tucked her brown hair behind her ear.
2.2 miles. Forward to the first street and make a right.
Got it. I cranked the wheel and pulled from the curb. "Who did you talk to there?" I asked.
The agents that are keeping Kirkwood under guard are from the Nashville resident agency. An Agent Boone and an Agent Ebron. I spoke with the people over at their home office a little bit ago and told them that we'd be heading over.
Did you talk to anyone on the medical staff there and see if he's even capable of speaking with us?
Way ahead of you, Beth said. I spoke with a doctor named Mitchell who has been attending to Kirkwood. He says it should be fine to speak with him, but we're supposed to ask for the doctor when we arrive.
Okay. I clicked on my turn signal and made the right-hand turn.
Did you want to pop over to the property afterward and meet with the Memphis agents?
Beth asked. We probably should, even if it's just for a bit. What time did they say they would be there?
I'm not sure, but they have the excavation crew, another forensics crew, and who knows who else heading out there. I'd guess there will be people there all day.
I nodded.
Make a left on Joe Johnston Ave, Beth said. Should be the next street.
The drive took us another couple minutes. We pulled up to the 10-plus-story white building that read Metro General Hospital at the top, and made a left onto the matching white parking structure across the street. I found us a spot, and we headed toward the complex. As Beth and I crossed the street, I took in the medical complex, consisting of the white high-rise on our left and a conical brown brick building labeled the Meharry Clinic before us. More matching brown brick buildings stood in the distance. "Do we have any idea where we're supposed to be going here?" I asked.
Nope, Beth said. Main entrance looks like it's this way, though. I'm sure someone will be able to tell us where we need to go.
Beth headed past the roundabout for dropping patients off, and pulled open the door at the ground level of the white high-rise. I followed her in. We stopped briefly at the reception desk and asked for Dr. Mitchell. The woman in scrubs at the front desk told us he would be with us shortly, so we took a seat in the waiting area. A few magazine articles later, a man appearing in his late 50s approached the front desk. He was short, balding, and wearing a set of blue scrubs with a white lab coat. He looked the part of a doctor. The receptionist pointed over at Beth and me, and the man walked up.
"I'm Dr. Mitchell," he said. "Are you the agents from the FBI that called?"
Beth and I stood. "Agents Hank Rawlings and Beth Harper," I said.
"And you said that you wanted to speak with a patient that is under guard here, correct?" he asked.
Correct,
Beth said. "Sure. We have him in our secure wing on the 4th floor. You need to be with someone to get through, which is the reason I had you guys ask for me. Why don't you guys follow me, and I'll lead you up?"
We followed the doctor towards the elevators. "What's Kirkwood's condition?" I asked.
"He's stable, but, I can't say he's going to win any awards for being a model patient," Dr. Mitchell said.
"What did he do?" I asked. The doctor thumbed the button for the elevator.
"He came out of surgery last night. Well, the first thing he did when he came to was try to get out of his restraints, which is to be expected, I guess. We use a canvas wrap that goes around his chest and thighs. His arm that remained was also restrained, so we weren't too worried about him getting out. However, when one of our night nurses went in to try to calm him down, he bit at her, catching a handful of hair in his mouth. Her hair actually had to be cut with scissors to free her. We've since sedated him and fitted him with a bite shield."
"Bite shield? Like—" I held my hand over my mouth and chin.
"Exactly."
The elevator doors opened, and we stepped in.
There hasn't been anyone by to try to see what he has going on mentally, but just judging by his continued conversations with no one, there has to be something going on there,"
Dr. Mitchell said.
"You don't know the half of it,"
Beth said. "Rumor has it he pulled off and tried eating his own arm," the doctor said.
He looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Yeah," I said. The doctor said nothing. The elevator doors opened, and we followed Dr. Mitchell to the left down the glossy, white-floored hallway. He stopped at an office outside a pair of gray doors with small security glass windows. The doctor rapped his knuckle on the sliding glass window of the office. A security guard slid open the window. He was slim and a few inches under 6 foot. I spotted another security guard seated behind him that looked a bit bigger. Both men looked in their early 30s and were armed.
"Doc,"
the first guard said.
"We have 2 more agents to see our guest," Dr. Mitchell said.
"Sure. Can I see your IDs quick?"
the guy asked. Beth and I handed our credentials to the man. He looked at them both and slid us a sheet to sign in. We did. The man took back the clipboard the sign-in sheet was attached to.
"Inside the room, one next to the bed and one near the door, are large red buttons. Those are for alarms. Use them if necessary. They alert our office here and the entire floor."
"Sure," I said. The security guard reached under the table next to him and must have pressed a button to unlock the doors. They buzzed to our right. The doctor pushed one of the doors open and held it ajar with his foot. Past the doctor, 2 men in suits were sitting in chairs at the end of the short hall. Both had newspapers in their laps.
"He's in that room there with the guards,"
Dr. Mitchell said. He jerked his chin toward the 2 seated men.
"I actually have to go do my rounds. If you need anything else from me, just have them page me."
"Thank you,"
Beth said. We walked past the doctor toward the agents standing guard. I heard the door latch closed at our backs. The 2 agents stood as we approached. The nearer of the 2 stood my height and build, a few inches over 6 foot and a few pounds under 200. He had short, dark hair and a black suit. The agent farther from us had blond, spiked hair and a gray suit. He stood a few inches shorter than his partner and looked in his early 30s.
"Beth Harper,"
Beth said.
"and this is Hank Rawlings."
She pointed at me. We exchanged a round of handshakes with the other agents. Each man had a firm grip. "We got a call that we should be expecting you," the taller of the 2 said. "Agent Alex Boone, and this is Agent Tim Ebron. We got sent over from the Nashville office to supervise this guy until they get him transferred somewhere."
"Anything unexpected?"
Beth asked. "I don't know about unexpected, but listen," Agent Ebron said. The 2 were silent, and I could hear Kirkwood talking inside the room. "That's been going on since we got here," Agent Boone said. "Full-out conversations with nobody. I listened to the topic for a bit. It was something about whatever he was watching on television, like he was discussing the show with someone." "Great," I said. "Thanks, guys. We should just be a bit in here." "Let us know if you need something," Agent Boone said. I motioned for Beth to enter the room. She flipped the lock on the outside of the door and pushed it open. Kirkwood's conversation came to an abrupt end, and the room went silent. I followed her inside and closed the door at my back. I noticed the sterile smell of hospital immediately as I looked over the room. The floor was a glossy white, matching the hall. The walls were also white, and bare aside from outlets and sockets that I assumed some kind of medical equipment plugged into. A bathroom was directly to my left. the foot of Kirkwood's bed just beyond it, also to the left. The right wall had a television hanging from the ceiling, but was bare aside from that. A blue faux leather chair stood in the right corner against the back wall. The room had no windows. Beth walked to the foot of the bed. I followed and looked at Kirkwood. His eyes were open, staring past us and up at the television on the wall as if we weren't even there. I looked over my right shoulder to see what he was watching. It looked like some kind of morning talk show. I looked back at Kirkwood. His eyes were the only visible part of his face. His hair covered his forehead, and the frosted white bite shield he wore covered his nose and extended down past his chin, before vanishing into his thick black and gray beard. The shield was some kind of plastic. The straps from the bite shield circled his head and pulled his hair and beard close. He lay on top of the blankets in a white hospital gown. Tan canvas straps secured his body to the bed. Another canvas strap secured his right wrist. His right hand clutched the remote control for the TV. What remained of his left arm was wrapped in a bandage. I looked down to his ankles, also bound by the straps. His eyes darted to Beth and me the second I heard the television behind us go to commercial.
"What do you want?"
he asked, his voice muffled by the shield. Chapter 35. Beth pulled her voice recorder from her pocket and clicked the button to start it.
Agents Beth Harper and Hank Rawlings, with Richard Kirkwood. Mr. Kirkwood, we'd like to ask you some questions.
"Between commercials," he said. "You two open your yaps during my show, and you can see yourselves the hell out."
I pulled the notepad from my pocket and flipped to the page where I'd written my questions.
Are there bodies on your property that weren't in the houses?
Beth asked.
"Probably," he said.
Where would they be?
Beth asked.
"I think my dad buried some. I might have buried one or two. Probably by the old barn. Now that I think about it, I know there was at least a couple back there. I used to play with them when I was a kid."
I shook my head and went to the first question I had written down. Why have you been doing this? What made you do it?
Nothing made me do anything. I did what I did because I could, and I wanted to.
He paused for a moment.
Plus, I like the taste of people.
Kirkwood's answer was direct, quick, and had conviction. It seemed he'd thought about it before. Can you describe for us your relationship with Chief Deputy Whistle? I asked.
Relationship? At the end there, I guess you could have called it a man and his dinner. Kirkwood chuckled. He was my brother, Mark Matheson. I'm not sure where he ever picked up the August Whistle name. He was an asshole. Always called me names.
You're saying that the chief deputy was Mark Matheson?
Beth asked.
That's what I just said. Changed his name and left town a year or two before my father got caught. I guess he thought he could get away from everything and be a different person. My mother tried the same shit. Gave me her maiden last name.
The chief deputy knew what you were doing? I asked.
He helped me get rid of the girls. Dumped them somewhere where they wouldn't be near me, Kirkwood said.
You mean the side of the road?
Beth asked.
No. I did those when Mark wouldn't come and pick them up. He took what was left of some of them and got rid of them somewhere. Couldn't tell you where, though. It's not good for me to keep them around.
Why? I asked.
Let's just say they aren't happy after I kill and eat them, Kirkwood said.
They talk to you?
Beth asked.
Some do, some don't, he said. The talkers have to go. I have a hard enough time dealing with my mother.
My eyes went to the next question on my list. How long have—
Commercial is over,
Kirkwood said, interrupting me.
Shut it.
I looked at the remote control in his hand and debated taking it from him to get on with the interview. But he was telling us everything that we wanted to know, at least during the commercials, so I decided to let it continue that way. The more I thought about it, I realized I'd never really had someone who'd committed such terrible acts sit and explain himself. Beth and I waited while the talk show played. The talk show was testing the paternity of a woman's child. 3 different men sat alongside her on stage, waiting for the results. Kirkwood yelled through his mask at the television when the results came in that none of the 3 men was the father. The show went to commercial again. Kirkwood's eyes came back to Beth and me. I crossed my arms over my chest and went back to the question on my list. "How long have you been doing this?" I asked.
What? Eating people or killing people?
Kirkwood asked. "Both," I said.
As long as I can remember on the eating. Dad would bring home the meat, Mom would fix it up, and the 4 of us would sit around as a family and eat. Mom would flick the fingers and toes to Bandit, our collie. Our mother had a couple recipes that were out of this world.
Kirkwood smacked his lips and then continued.
She used to make this shepherd's pie where she would cut the meat from the girls and little—
Enough. I didn't need to hear the family recipe for human shepherd's pie. When did you start killing people?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Do you remember when you started picking up prostitutes?
Beth asked.
Probably when I got a car.
How old are you? I asked.
59.
So you've been doing this since you were what, 16?
Beth asked.
Around there.
How often? I asked.
Whenever I felt like it.
How many?
Beth asked. I heard Kirkwood scoff under his plastic mask.
That's like asking someone how many hamburgers they've ate in their life, or how many times they've had eggs. Who the hell knows? He said. Shut up. Show is back on.
Beth and I stood quietly while the talk show came back on, and the host discussed what was going to be on the next show, along with a preview. Kirkwood laughed at 2 women pulling wigs off of each other as they fought. The credits for the program rolled.
What happened to your father?
Beth asked.
Don't know. I think my brother might have killed him,
Kirkwood said. And your mother? I asked.
That I did. It was an accident.
How did it happen?
Beth asked.
Well, I sometimes get a little confused, and it happened when I was having one of those times. I put an axe through her chest.
You said it was an accident. How do you accidentally put an axe through someone's chest? I asked.
I was outside chopping wood and kind of daydreaming. Next thing I know, I'm in the living room, and she's on the living room floor with an axe through her chest. All I remember about it, really. Like I said, I must have been a little confused as to where I was, and, well, that's that.
Kirkwood's voice didn't have an ounce of anything that sounded like remorse in it.
When did this happen?
Beth asked.
October 16th, 1990.
I found it odd that he knew the exact date, but didn't question it.
You said the corpse in the chief deputy's house was your mother. You've been taking her around with you since then?
Beth asked.
When Mark helped me buy the old family land back from the bank, we brought her from where I was staying and buried her in the house I built. She didn't stay in the ground long, though. She doesn't like it in there.
Doesn't like it in there? I asked.
She gets lonely, so I take her out every now and then so we can spend some time together. She forgave me for killing her years ago. The old woman can sure annoy the heck out of you, though.
Kirkwood chuckled again.
It's always something with her. Don't know what they did with her, do you? I was thinking that maybe they'd let her sit in here with me.
No, I said. I looked at Beth, who opened her eyes wide. Beth and I stayed in Kirkwood's room for another half hour before leaving for the Kirkwood property. He continued in the same fashion for the remaining time we were there, talking between commercials and answering every question we threw out to him. We'd been driving for the better part of an hour and were just minutes from Kirkwood's house. The trip had been mostly silent, aside from the phone call to Agent Clifford to meet us there. I imagined Beth was going over the interview in her head, as I had been.
"Ever take any psychology courses?"
Beth asked. I looked over at her sitting in the passenger seat and leaning against the door. Sure, in high school and a bit in college. Why?
Kirkwood would make a hell of a study for someone in the profession. I'm betting they could learn a lot, she said. The guy is unusually open.
I shrugged, slowed the car, and flipped on my turn signal for the road Kirkwood's property was on. Beth's mention of him being open to talk stirred another thought in my head. This shithead is going to be famous, I said as I made the turn.
What do you mean?
Beth asked. Think about it. You put that guy in a courtroom with a camera crew and he starts talking about everything. You won't be able to get away from the coverage. His little in and out of crazy every couple of seconds. A halfway normal answer followed by him talking about the corpse of his mother annoying him. The media will eat it up. I was quiet for a second. Sorry. Poor choice of words.
Yeah, you're right, Beth said. I don't think there's really anything we can do to avoid that, though. Whatever. We'll see what happens when the time comes, I guess. I've been thinking about something else.
What's that? I asked.
He said the chief deputy was getting rid of the bodies for him. What do you think he did with them?
It looked like Whistle had a good amount of land. He could have been burying them on his property, I said.
Maybe we should have that excavation crew take a look around over there as well.
Probably wouldn't be the worst idea, I said. I saw a pair of sheriff's cruisers blocking the center of the road up ahead. To both sides of the roadway, along the gravel shoulders, were news vans parked bumper to bumper. Each van had its mast raised. Television crews walked about filming. Looks like the word is out, I said.
You think?
We passed a couple of the vans and slowed when we approached the sheriff's cruisers. I glanced to my left. A couple of the vans were from Nashville, and I spotted one that appeared to be a Memphis affiliate. I clicked the car into park and waited for one of the 4 deputies leaning against the sides of their cars to come over. After a few seconds, one did, about 40-something, in uniform, and wearing a campaign hat snugged down low on his head. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of mirrored aviator sunglasses. From the bit of his face visible, he didn't look familiar. I pulled out my credentials and lowered my window. "Agents Rawlings and Harper," I said. The deputy looked at my ID briefly and motioned for the other deputies to move the cars. He dipped his head a bit to look at me through the window opening. He didn't remove his sunglasses, so I stared at my reflection as the man said, "You guys have some production going on over there. Earth movers came around 7 o'clock. Been going strong since. Helicopters in and out all morning." I didn't really have a response for him, or know if his comments required one, so I said nothing. The cruisers moved, so we had enough space to pass.
We have to be as thorough as we can on an investigation like this. Keep in mind each victim is somebody's loved one,
Beth said from the passenger seat. I looked back at the deputy, who nodded his head, turned, and headed back toward the other deputies. Beth and I drove through the opening the cruisers created, and toward the Kirkwood property, half a mile up. By the time we were within a quarter-mile, the house came into view, as well as 2 helicopters in the field behind it, a number of construction vehicles, and countless people. Both sides of the road were lined in more cars. They were all dark and looked government issue.
"Looks like Memphis sent everyone,"
Beth said. "Appears so." I parked behind the line of vehicles on our right, a few hundred yards from the driveway of the home, and we got out. Tom was standing near the road's edge, waiting for us. Chapter 36.
"Babe,"
Karen asked.
"do you want me to pack your swim trunks?"
"Swim trunks?" I asked.
"Well, they're on the lake. What if you want to take a swim? I'm taking my bikini."
I whistled a catcall. "Sure, what the hell? Toss them in the suitcase." I snugged my tie on the bathroom mirror, ran a comb through my hair, and brushed a few creases from the front of my suit jacket. I put my back to the mirror and looked out into the bedroom at Karen. She stood in front of 2 open suitcases she was packing on the bed, wearing a small pink T-shirt and a pair of jeans that hugged her legs. She pulled her dark hair back and tied it in a ponytail with a band on her wrist. Karen looked over her shoulder and saw me staring at her.
"See something you like?"
she asked. "Maybe," I said. Her mouth turned to a smile, and she walked to me and wrapped her arms around my neck.
"Do you really have to go in today? I thought Ball gave you the day off."
"He did, but I just want to get some of this paperwork from the investigation taken care of. I don't like the thought of leaving it until Monday."
"Yeah, I guess,"
Karen said. "Is Ken still going to take pork chop?" Karen nodded.
"I'm supposed to drop him off at noon. Speaking of which, I need to get all of his things together."
Karen let her arms drop and left the bathroom. I followed her out and down the stairs to the first floor. She went to the kitchen and started getting some of Pork Chop's treats and toys from the bin beside the refrigerator, together. I pulled my sleeve back and glanced at my watch. "I need to get going. I'll be home before 2 and we can head over to the airport. Did you talk to Callie?"
"Yeah. She said Carl would pick us up from the airport when we landed."
"All right. I'll see you in a few hours." I walked to her and gave her a kiss.
"Say goodbye to your furry son."
I smiled and called the dog. A second later, I heard a thump on the floor upstairs. He must have been on the bed behind the suitcases. After a controlled fall down the steps, he slid to a stop at my feet. I knelt and gave him a minute or 2 of petting, leaving him with the instructions to be a good boy as I walked out of the door of our townhouse. Thankfully, the drive to the office was traffic-free for the most part. I pulled into the lot just before 8 and was at my desk a few minutes later. I, as usual, was the first one there. I set down everything that had been gathered when we were in Tennessee and headed for the lunchroom. I noticed Lewis, one of the Tech twins, was taking a seat at his desk. I must have passed him in the office without noticing on my way in. I rapped my knuckles on the door and stuck my head inside. Lewis spun his chair toward me. He wore a standard blue polo shirt and khakis. His short blonde hair was styled in a bit of a mohawk deal, which was new. Maybe he's trying not to look like his twin, Marcus. "Morning, Hank," he said. "Just get back?" "Late last night," I said. "Hey, sorry I couldn't get you anything on that Datsun. Marcus and I looked everywhere trying to get something on it, but we just couldn't find anything." "Nope, don't worry about it," I said. "The plate on it was stolen. We had the VIN run. The truck hadn't been registered since the 80s. It belonged to Mark Matheson, who, as it turns out, was our chief deputy from the local sheriff's department, going by a different name." "That may be why we couldn't find Jack," he said. "I'm going to get a coffee," I said. "Need one?" "Nope." Lewis lifted his iced coffee in a see-through plastic container, probably purchased at a coffee shop on the way into work. He shook it. "I'm still full." I nodded, closed his office door, and continued to the lunchroom. A few minutes later, a coffee in hand, I took a seat and began going through all the paperwork. Each piece of information that Beth and I had put together needed to be compiled into a file that was somewhat organized. It needed to include notes, evidence gathered, photos taken, and a full briefing of what had transpired, start to finish. I was 15 minutes into the organization process when Beth walked into the office.
"Didn't feel like taking the day off either, huh?"
she asked. "Nah, this should be taken care of, and I kind of figured you would be in here today. Which means if I didn't come in to get going on it, you would have done it all by yourself, which isn't really fair."
"Ha!"
Beth said.
"I only came in because I figured the same thing. We could both leave."
I smirked. "Already here. May as well get it taken care of." Beth rolled out her chair and took a seat at her desk.
"Where are you at with it?"
"Just starting to get everything organized," I said.
"Okay. You do that, and I'll start the briefing. Once I'm done with it, you can look it over and see if there's anything you'd like to add."
"Works for me." I caught movement to my right and looked over. Scott was heading toward Beth and me and his desk. "Looks like we're all back, huh?" Scott said in his Boston accent. "Heard you guys had a catch."
"Yeah, in custody,"
Beth said. "Awesome," he said. "One less on the streets." "When did you guys get back?" I asked.
"Wednesday,"
Scott said. "We ID'd the guy, but that's about it. By the time we got the information that we needed, he was in the wind. My guess is he gets picked up before too long, though." Scott hung his dark gray suit jacket over the back of his chair and took a seat. He wore a navy dress shirt with a lighter blue patterned tie. He scratched the side of his gray and black hair. "It's going to be hard for him to hide when his name and photo are at every law enforcement agency from here to Mexico." "How did you ID him?" I asked. "Bill did, actually. Turned out that the type of wire being used in his homemade garrotes was a commercial grade that is common with television and internet companies. Well, Bill found us a witness that saw a cable van parked out in front of one of the victims' homes a day or two prior to them being murdered. We contacted the company, found the work order and installer, and that was it. Unfortunately, we were a day or so too late. By the time we got to his house, he was cleared out."
"Found some more of the wire in the garbage cans outside of the house he was renting, though," Bill said.
He leaned against the wall next to our morning meeting room, his arms crossed over his chest. A thick, tactical-looking watch wrapped his left wrist. Bill was 38, with a round, clean-shaven face that made him look 10 years younger than that. His brown hair was trimmed short, without a sprinkle of gray mixed in, and I don't think I'd ever seen him without an energy drink in his hand. From our talks, I'd learned he was married with a pair of young ones. Bill pulled himself from leaning on the wall and walked toward his desk.
"Jim in yet?"
he asked. I shook my head. "Haven't seen him."
"I need to be reimbursed for a few $100 of miscellaneous. I finally gathered all of my receipts from Louisiana together last night."
I went back to looking at my computer screen and the task of organizing everything regarding Kirkwood. Before I even touched a key, I heard my name called from over my shoulder.
"Rawlings, Harper, my office,"
Ball said. We both rose and walked over. Ball took a seat at his desk and clapped his hands behind his head.
"First, good job. Second, why am I looking at either of you two? I thought I said that I'd see you both on Monday."
"Just wanted to get a bit of a jump on the paperwork for the investigation. Plus, I need to call the Memphis office to get the exact number of bodies removed from both properties. They were still working on the chief deputies when Beth and I left Thursday."
"What did they get at Kirkwood's?"
Ball asked.
14 more female remains, plus 1 male,
Beth said. "We're thinking the single male may have been Owen Matheson," I said.
"The father?"
Ball asked. "Correct."
"And the chief deputy's place?"
"Just yesterday they pulled 12 bodies from the farm pond on the back of his property, all missing arms and legs. Each one had a cinder block chained around its neck. Apparently, The pond had been where the chief deputy was dumping his brother's women. Ball shook his head.
So this guy could have very well killed over 50 people?
45 years of killing people or so, I said. 50 is probably underestimating it. Ball went quiet for a second.
Do we have IDs on everyone we can ID?
That's going to be a long, ongoing process,
Beth said.
The medical science place in Nashville is also taking the new bodies that have been found from the excavation team. They're going to start doing dental records now and work with the missing persons units in the state to try to match some of them up.
Yeah, Agent Clifford from the Clarksville Resident Agency was going to keep up with them on that and do his best to stay in the loop with what Memphis was doing, I said. He has my number here and was planning on touching base with me next week.
Okay. You two put some kind of plan together for what you need to get done paperwork-wise on this, and go home.
Sure, I said. Need anything else?
Nah, that's it.
Beth and I turned toward the door.
Actually, wait. That's not really it.
We turned back around and faced Ball. He let out a breath.
I think we're going to stick with this arrangement, if neither of you two mind.
Arrangement?
Beth asked.
You two going out on investigations together. Why split up something that's working?
I shrugged. I don't have a problem with that. Ball looked at Beth.
Well,
he asked.
If I have to,
she said. I flashed her a sideways glance.
Totally kidding. Working with Hank is just fine.
Good and done,
Ball said.
All right.
He motioned us out of his office.
Come on, partner,
she said, with a fist to my shoulder and a smile. I smirked and closed Ball